Huang Shiji's sudden attack caught Si Wuya off guard. He retreated to the side and gave them some space. Yu Xinghai remained calm, standing with his back straight. His left arm was behind him, and he parried the attacks with his right hand. Bam! 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 Huang Shiji continued his palm attacks. The afterimages and their radiance were dazzling. Despite the high-speed attacks, Yu Xinghai dealt with them easily and calmly. Huang Shiji now flew horizontally, his attacks growing faster and faster, stirring up a gust of wind and leaves. The disciples from Penglai Island stood near the flying chariot and did not interfere. They merely observed in silence. Similarly, the members of the Nether sect observed in silence. It was enjoyable to watch elites battle, after all. From the landing point of the flying chariot, Huang Shiji kept attacking. Yu Xinghai retreated, parrying the blows. When he reached the edge of the steps, he raised his palm. His hand suddenly enlarged. Earth Shaker. An energy saber seemed to appear from Yu Xinghai's palm, forming the shape of a crescent moon. He brought the blade down. Boom! Huang Shiji had to stop his attacks. He flipped backward and landed on his feet. The battle ended. Both opponents had barely used 20% of their strength. This was not even a warm-up. Even so, the outcome was clear. Huang Shiji said with a smile, "I'm surprised to see that your cultivation base has improved further. I can say the same about you. What's the matter? Am I not welcome here?" Huang Shiji asked. Yu Xinghai laughed. "I can't be happier to see you. Come inside." They entered the Great Hall. Inside the Great Hall, Yu Xinghai addressed Huang Shiji and said, "This is my wise brother, Si Wuya." Si Wuya cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, senior." Huang Shiji nodded in approval. "I've heard about the evil sky pavilions, Mr. 7th, Si Wuya. You're in charge of the Darknet and have an information network that spans the land. Your sources are everywhere, around the Emperor and among the common folk. Now that I've met you, I see that you live up to your reputation." "You flatter me, senior," Si Wuya replied. At this moment, Shen Liangshu carried a brocade box and walked over, saying, "This is the Lotus severing survival pills that Senior Huang requested the Core Yang sect to refine." He presented the brocade box with both hands. Yu Xinghai took the box and placed it on the table. Shen Liangshu was a loyal follower of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Ever since the battle at Liang Province, the person he most wanted to meet was the Evil Sky Pavilion's first disciple. Now that he had this wonderful opportunity, he would not let it slip by. He had to control himself to avoid showering Yu Xinghai with excessive flattery. As he looked at Yu Xinghai, he stammered, as expected. "What did you expect?" Yu Xinghai did not seem to mind Shen Liangshu's words. "You're as majestic, grand, and tall as I imagined." "As expected of the Evil Sky Pavilions, Mr. First," Shen Liangshu said with a hint of awe. "Reward him." Yu Xinghai waved his hand. A Nether sect disciple beckoned Shen Liangshu over to receive his reward. Shen Liangshu took a few steps backward and said with a smile, "Thank you very much." The moment he retreated, Huang Shiji said, "I heard that the Evil Sky Pavilion's master has already attained the 9-leaf stage a long time ago?" "That's right," Yu Xinghai replied, not withholding the information. After all, the more powerful the Evil Sky Pavilion was, the more fearful people would be. "By the way, you may not believe me, Sect Master Yu," Huang Shiji calmly said. "However, when I passed by the Heaven Worship platform, north of Jing Province, I ran into a 9-leaf elite." Upon hearing this, Si Wuya widened his eyes in shock. He was the first to react. "A 9-leaf elite? My master went to the Heaven Worship platform?" Huang Shiji shook his head. "It wasn't your master." Yu Xinghai frowned. "There was another 9-leaf elite?" He was nearly invincible as he swept through the empire, being a peak 8-leaf elite. His peers might not even be able to defeat him, and only his master, Ji Tiandao, could subdue him. Now, with another 9-leaf cultivator, Wouldn't this mean his plan might fail at the final and crucial moment? He asked, "Who is it?" Shin Liangshou, who had returned to the Great Hall after receiving his reward money, chimed in, "Mr. First, I can attest to that. The person's surname is Liu. I don't think anyone knows about his origins, as he's a recluse elite." The leader of the Nether Sect's 4 great protectors, Huang, was at the heaven worship platform as well. You can verify this with him when he returns. His surname's Liu? Yu Xinghai's expression was grim. Things were getting complicated. They couldn't even determine if the Nine-Leaf Elite was a friend or a foe. At least at this moment, he didn't seem like a friend. Huang Shiji sighed and said, "I didn't expect another Nine-Leaf Cultivator to emerge so quickly after we entered the Lotus Severing era. Do you know the man's current location, Brother Shiji?" Yu Xinghai asked. Huang Shiji shook his head. "I don't dare question such an elite." Yu Xinghai looked visibly disappointed. Shen Liangjie said, "The first seat of the Azure Dragon Hall seemed to be acquainted with Nine-Leaf Liu. There's also a young girl with them. The girl who knows the tongue and tune of beasts." Si Wuya remarked. "That's why you sent your subordinate to the heaven worship platform, Sect Master Yu? To retrieve this girl?" Huang Shiji asked, confused. "Exactly. The girl is gifted in the art of tuning and can command beasts. If we have her help, Jing province will be in the bag." "What a shame." Yu Xinghai lamented. "I see," Huang Shiji said. "Brother Shiji, you've been living in seclusion on Penglai Island for a long time. Now that the 9 provinces are in chaos, why don't you seize this opportunity and lend me a helping hand?" Huang Shiji didn't immediately agree to Yu Xinghai's request. Deep down, he wanted to make Penglai Island more secular. Otherwise, he wouldn't have protected a minor sect like the Koryang sect, nor would he have left Penglai to come to the Nether sect's territory. All he needed was an opportunity. If he agreed prematurely, he might undervalue himself. Yu Xinghai said in a powerful, resonant voice, "If you help us, Brother Shiji, Penglai will become the greatest sect in the future, and Penglai will have a place in the divine capital." "Deal." Huang Shiji replied. Yu Xinghai smacked the table and said clearly, "Men." "Yes, Sect Master," they responded. "I wish to hold a banquet to welcome Brother Shiji," Yu Xinghai said. "Congratulations." Xing Liangshou said loudly, cupping his fists. Si Wuya did not expect things to proceed so smoothly. He stood up and walked to Yu Xinghai's side. Just as he was about to speak, Yu Xinghai patted his shoulder and said, "Wise brother, you must be tired. You should rest. I'll take care of the rest. Eldest senior brother. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Yu Xinghai's face was flushed, clearly in high spirits. The atmosphere in the Great Hall was merry when a disciple hurried in. "Sect Master, the Azure Dragon Hall's first seat has returned." "Bring him here," Yu Xinghai said. The people of the Penglai sect looked outside the Great Hall. The sun had already set, so they could only vaguely make out 3 figures slowly walking toward them. When the lights from the Great Hall shone on the 3 individuals, the entire hall fell silent. An old man could be seen holding the hand of a young lady who looked like a fairy, while Hua Chongyang walked behind, seemingly serving as an attendant. Since the Penglai sect members had seen the old man before, they knew who he was. For a moment, they stood in stunned silence, gazing at the old man. "We meet again," Lu Zhou said, breaking the silence. Lu Zhou's "we meet again" pulled everyone back to the present. Shen Liangshou was rather quick-witted. He was the first to rush up to Lu Zhou and bowed, saying, "Greetings, Senior Lu. I didn't expect to meet you here." Lu Zhou ignored Shen Liangshou and calmly looked at Yu Xinghai, who was seated in the Great Hall. This was the first disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Then, he saw his 7th disciple, Si Wuya, seated to Yu Xinghai's left. Huang Shiji immediately rose to his feet and bowed along with the Penglai sect disciples. He said, "Greetings, Senior Lu." "Rise," Lu Zhou waved his hand. At this moment, Yu Jinghai and Si Wuya stood up, wariness apparent in their eyes. Both studied Lu Zhou, wondering who he was. Since Huang Shiji accorded him such respect, they did not dare to neglect their manners. They cupped their fists together at Lu Zhou and, without beating around the bush, asked in unison, "Where are you from, senior?" Lu Zhou could no longer say he was from Penglai. He couldn't use that excuse again. However, before Lu Zhou could reply, Hua Chongyang stepped forward from behind, bowed at Yu Jinghai, and said, "Sect Master, Senior Lu has lived in seclusion for many years in a mountain and seldom concerns himself with the trivial affairs of the world. The person beside him is Miss Conk from the Heaven Worship platform." Lu Zhou didn't mind if Hua Chongyang helped explain his origins. After all, he finally met Yu Jinghai. Miss Conk's appearance slightly shocked Yu Jinghai and Si Wuya. They looked at her, momentarily unable to understand the nature of their relationship. Hua Chongyang immediately bowed again before walking to Yu Jinghai's side. He whispered into his ear, recounting the day's events. When Yu Jinghai heard there was a possibility of a nine-leaf elite joining his cause, his eyes widened in surprise. He smiled immediately and said, "So, it's Senior Lu. We are honored to have you visit the Nether sect, Senior Lu. Please have a seat." Lu Zhou led Miss Conk into the hall and sat down. "Are you the Nether sect's Yu Jinghai?" Lu Zhou asked. Yu Jinghai said in a slightly smug tone, "Yes. I studied in the Evil Sky Pavilion. My master is Ji Tiandao, who is also a nine-leaf expert, like you." Upon hearing this, Shen Liangshu said in a fawning manner, "That's right, Sect Master Yu. The Evil Sky Pavilion's master is truly a heroic figure of the times. The sun and moon pale in comparison to his nine-leaf avatar. Sect Master Yu is the Evil Sky Pavilion's first disciple and controls the greatest fiend sect under the heavens. Now that the 9 provinces are in chaos, the Nether sect acts as the situation calls for. We will surely restructure the rivers and the mountains." Lu Zhou turned around and looked at Shen Liangshu. "Is Ji Tiandao that powerful?" Something stirred in Yu Jinghai's heart. He noticed the old man's wariness. A nine-leaf expert could only be kept in check by another expert of the same rank. Shen Liangshu eagerly replied, "The Evil Sky Pavilion's patriarch is not only a nine-leaf expert, but he also has 9 outstanding disciples. The youngest of them, Miss Ninth, Ci Yuaner, entered the nascent divinity realm in just 5 years. I don't think anyone has ever managed this feat, and I don't think anyone ever will. Misters First and Second are full-fledged 8-leaf cultivators, just 1 step away from becoming 9-leaf cultivators." Yu Jinghai nodded in satisfaction. "I didn't reward you for nothing. You're quite glib. Keep talking. If the 9 disciples are so outstanding, I wonder just how amazing the Evil Sky Pavilion's patriarch is?" After praising his idol to the heavens, he thought he should balance the praises. He needed to say something to cast Senior Lu in a better light. Talking was an art. If one could talk well, one could reach great heights. He continued, "Naturally, you are an outstanding individual. With the Lotus severing era in full bloom, cultivators are pursuing the 9-leaf stage, and major sects are working toward this at full force. Anyone leading the new era is surely exceptional. Moreover, you've kept a low profile for so long, Senior Lu. You must be really modest. In this aspect, old Senior Ji could learn from you." Yu Jinghai chimed in, "My master does like attention. I hope everyone here doesn't mind." Lu Zhou frowned slightly. He now understood why the outside world would heap the blame for all the rascal's crimes on the Evil Sky Pavilion. Due to his disciples, his name was at the top of the blacklist. When the Penglai sect's Huang Shiji saw such a good opportunity to entice Lu Zhou to their cause, he said, "We've known each other for a long time now, Sect Master Yu. Initially, I wanted to help you take down Jing province, but if Senior Lu is willing to lend a hand, the Penglai sect will willingly be under Senior Lu's command." Lu Zhou did not respond immediately. He looked at Si Wuya, who was next to Yu Jinghai, and asked, "What about you?" Si Wuya had been silent all this time. No one knew what he was thinking. Lu Zhou had allowed Si Wuya to leave the evil sky pavilion because he wanted to see what choices Si Wuya would make. It seemed Si Wuya had made up his mind. Si Wuya smiled and said, "Since you're here, Senior Lu, I'm sure you have something you want as well. Let's hear your conditions." Everyone shifted their attention back to Lu Zhou. Si Wuya was right. How could they have forgotten about this? Let alone Jing province, if they had the help of a nine-leaf elite, they would have a chance at taking down the divine capital. What conditions could satisfy such an individual? Something stirred in Yu Xinghai's heart. He felt slightly nervous as he looked at this old man. "I want the whole world," Lu Zhou said. The others were shocked. Silence descended on the great hall. After a long pause, Yu Xinghai said, "Senior Lu, surely, you're joking?" He had been working so long to conquer the world. To him, this nine-leaf Lu's words sounded hostile and grating. "My appetite and ambition have always been big," Lu Zhou said nonchalantly. "Senior Lu, your cultivation base is profound." "My master." The moment he said the words, "my master," Lu Zhou placed his hand lightly on the table next to him. Crash! The table shattered immediately. The others jumped back in shock. Lu Zhou slowly rose to his feet. He looked at Yu Xinghai and asked, "Are you worthy of mentioning your master?" Yu Xinghai replied, "Why would you say that, Senior Lu?" The others furtively retreated. They could sense an odd atmosphere in the air. The jasper saber on the saber holder inside the great hall was buzzing. Hua Chongyang's expression changed. After all, he had brought the old man here. How could his 8-leaf sect master defeat a 9-leaf cultivator? He fell to one knee and hastily said, "Please calm down, Senior Lu." Lu Zhou ignored him completely. He looked at Yu Xinghai, his voice low and heavy with pressure. "You want the world, but I want the world as well. Why? Are you reluctant to give up your ambitions?" Yu Xinghai would never hand the fruits of his labor to someone else on a silver platter. Si Wuya said in a deep voice, "Senior Lu, are you going to make an enemy of the evil sky pavilion?" The nether sect disciples inside the great hall fanned out and drew their swords. Shen Liangshuo's lips trembled slightly. Then, he said, "Senior Lu, please think this through. Who dared to make an enemy of the evil sky pavilion?" Lu Zhou asked, "So what if I am?" As soon as he said these words, the jasper saber shot out with a bang, speeding into Yu Xinghai's hand. Yu Xinghai gripped his jasper saber tightly, his palm wet with sweat. Huang Shiji was stunned. He hadn't expected this turn of events. Naturally, he should have aligned himself with the nether sect. He truly didn't expect 9-leaf Lu to be so bold as to make an enemy of the evil sky pavilion. What am I supposed to do? Yu Xinghai had never liked indecisive people. "Brother Shiji, this has nothing to do with you. If you're afraid, you should leave right now." Huang Shiji sighed. "Just as well. Since I made a choice, I can't possibly give up halfway. Penglai Island will stand with the nether sect." "Good. It means a lot to hear you say that, Brother Shiji." The jasper saber in Yu Xinghai's hand shone with a golden radiance. Si Wuya frowned deeply. Their battle could start at any moment. He said again, "My master, Ji Tiandao, is on his way here." This was their greatest countermeasure against 9-leaf Lu. Unfortunately, Lu Zhou didn't seem to care. "Young man, you're too inexperienced." As soon as Lu Zhou finished speaking, he moved his hand, deciding to launch a preemptive strike. The jasper saber flashed brightly before shooting toward Lu Zhou. As the jasper saber approached, a bluish radiance could be seen between his index and middle fingers. He brought his fingers together. Bang! The energy saber scattered, and the jasper saber fell into Lu Zhou's hand. It was deathly silent at this moment. A 9-leaf cultivator was outrageously powerful. The others felt their scalps tingle when they witnessed his strength. He casually stopped a heaven-grade weapon with his bare hands. Where would they find the courage to act recklessly after witnessing this? If a 9-leaf elite went all out, no one here would survive. Who would be bold enough to move? Yu Xinghai, a peak 8-leaf cultivator, lived up to his name. Although that strike was not his most powerful attack, it was not a technique that any ordinary person could deflect with their bare hands. He gulped. I'll kill anyone who moves, and their entire family as well. His voice resonated loudly in the great hall. Lu Zhou's words were clearly aimed at Huang Shiji and the Nether sect disciples. With this bold threat, the atmosphere grew even tenser. Fear rose in everyone's hearts, and even the bravest among them were cowed by his words. Lu Zhou said in a deep voice, apart from Yu Xinghai, everyone, leave. The atmosphere was heavy. Huang Shiji had never felt such pressure. Although he was an 8-leaf expert with high social standing, he had no choice but to lower his head at this moment. Everyone in the great hall was stunned. When Lu Zhou saw that no one moved, he added, stay here if you want to die. Yu Xinghai's eyes widened, bloodshot. He looked at his jasper saber between Lu Zhou's fingers, hesitant to make a move. He knew the Nether sect would fall if he acted now. Get out! Yu Xinghai commanded. The others pulled long faces. Sect master. Eldest senior brother. Yu Xinghai glanced at them and said, I am the master of this sect. Even if the skies were to fall, I'll carry it on my shoulders. Leave now. His thunderous voice reached everyone's ears. He understood now, 9-leaf Lu had come to rain on his parade. Eldest senior brother. Si Wuyao wanted to say something else, but at that moment, Yu Xinghai waved his arm. A powerful blast of energy pushed Si Wuyao out of the hall. Feeling helpless, Huang Shiji cupped his fists at Yu Xinghai and left the great hall. The others had no choice but to follow. Making unnecessary sacrifices would be meaningless. Yu Xinghai understood this. Lu Zhou turned to look at Conk, noticing that she was unaffected by the sound wave. At that moment, there was a blur of movement as Yu Xinghai lunged forward. Countless palm seals sailed toward Lu Zhou. Even if you're a 9-leaf cultivator, I'll still fight. Bam! 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 As Yu Xinghai attacked, a crushing aura washed over Lu Zhou. He raised his hand and struck with his palm. The character's Imperial Order combined with a blue palm seal shot out. Bam! Yu Xinghai's countless palm seals immediately scattered, and he reeled back, his mind blank. It only took him one move. Is this the power of a 9-leaf cultivator? There was a time when he thought he could also enter the realm of the 9-leaf stage. He did not think the 9-leaf stage was much more powerful than the 8-leaf stage. After all, in his youth, he had once killed a 5-leaf cultivator when he was only a 3-leaf cultivator. However, after surpassing the 7-leaf stage, instances of defeating a higher-ranked cultivator became exceedingly rare. The difference of a single leaf was as vast as the gap between heaven and earth. Although Yu Xinghai knew it was impossible for an 8-leaf cultivator to defeat a 9-leaf cultivator, the fact that he was defeated with a single strike dealt a huge blow to his confidence and self-esteem. Boom! Yu Xinghai crashed into the wall of the great hall, leaving a huge hole. He slid a long distance, before coming to a stop. The Nether sect disciples outside the great hall, Huang Shiji, and Si Wuya, stood there in stunned silence. A full-fledged 8-leaf cultivator could not withstand a single hit from a 9-leaf cultivator. Lu Zhou stepped forward and walked through the hole in the wall, now behind the great hall. The night was pleasing, and stars dotted the dark sky. Stand up, Lu Zhou said. Yu Xinghai bit back the pain and slammed his palm on the ground to bring himself to his feet. Thud. He had barely risen half a foot when he crashed down again. He was shocked. Where is my cultivation base? He attempted to circulate the primal qi inside his Dantian sea of qi but found it empty, as if bound in a cage. Lu Zhou moved closer. His aura was that of a lofty, unshakable mountain, and Yu Xinghai could barely breathe from the pressure. Boom! Yu Xinghai suddenly stomped his feet and charged at Lu Zhou like a wild beast, flailing his fists in a savage manner. Bam! 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 Lu Zhou parried the blows with his palm. Without a cultivation base, his punches were like mere rocks. How could he match Lu Zhou now? Bam! 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 Yu Xinghai attacked wildly. When Lu Zhou grew bored of parrying, he pushed forward. Boom! Yu Xinghai reeled back again. He rolled on the ground, surprisingly uninjured. Lu Zhou was shocked. Was this a characteristic of the Wookieans? Outwardly, he looked down at Yu Xinghai and asked, "Is that all you've got?" Yu Xinghai gritted his teeth. He struggled and pushed himself off the ground with a single hand. "I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your master." Another huge palm seal was launched. At the same time, a pair of shining golden wings shot toward Lu Zhou from behind. The wings spanned dozens of feet, and thousands of energy needles shot toward him. Lu Zhou flipped his palm, and unnamed morphed into a shield. His energy gathered around the shield, forming a light shield. Boom! It deflected all the energy needles. Si Wuya immediately gave up on the attack and continued flying forward. Trying to take him away? Lu Zhou struck with his palm again. Another strengthened binding cage card emerged. Unlike the binding mantra, this card bore the symbols of the Imperial Order and struck Si Wuya at lightning speed. He fell to the ground immediately, his cultivation sealed. Si Wuya flipped over and retreated until he was next to Yu Xinghai. "Eldest senior brother, I'll hold him off." "You should go." Yu Xinghai sighed. "My wise brother, you're a fool. While there's life, there's hope." "That won't do. The Nether sect cannot do without you." Lu Zhou looked at the two of them, shook his head, and said, "Are you still thinking of running away after being hit by my palm seals?" He got closer. At this moment, Si Wuya finally realized they both had lost access to their primal cheese. He trembled inwardly. Ding! Captured the rascal, Yu Xinghai. Reward, 1,000 merit points. Having experienced this several times, Lu Zhou was not surprised. With the effects of two strengthened binding cage cards, it was only natural that Yu Xinghai and Si Wuya could not break free. This was the second time Si Wuya had been hit with this card, and it seemed the effects were just as potent. When Lu Zhou used the first strengthened binding cage card, he infused it with some of the heavenly writing's extraordinary power to protect himself from Yu Xinghai's energy. He felt fortunate that things were still under his control. He had kept these two cards especially for this moment. Si Wuya parted the front of his robe and lowered his head to look. Under the dim moonlight, the words Imperial Order were especially eye-catching. This was not the bind he had expected. He said in shock, "The Celestial Master Sect's technique?" However, he did not immediately assume the old man before him was a member of the Celestial Master's sect. The technique reminded him of his master's binding mantra, which shared many similarities with this one. He looked up and studied the old man again. Lu Zhou stepped forward. When he was about 3 meters away, he looked at Si Wuya and asked, "Do you wish to die as well?" Before an expert, all plots and schemes were meaningless. Si Wuya replied, "If I stood by idly, I would be doing a disservice to my eldest senior brother, the Nether sect, and my master's teachings." Si Wuya's actions surprised Lu Zhou. He remembered what Zhu Honggong had told him. Si Wuya had rescued Zhu Honggong, Yu Shangrong, and Yu Xinghai. Now, he was still trying to save Yu Xinghai. At this moment, Yu Xinghai stood up. He placed a hand on Si Wuya's shoulder, pulled him back, and said in a deep voice, "I've told you. This has nothing to do with you. Why must you be so stubborn, eldest senior brother?" Si Wuya asked, with a frown. "Listen to me on this." Yu Xinghai's expression darkened as he sternly said, "Get lost." Yu Xinghai pushed Si Wuya to the side again. He had no other choice. It wasn't easy for the Nether sect to rise to its current heights. He had already devised a plan. This was just a minor issue. In the worst case, he could sacrifice it. As long as he lived, there was hope. Yu Xinghai was no stranger to death. He had faced many hardships in the past. He met Lu Zhou's eyes and said, one should take responsibility for one's actions. Very well, Lu Zhou placed a hand on his back and extended the other, before himself. I won't bully you. I won't use any primal qi. If you can defeat me, I'll spare you. Yu Jinghai was slightly stunned. He didn't understand why this old man was targeting him. They had no grudges. He was bewildered. Whoosh! Yu Jinghai charged forward with a punch. Lu Zhou sidestepped and tackled him with his shoulder. Bam! Yu Jinghai flew to the side. Ding! Punished Yu Jinghai. Reward, 500 merit points. Is that all? Lu Zhou's accomplishments in body tempering were not inferior to Yu Jinghai's. Yu Jinghai had endured countless setbacks and hardships. Under his master's guidance, he had transformed his past pain and misfortune into motivation to work harder. Could he not defeat an old man without his primal qi? No. He couldn't. Yu Jinghai got to his feet again and charged. His fist whooshed through the air, and his attacks rained down on Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou dealt with the attacks calmly, parting the winds of the punches with his fierce palm strikes. As the saying goes, 4 ounces can move 1,000 caddies. Bam! Yu Jinghai reeled back again. Ding! Punished Yu Jinghai. Reward, 500 merit points. Again. Yu Jinghai cried out, enduring the pain. The cycle repeated itself over and over again. Huang Shiji and Hua Chongyang did not leave. At this moment, they walked into the hole in the wall as well, staring at the scene before them with their mouths agape. So, this is how a 9-leaf beats up an 8-leaf? Huang Shiji said incredulously. He felt as though he was watching a senior beating up a junior. It didn't seem like the old man was trying to look cool. I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't seen it myself. But, why would Senior Lu pick on Sect Master Yu? The two of them exchanged a glance. Miss Conk poked her head out between them and watched the battle. Huang Shiji glanced at her before looking at Hua Chongyang. Hua Chongyang understood what he was thinking. No, he said. If they took Conk hostage, they would only be sealing their fates. Moreover, the Penglai sect and Nether sect would be dragged into this. Besides, he couldn't bring himself to do such a thing. Bam! Yu Jinghai kept reeling back. He kept losing, but he kept fighting. He struggled to his feet and said through gritted teeth, again. This scene reminded Yu Jinghai of the terrifying training process of the body tempering realm when he first joined the evil Sky Pavilion. That was a memory he could never forget for the rest of his life. His master had trained him with a regime that was 100 times stricter than what the others endured. Regardless of the seasons, whether it was freezing cold or sweltering hot, his training continued. Ji Tiandao had tempered his body and will day after day, year after year. Getting beaten up was normal for him. Staying in an icy cave naked and being exposed to the scorching sun were regular parts of his routine. Perhaps due to his body, he successfully tempered himself and entered the mystic enlightening realm in 10 years. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the hardships he endured were equivalent to, if not more than, the collective hardships the other 8 disciples faced. The two of them fought for what seemed like hours. Yu Jinghai had lost count of the times he was sent flying. Bam! Yu Jinghai was sent flying again. Senior Lu, I'm begging you. Thud. To his surprise, Si Wuya fell to his knees at this moment. Without a second thought, Hua Chongyang ran to Si Wuya's side and fell to his knees as well. Yu Jinghai lay on the ground, panting heavily as he gazed at the night sky. He was exhausted and no longer wished to move. He felt as though all his internal organs were injured. Lu Zhou sighed. Hang in there. I can't let this rascal off so easily. With or without primal qi, his old bones were not made for long battles. He had underestimated this rascal's tenacity. He looked at Si Wuya and asked, You're kneeling for him? Please spare the sect master, Senior Lu. Hua Chongyang prostrated himself. When he heard this, Yu Jinghai suddenly shouted, "All or nothing." He charged toward Lu Zhou like a bull, advancing with much greater strength than before. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. Just how much strength does this rascal have? The Wuqi tribe, huh? Should I act shamelessly? Yu Jinghai did not have any complicated thoughts in his mind. Once he had a goal or target, he would not give up until he got what he wanted. He leaped to the side, the aura of a mountain bearing down. Whoosh! Instead of retreating, Lu Zhou advanced. He looked up and raised his hand at lightning speed. As the saying goes, 4 ounces can lift 1,000 caddies. Yu Jinghai suddenly backed away, laughing. You've been tricked. He pushed both his palms down. Lu Zhou suddenly felt Yu Jinghai had the force of 10,000 ounces. Was this another characteristic of the Wuqi tribe? His finger shone with a blue light as he said in a deep voice, "Rise." He pushed up, holding Yu Jinghai up with his hand. The others were shocked. Similarly, Si Wuya and Hua Chongyang looked at this scene in shock. Yu Jinghai knew how heavy his technique was. He was almost certain no one could withstand his attack without using primal qi. How is this possible? In just a blink, Lu Zhou tossed Yu Jinghai, and he sailed through the air again. Yu Jinghai fell to the ground with a loud crash and rolled around. He felt as though the world was spinning at this moment. Lu Zhou said, "Trying to trick me?" When Yu Jinghai came to a stop, he endured the pain and looked at Lu Zhou, clearly frightened. It didn't work. He lost again. He had lost completely. Fear washed over Yu Jinghai's heart. He thought he was peerless in body tempering. Why was this old man so outrageously powerful? Despair rose in his heart as well. It seemed like everyone was as insignificant as an ant in front of a 9-leaf cultivator. At this point, you can do whatever you want with me, be it to kill or to flay me alive. He had never felt such despair before. Do you think I don't dare to kill you? Lu Zhou tapped the ground lightly with his foot. Primal qi surged. When the primal qi rippled out, everyone present felt their hearts sink. This was the end. A palm strike sailed through the air at this moment. The palm shot at Yu Jinghai with lightning speed. Nobody attempted to block this attack from the 9-leaf cultivator. At that moment, all of them thought Yu Jinghai was done for. Yu Jinghai looked at Lu Zhou, who was lunging at him through the air. His consciousness wavered. This strike reminded him of his master. In the end, he closed his eyes. Forget it. Death ends all troubles. At that moment, he felt incredibly relaxed. Everything would eventually become the past. He was born with nothing and would not take anything with him when he died. Why should he stubbornly cling to his life? Whoosh! A breeze caressed Yu Jinghai's face. He expected the palm strike to split his head, and for the troubles and pain to disappear in an instant. However, nothing happened. I'm still alive? His thoughts were still present. He could still control his body. He could still move his fingers. The entire place was silent. No one dared to move. Yu Jinghai opened his eyes. He saw a hand in front of him, only a fist's distance away. It had not followed through. He asked in confusion, "Why?" Lu Zhou retracted his palm. "I'm acquainted with your master. I'm only here because of another person's request." Yu Jinghai, Si Wuya, Hua Chongyang, and the others were shocked. Inside the great hall, Shen Liangshou and the others, who were slowly making their way toward them, heard this as well. They pulled long faces. After all this trouble, 9-leaf Lu was on the evil Sky Pavilion Patriarch's side? They knew each other? That was quite a fright. Yu Jinghai asked, "Did he ask you to come?" "He did," Lu Zhou nodded. Yu Jinghai frowned deeply and said, "If he sent you here to teach me a lesson, I'm afraid I'm going to have to disappoint you." He struggled to his feet with great difficulty and said, "I won't submit, even if it means I have to die." Lu Zhou appeared puzzled and asked, "Do you hate him so much?" "Hate?" Yu Jinghai shook his head. A teacher for a day is a father forever. As a disciple, I have no right to hate my master. What if he has his own reasons for his actions? Lu Zhou asked. Who's going to care about my reasons, then? Yu Xinghai asked loudly, clearly agitated. Preposterous. Lu Zhou wanted to curse at him. However, without the memory crystal, he could not be sure of the truth. If things were truly as Yu Shangrong, Si Wuya, and Yu Xinghai had said, there was no doubt he was in the wrong. However, he had a feeling there was more to the matter. He could not think of a reason or motive for Ji Tiandao to commit those acts. Although Ji Tiandao was a brash and hot-tempered person, it did not make sense that he raised and nurtured 9 outstanding disciples just to kill them. Lu Zhou's words calmed Yu Xinghai down. Yu Xinghai sighed and said, I admit. I'm not doing his kindness justice. Lu Zhou turned to look at Yu Xinghai. After all, Yu Xinghai's current cultivation base was given by Ji Tiandao. Senior Lu, may I have a word? Yu Xinghai made an inviting gesture. Lu Zhou turned back to glance at Miss Conk. Miss Conk looked at Yu Xinghai and smiled. Don't give up, all right? Under the moonlight, her pure and simple smile, along with her curt advice, made Yu Xinghai tremble. Don't give up. There were many things he had yet to accomplish. How could he easily think about giving up? Yu Xinghai said, look after her. I'll kill anyone who dares touch her. This surprised Lu Zhou. His rascal wasn't as shameless and despicable as he thought. The two of them walked into the forest. The moonlight grew dim. Thud. As soon as they entered the forest, Yu Xinghai fell to his knees wordlessly. Lu Zhou was taken aback. He didn't recognize me, right? It should be impossible for him to do so. As a transmigrator, his personality and temperament were very different from Ji Tiandao's. With the appearance alteration card and the fact that the two of them hadn't been in contact lately, there should be no way for Yu Xinghai to recognize him. Even someone as intelligent as Si Wuya could not recognize him. How did Yu Xinghai recognize him? Senior Lu. Please give me 6 months, Yu Xinghai said. Lu Zhou asked skeptically, 6 months? What do you mean? Since you're here on my master's request, I'm sure my master will listen to you, Yu Xinghai said. Of course, Lu Zhou said proudly. When I met Brother Ji, you were still playing with dirt. That's why. I humbly ask you to give me 6 months, Senior Lu. 6 months later, regardless of whether I succeed or fail, I will surely go up the mountain and own up to my sins. Yu Xinghai said earnestly. 6 months. Lu Zhou was in no hurry to answer his question. He knew he could easily take Yu Xinghai away if he wished at that moment. However, if he did, who would handle the imperial family? He had no intention of seeking trouble with the imperial family before, but they had repeatedly provoked the evil Sky Pavilion. Is world dominion that important to you? Lu Zhou asked. It was not good for cultivators to be overly covetous of power and position. Memories of the past surfaced in Yu Xinghai's mind before he replied, it is. Lu Zhou looked at Yu Xinghai and said, I can spare you, but you'll have to answer my questions. Let's hear them, Senior Lu, Yu Xinghai said. First, where is your master's memory crystal? Rongxi. Lu Lan, Yu Xinghai answered briefly. Where exactly? I don't know. Second, what is sealed within the memory crystal? This was one of the answers Lu Zhou most wanted to know. Since he couldn't find it at the moment, he decided to ask. Yu Xinghai replied with some uncertainty, it should be the same as Yin Tian Luo. As for the other memories, no one knows. Lu Zhou nodded and asked again, final question, why are you so distant from your master? In other words, what caused the rift between them? I'm not being distant. I simply have no choice, Yu Xinghai answered. Oh? Is it because you're from the Wuqi tribe? Or is it because you've had a hard life since you were young? Lu Zhou asked. Yu Xinghai was taken aback. He looked up at the old man before him, dumbfounded. Lu Zhou said, I've heard something from Yu Shangrong. Is Brother Ji trying to study the nine-leaf stage through both of you? Yu Jinghai was surprised that the old man knew so much about the evil sky pavilion. After a moment of silence, he nodded and replied, "That's true." "All right." Lu Zhou increasingly felt that the matters between the 9 disciples and Ji Tiandao were becoming more complicated. At that moment, a melodious flute tune reached them from the Nether Sect branch's Great Hall. The melody was mellow and pleasant. Many pairs of blue eyes appeared among the trees. The flute sounded louder and louder, full of vigor. The beasts in the forest crept closer. "The lady who knows the tongue and tune of beasts?" Yu Jinghai said in shock. The melodious tone complemented the quiet night. On its own, the tone was pleasing to the ears. However, considering its ability to make beasts malleable to its will, it no longer seemed harmless and beautiful. The beasts slowly crept closer. Lu Zhou raised his feet slightly and stomped. The land shook. A ripple of radiance spread into the surroundings. The vicious beasts immediately scampered and disappeared into the night. "You sent Hua Chongyang to the heaven worship platform so you could use this girl to take down Jing province, am I right?" Lu Zhou asked. Yu Jinghai knew this was not something to boast about. How could a sect master like him use an innocent young girl for his own gains? However, those who accomplished great things wouldn't fret over such trivial matters. They had to make allowances here and there. "Yes," he replied. "I'm also curious about her identity," Lu Zhou said. Yu Jinghai felt a slight pang of guilt when he remembered Miss Kong asking him not to give up. This had been his life's motto up until now. He had experienced and endured many hardships growing up. The Wookieans migrated due to the war and were nearly wiped out. He witnessed the deaths of his brothers but was powerless to do anything. He was sold to Lulan by traffickers as a manual laborer. He was treated as a plaything by the aristocrats, who sliced his body until he bled to death. Not giving up was the only thing that kept him going to this day. And yet, he intended to use Miss Conk. How could he not feel guilty or regretful? In the end, he said, 6 months. 6 months are all I need. Do you resent your master for trying to use you to attain the 9-leaf stage? Lu Zhou asked again. This question made Yu Jinghai fall silent. He was thinking of an answer. Matters were complicated. Many details had already been lost in the sands of time. After thinking about it for some time, he said, "Wuqian cultivators can only die thrice. To tell you the truth, I've already died twice." He sounded calm when he said this, as though it was nothing important. Lu Zhou's gaze, along with the moonlight, fell on Yu Jinghai. He could hardly imagine that this was the first disciple he had recruited. He vaguely remembered that Yu Jinghai had joined under great hardships, with a single goal, to keep getting stronger. Confused, he asked, "Was the first time in Lulan?" Yu Jinghai nodded. "The second time was at the hands of Ji Tiandao?" Lu Zhou mentioned his host's name instead of calling him Brother Ji or your master. Yu Jinghai's second death was what he was most curious about. Yu Jinghai was whisked away by Si Wuya after his death, which led to the personal diary. Early in the 3rd month of the 154th year of Emperor Yongqing's reign in Great Yin, my master was meditating on his golden lotus and lost control for a while. He started spouting unintelligible words, going on and on about the 9-leaf stage. Midway through the month, I was sparring with second junior brother at Heaven Mountain's Phoenix Lake. My master exploded into a fit of rage, and the 3 of us battled it out. The battle lasted for 7 days and 7 nights. We moved north from Heaven Mountain's Phoenix Lake, passing by Cloud Rage River and Scarlet Orchid Mountain. In the end, my master bested both of us, Yu Jinghai said. He paused for a moment, sighed, and continued, after the battle, my master returned to the evil sky pavilion, while second junior brother and I recuperated there. While we rested, we had a quarrel that lasted for 3 days. Second junior brother left in anger. When Lu Zhou heard this, something stirred inside him. The information Yu Jinghai was sharing was not in his memories. Based on what Shangrong said and the inferences made from available information, it seemed Ji Tiandao had sealed all memories related to the nine-leaf stage. What did Ji Tiandao see that made him seal his memories? Lu Zhou's gaze fell on Yu Xinghai. Was the battle spontaneous? It didn't make sense for three people to suddenly fight for no reason. Yu Xinghai shook his head, indicating he didn't know the answer. Seeing Yu Xinghai's calm expression, Lu Zhou said, "So, you died because of him." "It's related but not directly," Yu Xinghai smiled bitterly and shook his head. "What do you mean?" Lu Zhou asked. "Someone sneaked up on me and attacked me when I was heavily injured." "It's too insignificant to mention," Yu Xinghai replied. "Who attacked you?" Yu Xinghai shook his head. "Thank you for your concern, Senior Lu, but I must handle my own matters." "Fair enough." There was no point in pressing Yu Xinghai about this. Lu Zhou decided to let him do as he wished. He had gained a rough understanding of past events. Yu Xinghai had spoken about them casually and in simple terms. However, no one knew the hardships he had endured. Yu Xinghai's temper and character meant he didn't like to complain or bow to others. This was the kind of person he had always been. Lu Zhou was surprised by Yu Xinghai's actions today. It was clear that Yu Xinghai truly wanted to rule the world. After thinking about it for some time, he placed his hands on his back and turned around, walking to the edge of the forest. He did not answer directly. "Senior Lu." Yu Xinghai was perplexed. "Although I'm an old friend of your master, I cannot make decisions on his behalf." Yu Xinghai stood up and said, "In that case, please pass on the message for me, Senior Lu." Lu Zhou stopped walking. Without turning back, he said in a deep voice, "Know your place." Yu Xinghai was stunned. As a mere disciple, should he be addressing his master this way? How dare he ask a senior to pass on his message? When Lu Zhou arrived at the site of the recent battle, he looked at the moon. The sound of the flute had ceased. Shin Liangshou emerged from the hole in the wall, bent his back against the moonlight, and nodded. "You have some astonishing techniques, Senior Lu. It's truly a spectacle." Lu Zhou glanced at the flatterer and said, "Shin Liangshou." Shin Liangshou was overjoyed. "I didn't expect you to know me, Senior Lu. I'm overwhelmed by this honor." At the same time, he felt a sense of pride. Being at the top of the whitelist had its advantages. Huang Shiji was an 8-leaf expert, yet Senior Lu did not recognize him. Thinking about this made him feel proud. "Have you joined the Penglai sect?" Lu Zhou asked. No. Shen Liangshou said with a bow. "I've joined the Koryang sect. I was escorting old Senior Huang to deliver the survival pills." "You should give more thought to what you should and shouldn't do," Lu Zhou said. Shen Liangshou found these words strangely familiar. Suddenly, he cried out, "Old Senior Ji has said the same thing before." "Oh? If only old Senior Ji were as approachable as you, Senior Lu," Shen Liangshou said. At that moment, under the moonlight, Huang Shiji, Miss Conk, Si Wuya, and Hua Chongyang appeared near the hole in the wall. Lu Zhou noticed that Miss Conk was holding a short flute, which she seemed to cherish greatly. Yu Xinghai emerged from the forest at the same time, walking forward with the moon behind him. Everyone's eyes darted between the 9-leaf expert and the 8-leaf expert, but Lu Zhou did not look at him. "Approachable?" "Yeah." "Senior Lu, eh?" "Your face," Shen Liangshou was rendered speechless as he witnessed a shocking scene. Under the moonlight, there seemed to be a slight distortion on Lu Zhou's face. Lu Zhou cancelled the effects of the appearance alteration card. There was a brief flash of light, and the stern, black-clad, white-haired, and slender figure of a teacher appeared before everyone. "Ah!" Shin Liangshou staggered backward. His eyes were full of fear. "Old SS Senior Ji?" Shin Liangshou was stunned. How did his appearance change? "What's this? What happened?" Si Wuya shuddered as he looked at Lu Zhou. It was not surprising if the others could not recognize Lu Zhou. but it was impossible for him not to recognize his master. Who else could it be but his master standing in front of him? He stammered in a hoarse voice, his face filled with disbelief. Master? In hindsight, everything was clear. After all, how could so many nine-leaf elites suddenly appear? Who else could easily use the Celestial Master's sex talismans? He should have realized this sooner and could not help but lament his own stupidity. In fact, the thought that Senior Lu was his master had crossed his mind for a fleeting moment, but he quickly dismissed it, as the old man did not resemble his master at all. Huang Shijia, who was in shock, quickly bowed. Brother Ji, it's you. Well met, well met. You've changed. Conk smiled. Hua Chongyang's reaction was similar to Shen Lianshuo's. He stumbled back and fell on his butt. He inwardly berated himself for bringing a wolf into the sheep's fold earlier. Even worse, he had now discovered he had brought the patriarch of the evil sky pavilion here. What was happening? Everyone was stunned, feeling as though they were having a mental breakdown. Lu Zhou could tell he had reverted to his true appearance. His beard had grown longer. He did not pay attention to everyone's shocked expressions and only said indifferently, "It's only an insignificant skill." Among those present, the person most shocked was Yu Jinghai, standing behind Lu Zhou. His eyes widened in shock, and he felt as though he had been slapped a few times. His eyelids twitched uncontrollably. He asked in a tentative and respectful tone, "Master, it's you?" A hint of reluctance and incredulity could be heard in his voice. Before Lu Zhou could reply, he turned and ran without another word. I should run. Swoosh! Yu Jinghai sped toward the forest. Running without primal chi was exhausting. He was physically tired, but more than that, he was mentally drained. To think that old geezer even knows how to alter his appearance. Why didn't I think of that? In a blink, he vanished among the trees. The others were dumbfounded. Hua Chongyang and his subordinates were also stunned. Was this still their majestic and impressive sect master? Everything happened too quickly. The others couldn't keep up with the turn of events. Lu Zhou did not pursue Yu Jinghai. Instead, he beckoned to Miss Conk. Conk, the song. MHM. Miss Conk seemed to enjoy the feeling of being useful. She brought the flute to her lips immediately. The melodious and familiar tune filled the air. Sound, naturally, travels faster than a human can run. Regardless of his cultivation, Yu Jinghai could not outrun sound, even with his superior physique compared to ordinary humans. Deep within the dark forest, many pairs of glowing green eyes appeared. Yu Jinghai immediately stopped. Even without his primal chi and cultivation, he did not fear these fierce beasts. He said in a deep voice, "Get lost." Some of the weaker beasts did not dare to approach him. On the contrary, the strongest beasts continued to advance. Beasts were beasts, after all. In their eyes, humans were one of the most delicious foods in the world. The beasts pounced at Yu Jinghai. Boom! 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 Yu Jinghai swung his fists wildly as he fought the wild beasts. Lu Zhou and the others heard the sounds of fighting from the forest. However, he did not seem bothered by it. He looked at everyone and said, "He deserves it." Shen Lianshuo was close to tears. He prostrated himself on the ground at once and said, "Old Senior Ji. You. Why do you have to do this? This was not funny at all." Shen Lianshuo wanted to cry, but no tears came. He was in great pain. If old Senior Ji could alter his appearance, why did he spend so much effort memorizing the features of the members of the evil sky pavilion? How meaningless. Moved? Lu Zhou looked down at Shen Lianshuo. How could Shen Lianshuo not be moved? He was so moved that he nearly cried. Smack. Smack. Shen Lianshuo began to slap himself. The others sighed inwardly at the sight. This served as a reminder for them not to judge someone by their appearance in the future. Meanwhile, the melodious sound of the flute did not stop. The moonlight grew brighter. Si Wuya glanced at the dark, thick forest. He suppressed the shock in his heart and said, Master, I'm worried eldest senior brother's life will be in danger if we don't rescue him soon. It doesn't matter, Lu Zhou shook his head. You underestimate him. Inwardly, he thought, he's tougher than a bull when he fought me earlier. If Yu Jinghai could not even withstand the attacks of these wild beasts, it would be the biggest joke ever. Si Wuya gulped before he said, Master, you could have just come if you had business with him. Why? Lu Zhou felt it was a waste of time to answer this question. The answer was obvious: if he did not alter his appearance, Yu Jinghai would have fled before he even knocked on the door. If he could meet Yu Jinghai, how was he supposed to capture him? Si Wuya realized his question was redundant and no longer asked. Lu Zhou raised his hand and said, Conk. Conk stopped playing. Lu Zhou gave Conk an admiring look. It was a shame this young girl couldn't control her talents. However, there was no rush. He could gradually nurture her if she decided to cultivate in the future. If she summoned the Taixu Academy and Hankou branch want as a disciple, should I accept her as my disciple as well? Prior to this, Lu Zhou had never considered taking on more disciples. However, now that he thought about it, it didn't seem like a bad idea. At this moment, Huang Shiji cupped his fists and said, I didn't expect this young girl to be so gifted. She'll certainly become someone great if she's taught well in the future. Huang Shiji thought about the 9 disciples of the Evil Sky Pavilion. They were already outrageously talented. Now, another genius was likely to join the Evil Sky Pavilion. He lamented the unfairness of the heavens and wondered when the Penglai sect would be graced with some quality disciples. Nevertheless, he could only grumble inwardly. How could he dare to verbalize his thoughts? Lu Zhou looked at Conk with a satisfied expression. In any case, this matter was not important now. He had to deal with the matter at hand first. Boom. 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 The sound of fighting resonated from the forest before it abruptly stopped. Lu Zhou looked at Si Wuya and pushed his palm forward, sending a palm seal toward him. In an instant, Si Wuya felt the mantra on him lifted. Overjoyed, he said, Thank you, Master. He rose to his feet, preparing to help Yu Jinghai. Wait, Lu Zhou said. Master? Si Wuya asked. Do you remember what I've said? Lu Zhou asked. I do, Si Wuya replied. In that case, have no regrets. I won't, Si Wuya said as he bowed to Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou waved his sleeve. Si Wuya understood and turned, flying into the forest. In truth, Lu Zhou had long known the decision Si Wuya would make. As their master, he had to let them venture out into the world and learn on their own. Once children come of age, they need the independence to explore. What the consequences would be, no one knew. Success or failure, it was all part of life. Shortly after, Si Wuya returned, carrying Yu Jinghai on his back. Yu Jinghai was covered in bruises and bumps, unconscious. At this moment, Lu Zhou looked at Yu Jinghai. Name, Yu Jinghai. Identity, Wuqian, human. Realm, nascent divinity tribulation realm. If it weren't for the appearance alteration card, it would have been nearly impossible for him to meet Yu Jinghai, given how quickly he had run earlier. Everyone sighed in relief. Compared to an unfamiliar, 9-leaf expert who appeared out of nowhere, the disciples of the Nether sect and Penglai sect preferred to face Tian Dao. After all, he was the sect master of the Nether sect. This meant, in a way, he was in the same camp, right? Lu Zhou brought Conk back into the Great Hall, through the hole in the wall. The others followed. Hua Chongyang patted Shen Liangshou's shoulder and said, Are you coming? Shen Liangshou, after looking up, replied, Go on ahead. I need to slap myself a few more times, to hammer it into my memory. Suit yourself, Hua Chongyang said, feeling both regretful and helpless. If it weren't for him, the elder would not be in this situation. However, at this point, there was no other choice but to push forward. Hua Chongyang entered the Great Hall. Si Wuya was still carrying Yu Jinghai as he said, Master, eldest senior brother, is injured. I'll take him back. Lu Zhou extended his palm. A palm seal struck Yu Jinghai. Si Wuya initially thought his master intended to strike him, but after a moment, he realized his master had only lifted the mantra that suppressed Yu Jinghai's cultivation base. Thank you, master. Si Wuya left the great hall through the main entrance with Yu Jinghai on his back and headed to the resting room. Inside the room, Si Wuya tossed Yu Jinghai onto the bed. He sighed, I've already told you that master isn't an ordinary person, but you wouldn't listen. As he spoke, he flipped his palm and channeled some of his primal chi into Yu Jinghai's body. Si Wuya continued, you should be grateful that master showed up today. If it were another 9-leaf cultivator, do you think they would have been satisfied with just Jing province? After channeling his primal chi into Yu Jinghai's extraordinary 8 meridians, Si Wuya was baffled. No internal injuries? Forget it, you weren't that cowardly back then. Even the young lady's tune couldn't subdue you. Then, he sighed, here lies the great sect master of the Nether sect. After sensing that Yu Jinghai's condition had stabilized, Si Wuya rose and left the room, closing the door behind him. The room plunged into darkness immediately. Yu Jinghai's eyes snapped open in the darkness, and he sat up straight. His heart was thumping wildly in his chest. He stood up and walked to the door, then fell to the ground and tried to peek through the narrow slit before patting his chest. Soon after, he returned to the bed and sat down slowly with a soft sigh. I didn't want to do this either. He tried to circulate the primal chi inside his Dantian sea of chi. He was surprised and puzzled to find that his cultivation base was no longer restricted. However, he remained cautious and did not recklessly circulate his primal chi. The 9-leaf stage was no laughing matter. Yu Jinghai lay down, acting as though he was asleep. Inside the great hall, Lu Zhou looked at everyone. For a long while, no one spoke. At this moment, Si Wuya walked into the hall. Greetings, master, Si Wuya said with a bow. Eldest senior brother's condition has stabilized. Lu Zhou looked at Si Wuya, knowing he had made up his mind. You're determined to take down Jing province? Si Wuya immediately fell to his knees. Master. Currently, Jing province is an impregnable fortress. Eldest senior brother is at his wit's end. I proposed we lay siege to the city with vicious beasts. At this point, everyone glanced at Miss Conk, who was seated to the side. That's a good idea, but, do you know how much primal chi and how high one's cultivation base are needed to control these beasts? Conk isn't a cultivator. Conk? Although Si Wuya had guessed this young lady was the one who understood the language of beasts, he was not aware that she was not a cultivator. Knowing the language of beasts was not enough. When the beasts fought, they could be easily frightened by powerful cultivators if no one spurred them on. He looked at Conk with a slightly shocked expression. She isn't a cultivator? Then, he shook his head and sighed. In that case, we can only think of another way. Wen Shu isn't easily dealt with, Lu Zhou said. Naturally, Si Wuya knew Wen Shu was not a simple character they could easily defeat. At this moment, Huang Shiji cupped his fists and said, I sympathize with sect master Yu. The Penglai sect is willing to lend a helping hand to the Nether sect. Lu Zhou looked at Huang Shiji. Huang Shiji was startled. I'm not asking for anything in return. I'm purely helping a friend. Nobody believed him. However, Lu Zhou replied, all right. Huang Shiji looked confused. Lu Zhou stood up, glanced at the night scene, and said, Si Wuya. Yes, master. Lu Zhou infused some primal chi into his voice, and said loudly, I'll give him 6 months. After 6 months, whether he succeeds or fails, bring him to me, dead or alive. Yes, master. Ding. Discipline Yu Jinghai. Reward, 200 merit points. It was clear that Yu Jinghai was only pretending to be unconscious. In fact, Lu Zhou had no intention of bringing Yu Jinghai back to the mountain this time. The Nether sect was ready to execute their plan. Yu Jinghai was too far into his quest to conquer the divine capital to turn back now. Moreover, Si Wuya had also made his choice. As their master, he had to be reasonable. Regarding the matters between master and disciple, he decided to put them aside for now. Rascal, why are you playing dead when I hit you so lightly? Lu Zhou raised a hand and said, Conk. MHM. Conk slid off her chair and nimbly walked to Lu Zhou's side. I want to take you back to the evil sky pavilion. Will you come with me? Si Wuya was shocked upon hearing this and asked, Master, are you taking on another disciple? It had been more than 5 years. It had been a long time since Ji Tiandao last accepted a disciple. He did not expect his master to take on a disciple now. If the evil sky pavilion opened its doors, throngs of people would swarm there. Who knows? Lu Zhou responded ambiguously. When Huang Shiji and the others saw that Lu Zhou was leaving, they stood up. Master, it's getting late. Why don't you spend the night here and leave tomorrow? Si Wuya asked. Ding. Disciplined Yu Jinghai. Reward, 200 merit points. That rascal is truly a rascal. He doesn't want me to stay here. At this moment, Conk grabbed Lu Zhou's arm and said happily, I'll go to the evil sky pavilion. Lu Zhou turned to look at Conk and said, what if we stay here for a month? Ding. Disciplined Yu Jinghai. Reward, 200 merit points. This time, Conk did not nod, but she also did not reject the idea. Lu Zhou could tell she would rather not stay here. Forget it. Lu Zhou took Conk's hand and was about to leave when he suddenly remembered something. The Darknet's information network covers all the lands under the heavens. Does that include the western regions where the other tribes live? Si Wuya replied confidently, I dare not boast, but it's the truth. In that case, use every resource at your disposal to locate a woman with the surname Luo, Lu Zhou said. 300 years ago, Yuntian Luo became the leader of the 3 sects because of her help. Yes, master. Si Wuya said with a bow. When Huang Shiji heard this, he exclaimed in shock, a woman with the surname Luo? 300 years ago? Lu Zhou looked at Huang Shiji. You've heard of her? Huang Shiji nodded and said, it just so happens that I have. Tell me what you know. If Lu Zhou had more information about the Luo woman, it would be easier to find her. Huang Shiji said, 300 years ago, I attained the 8-leaf stage, by sheer luck. At that time I knew nothing about the 8-leaf stage. Penglai was in turmoil, and I had to take charge. Hence, I visited the 3 sects and sought Yun Tianluo's advice. Lu Zhou did not know Huang Shiji was also acquainted with Yun Tianluo. Back then, the 3 sects were in the limelight. After becoming an 8-leaf cultivator, Yun Tianluo reached the peak. From that moment, the 3 sects officially opened their doors to recruit disciples using Yun Tianluo's name and rapidly grew stronger. It was common for other sects to have cultivation discussions with Yun Tianluo at the 3 sects. Naturally, not everyone was fortunate enough to have such an opportunity. At the time, Yun Tianluo mentioned a woman surnamed Luo. He said that he obtained her cultivation method and made rapid progress. Naturally, I didn't fully believe him. After leaving the 3 sects, I heard that such a person truly existed. She has one special ability, Huang Shiji said. What is it? Si Wuya asked. The more information they could gather, the easier their search would be. She's gifted in music, Huang Shiji said solemnly. I had a wonderful conversation with Yun Tianluo. Since then, I couldn't get the woman he mentioned out of my mind. So, I ordered my Penglai sect disciples to look for her. Then, I heard rumors that she is gifted in music. She frequently sits by the seashore, playing the zither. Someone once saw the fish and beasts of the sea respond to her music, leaping around happily. The others were in awe. Lu Zhou glanced at Miss Conk. Was this trait not similar to Miss Conk? He said, Conk has the same talent, but it's not surprising. There are members of the other tribes in the west who know the language of beasts. Huang Shiji turned and looked at Conk, saying, then, a tidal wave washed over the shore. The Luo woman disappeared with the waves. I reckon she's dead now. However, it was easy for a powerful cultivator to walk on air or the waves. How could she drown? Si Wuya asked, anything else? The Luo woman is legendary, but she keeps a low profile. I don't know anything else about her, Huang Shiji said. What about her name? I don't know. The others sighed helplessly. Hua Chongyang said, indeed, she resembles Miss Conk. Although Conk seemed to have only understood half of the conversation, she nodded and said, yes. One was a legendary figure from 300 years ago, the other was a 16-year-old young lady in her prime. Alas, there was a high chance the former was gone now. Huang Shiji said, this young girl is talented. If she starts cultivating, she has a bright future ahead of her. Similarly, Lu Zhou felt this young girl had great potential. Si Wuya bowed at Lu Zhou and said, Master, I'll look for this Luo woman. Whether she's alive or dead, I'll give you an explanation. All right. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded in satisfaction. It was getting late, and it was time for him to leave. Just as he was about to turn around, Huang Shiji seemed to hesitate before speaking. In the end, he stepped forward and called, Brother Ji, wait up. What is it? If you have the time, will you visit Penglai as a guest? Huang Shiji asked. It had been a long time since he had visited Penglai Island. Penglai Island was always referred to as a great island, known for the many talented cultivators it produced over the years. However, Lu Zhou still had many matters to attend to and did not have much strength or energy to spare. Thus, he said, the Penglai sect rarely involves itself in worldly affairs. You, the master of the island, actually came all the way to Jing province. Are you trying to say that the little island of Penglai isn't enough to satisfy you anymore? Huang Shiji was taken aback. He immediately replied, we have no choice. Truly, we don't. Nothing in this world came for free, after all. Lu Zhou waved his hand and said, play your role well. Don't covet what is not yours. Huang Shiji dared not retort. He quickly said, thank you for your guidance, Brother Ji. The other Penglai sect disciples bowed. Thank you for your guidance, old Senior Ji. Who would dare to speak against a 9-leaf cultivator? Si Wuya felt relieved. Ever since Huang Shiji appeared, he had been most worried about people being greedy and covetous. What if his eldest senior brother could not satisfy their demands? However, with his master's words, it would serve as a deterrent. No matter how ambitious they were, they would still have to act with restraint. After stepping out of the great hall, Lu Zhou surveyed his surroundings. Si Wuya followed him out and said, it's just a small branch. The environment has much to desire. It's all right. If the situation allows, I'll come again, Lu Zhou replied. Ding. Disciplined Yu Xinghai. Reward, 200 merit points. You're always welcome here, Master, Si Wuya replied. Ding. Disciplined Yu Xinghai. Reward, 200 merit points. They chatted for a moment before Lu Zhou decided to leave. He summoned Bian Conk and Lu Zhou leaped onto Witzard's back and flew away. The members of the Nether sect and Penglai sect sighed in relief. Si Wuya wiped the sweat from his face as well. Hua Chongyang fell to his knees at once. Seventh Master, please punish me severely for my incompetence. I won't feel at ease if the punishment isn't harsh. Si Wuya sighed, shook his head, and said, punishment is necessary, but not now. The Battle of Jing Province is about to begin. Atonement through merit will be your penance. Hua Chongyang said, I will do my best. Si Wuya looked at Huang Shiji. Senior Huang, you must be tired. Why don't you spend the night here at the branch? It's nothing. Huang Shiji led his disciples and left. When everyone had gone, Si Wuya made his way to Yu Xinghai's room. A short while later, he stood outside the room and called out, "Eldest senior brother, master has left." There was silence. No reply came from the room. "Eldest senior brother?" Still, no reply. "Master has left, I swear." Si Wuya found this strange. He had sensed no issues with his eldest senior brother's body when he examined it with his primal chi moments ago. After his master unsealed his cultivation base, he should have awakened by now due to his recuperating abilities. While he felt puzzled, a voice rang from above. "Tell Yu Xinghai that I'll remember his actions of using the evil sky pavilion's name." Ding. Disciplined Yu Xinghai. Reward, 500 merit points. Si Wuya shuddered. He turned around at once, looked up, and saw Witzard hovering in the sky. "Yes, master." Conk was seated before Lu Zhou on Witzard's back. His master's movements were truly unpredictable. Who could figure out his thoughts? When Si Wuya looked up again, Witzard had already vanished into the horizon. He then looked at his eldest senior brother's room, which was as silent as a grave. After some thought, he said, "Looks like eldest senior brother is seriously wounded." After saying this, he left. The room was completely dark and silent. After Si Wuya left, Yu Xinghai opened his eyes. He looked at the ceiling and continued to lie there. Early the next morning, Si Wuya stood outside the room again. He bowed and said, "Eldest senior brother." There were still no movements. Okay, this is going too far, Si Wuya thought. "Eldest senior brother. I've come up with a good plan to take down Jing province in 7 days." Slam. The door was pushed open by a surge of primal chi. Yu Xinghai walked out with his hands behind his back. "Eldest senior brother, did you rest well yesterday?" "I had a long dream. I don't feel comfortable." Yu Xinghai stretched his limbs. From the nearby stable, Kuan Yo came sprinting toward him. Yu Xinghai leaped onto its back and said, "See you in 2 days. Safe journey, eldest senior brother." Moo. Kuan Yo mooed and took off into the air. At that moment, Hua Chongyang came running over hastily. He placed a hand on his forehead and, after observing for some time, wondered, why is the sect master in such a hurry? Si Wuya ignored him and made his way to the meeting hall. At the Evil Sky Pavilion, Duan Muxing, Zhao Yu, Zhu Honggong, and Little Yuaner surrounded Miss Conk. It seemed like they were worried she might run away. "Master has said we're not to frighten or bully her," Zhu Honggong smiled at Conk. One of them sighed. At his age, why did Master suddenly bring a child back? Do you think she's his illegitimate daughter? Zhu Honggong muttered under his breath. Bang! Ouch! Third senior brother, what was that for? Zhu Honggong asked. Do you have a death wish, talking trash behind Master's back like that? Duan Muxing looked solemn. You're right, third senior brother. Zhao Yu moved in front of Conk and waved at her. With a faint smile, he asked, "What's your name?" Ko. Conk. She held a flute in one hand and a conch in the other. Her real name is Conk? Zhu Honggong asked with a smile. Little Yuaner leaped to Conk's side and compared their heights. She found they were about the same height. Then, she circled around Conk and asked, "Where's your house?" Far, far away, Conk pointed east. Little Yuaner leaped back. She tugged at the hem of Zhao Yu's clothes and said, "Senior sister. I don't think she's too bright." Conk blinked, confused, and asked, "What's not bright?" "I'm saying you're stupid." Stupid? The others now understood. Indeed, Conk was not too bright. Little Yuaner giggled and said, "That won't be a problem. I'll protect you from now on. I'll smash the head of anyone who bullies you." "Thank you," Conk said. "Let's go. We'll have some fun." Mei Chem, the 2 young girls held hands and ran down the mountain. Duan Muzhing, Zhao Yu, and Zhu Honggong were baffled and stunned as they stared at the retreating backs of the young girls. Were they not supposed to question Conk together? Why did little Yuan defect at the last minute? Inside the eastern pavilion, Lu Zhou sat with his back straight on the rush cushion, looking at the points on the system dashboard. Merit points, 54,680. He had gained more than he expected from his trip to Jing province. He only gained several thousand merit points from killing the Taixu Academy's Jiangreni, the Hankou branch's Zhang Can, and the Jing province's Deputy General Ning Han. The rest of the points were mostly from Yu Jinghai. Just how uncomfortable is that rascal in my presence? I should pay him a visit whenever I'm short on merit points. While at it, Lu Zhou glanced at the disciplining missions on the dashboard. The mission of disciplining his 8 disciples appeared, they were almost complete. He noticed another mission at the bottom. Searching for the Luo woman. Status, in progress. What secrets does this Luo woman hold? Where is she? Since something came up in the system, this meant the person was still alive. What was left now was to search for her, slowly. Lu Zhou glanced at his merit points again, wondering if he should buy a golden lotus leaf. It was slightly impractical for him to accumulate merit points to purchase the Thousand Realms Whirling Avatar. He noticed the reminder beside the Thousand Realms Whirling Avatar. To purchase it, he had to be above the 8-leaf stage, meaning he needed to be at the 9-leaf stage. The Thousand Realms Whirling was still far away. However, buying a golden lotus leaf at this point seemed like too much of a waste. He could sprout leaves through cultivation from the 1-leaf stage to the 5-leaf stage. He noticed the reminder beside the golden lotus leaf as well. He could save the merit points for a time when he would need them more. With this thought, Lu Zhou muttered, "Lucky draw." Ding. Spent 50 merit points. Obtained reversal card X5. A good start. However, when he did more draws, Lu Zhou received 10 appreciation messages and then gave up. He closed the system dashboard and crossed his palms, placing them before his Dantian Sea of Qi. Primal Qi flowed along his 8 extraordinary meridians, with his Dantian Sea of Qi acting as the fountain's source. Primal Qi surged, filling his Sea of Qi. The speed of his cultivation was much better than when he first transmigrated, as expected. Lu Zhou cleared his mind of distracting thoughts and began cultivating. Meanwhile, Conk and little Yuaner were wandering around. The eastern pavilion is where my master lives. It's best to avoid that place unless it's urgent. Otherwise, you'll just be asking for a beating. That's the southern pavilion, most of my senior siblings live there. There are also 3 old men and an old woman. The western pavilion is where the other disciples stay. The books, weapons, and cultivation methods are kept there. The northern pavilion serves as a warehouse and storage room, little Yuaner explained. Behind the northern pavilion is the back of the mountain. Little Yuaner led Conk to the back of the mountain. There, they saw Shangrong leaning against a massive tree trunk, holding the longevity sword. He had a distant look, clearly lost in thought, with a letter in his other hand. Who's that? He looks strange, Conk asked curiously. Little Yuaner giggled and said, "Don't mind him. He's been up there for several days now." As her voice faded, Shangrong tucked the letter into his pocket. He flipped through the air and landed before them. Little Yuaner stuck out her tongue, lowered her head, and said, "Second senior brother." Shangrong smiled, patted her head, and asked, "A guest?" "Hello, I'm Conk." Conk extended her hand and smiled sweetly. "Hello. Conk? What a lovely name," Shangrong said. Little Yuaner pulled Conk away and ran toward the back of the mountain, saying, "Second senior brother, master, brought her here. I'm supposed to show her around." "Master?" Shangrong looked at Conk suspiciously. Apart from her purity and naivety, there was nothing special about her. His master rarely brought people back to the mountain. Why now? Before he could ask any further questions, little Yuaner and Conk had already left for the back of the mountain. Shangrong did not dwell on this. He pushed away from the ground and flew toward the waist of the mountain with movements as nimble as a swallow. Meanwhile, Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng saw little Yuaner and Conk and exchanged a look. A newcomer. Pan Zhong exclaimed. Don't point at her. Zhou Jifeng warned. Once bitten, twice shy. Let's not act rashly this time, no matter what happens. Understood. I'll listen to you this time, Brother Zhou. We'll avoid her as best as we can. Pan Zhong replied. The two of them turned around and left without hesitation. Night fell. Lu Zhou felt that his Dantian sea of qi was being filled with primal qi. Perhaps, he had been raising his realm and cultivation base with the avatars before this. He had never spent any of his saved primal qi, it had only increased. There was now a substantial amount. Can I achieve a breakthrough? Lu Zhou wondered. With ample experience and skills, it seemed possible for him to attempt to sprout a leaf with this amount of primal qi. When Lu Zhou first transmigrated, he struggled to cultivate due to his body. He had made it this far by relying on his item cards. Now that his body had been strengthened, the speed of his cultivation was much better than before. After all, item cards were just item cards. A fake 9-leaf elite might fool the masses for a time, but not forever. With the dawn of the Lotus severing era, people had begun to cultivate diligently. Apart from the trillions of humans, there were also the other tribesmen. Surely, there would be geniuses who would eventually attain the 9-leaf stage. If he did not have true strength, how was he going to face the magnificent future that awaited? Lu Zhou flipped his palm. As the resonance sounded, a miniature avatar materialized above his palm. It was a 1-leaf golden lotus nascent divinity avatar. The single leaf seemed lonely. Perhaps, he had grown accustomed to putting on an act. When he finally saw this one lonely leaf, he could not help but feel extremely weak. Lu Zhou shook his head, this was not the time to lament his weakness. He focused on the golden lotus and circulated the primal qi within his Dantian sea of qi. The avatar changed. Golden rings of radiance appeared on the avatar and moved down. Sprouting a leaf was like nurturing a tree. When the nutrients and conditions were right, the plant would sprout and grow. The more leaves it had, the better the plant would grow. Sometimes, Lu Zhou wondered about the names of the 9-leaf and 10-leaf stages as recorded in the books. There were also records of the realm beyond the nascent divinity realm, the mysterious heaven realm. In that case, why were so many cultivators stuck at the 8-leaf stage, unable to advance to the 9-leaf stage? What secrets were contained in the world of the 9-leaf stage? Countless predecessors must have glimpsed this realm, but they were all buried under the tides of history. Secluded inside the Evergreen Palace, Emperor Lu Gu was also striving to sprout leaves. As the commander of the Divine Capital and the Imperial Guard, Lu Gu had all the resources needed to sever his lotus and cultivate as quickly as possible. The attendant hurried into the Evergreen Palace, a platter in hand. He passed through layers of defenses and entered the study, where he knelt on the ground and said respectfully, Your Majesty, the Big Dipper Academy has refined another leaf-sprouting pill. Lu Gu, who was sitting cross-legged on the floor, opened his eyes and looked at the pill on the platter. Just one pill? Refining a leaf-sprouting pill takes a long time and requires a huge amount of labor and resources. President Zhou said they did their best, the attendant said, his voice trembling. There was a moment of silence. Then, Lu Gu raised his hand and brought the leaf-sprouting pill toward him. Here is my decree, the Big Dipper Academy is to focus all its resources on refining leaf-sprouting pills. The imperial family will supply all the materials needed. All resources, except the Imperial Guard, are to be made available to them. Understood, the attendant replied before leaving the study reverently. The room fell silent once more. Lu Gu raised his hand, and when his primal qi surged, an avatar appeared. The brilliant golden avatar illuminated the entire room. There was no golden lotus beneath the floating avatar, but 4 bright golden leaves were spinning around it. Lu Gu nodded in satisfaction, raised his hand, and swallowed the newly refined leaf-sprouting pill. He clenched his fist, and with a boom, the room reverberated. The avatar dispersed. The effects of the pill should be kicking in soon. Just as he was about to start cultivating, his eyes snapped open. He shouted, "Men!" An attendant jumped. He ran into the room, bumping into walls and doors as he stumbled into the study. Looking up, he saw a fuming Lu Gu. "Why, Your Majesty! The leaf-sprouting pill's effect isn't strong enough. What's the reason for this?" Lu Gu asked. "Your Majesty. President Zhou himself refined and packaged this pill before sending it here. This is the best of all the leaf-sprouting pills," the attendant said nervously. Lu Gu frowned deeply, puzzled. Could this be due to my improved realm? The higher the realm, the more difficult it was to advance. This general rule had never changed since ancient times. However, the effect of this pill was outrageously weak. After pondering, Lu Gu said, "You're dismissed." "Understood," the attendant replied, feeling suspicious as well. However, he naturally dared not question the emperor. He hastily retreated from the room reverently. Outside the Big Dipper Academy, an academy disciple carried a chamber pot and walked out of the academy. Make way," the disciple continued walking. Several others covered their noses and moved aside. "That reeks. What's wrong with you? Can't you do this when no one is around?" The academy disciple looked up and chuckled. I am sorry. Why haven't I seen you before?" The grim-faced disciple walked over. "I'm new. Otherwise, I wouldn't be doing this," the disciple replied. "Is that so? Let's see your pesa." In the past, he wouldn't have bothered with such a lowly character. However, this was a unique time for the Big Dipper Academy. Strict measures were in place to prevent any careless mistakes. Everyone coming in and out of the academy had to be checked. "Sure." The academy disciple with the chamber pot produced a pesa and passed it to him. "Mr. Ri, why does this pesa look so new?" "Of course, it's new. After all, I only carved it earlier." Swish. A cold light flashed in the air as the separation hook drew an arc across his neck. Shiyin covered his mouth. With the chamber pot in one hand and the corpse in the other, he scurried into an alley and vanished. A moment later, in a forest more than 10 miles from the Big Dipper Academy, Shiyin took a pill and sniffed it. "This F***king stinks. Oh, wait, it's the smell of the chamber pot. Is this the leaf-sprouting pill? I wonder if I can eat it while I still have my golden lotus." The Big Dipper Academy is vast, but they sure are stingy. "I practically turned this place inside out, and this is the only one I found." He did not consume the leaf-sprouting pill. Instead, he packed it away and left the forest. Meanwhile, chaos reigned in the 10-pill refinement rooms of the Big Dipper Academy. Hundreds of academy disciples searched the academy, hovering in the air. A few hours later, the disciples gathered outside the main pill room. "President, we couldn't find it. We've searched everywhere, north, south, east, and west. We found nothing. The final pill must have been substituted and stolen by someone." Zhou Yukai frowned, his eyelids twitching with anger. He said in a deep voice, "Shameless scoundrel. This is too outrageous." "Calm down, President," the others cried out. Zhou Yukai suppressed the flames of rage in his heart and said, "Keep a lid on this. We'll act as if this never happened." "Huh? You'll obey my orders." "Understood." The academy disciples bowed. Inside the Evil Sky Pavilion's eastern hall, Lu Zhou glanced at the descending radiant circles. He could feel his avatar growing stronger. Finally. Whiz. Under his coaxing, a new leaf sprouted from a corner of the avatar's golden lotus. The new leaf shone with a dazzling brightness. "It's done." The radiance faded, leaving 2 leaves slowly spinning around the golden lotus. This was technically Lu Zhou's first time sprouting a leaf through his own effort. It felt more exciting compared to purchasing avatars. It took him half a day to accomplish this. Lu Zhou's cultivation base was now officially in the two-leaf nascent divinity realm. Lu Zhou called up the system dashboard and looked at the prices of the item cards. As expected, the prices of the item cards had increased by 1,000 merit points. At these prices, hoarding them was no longer practical. Lu Zhou had the extraordinary power of the heavenly writing. As long as he continued to meditate on the heavenly writing scrolls, it could replace the deadly strike card. If push came to shove, he could still buy the deadly strike card at a high price to save his life. He glanced at the golden lotus leaf again. 50,000. Should I buy it? Raising his own cultivation base was far more important than anything else. The problem was, if he spent his merit points, the process of sprouting leaves in the future would be slower. Since he could sprout leaves by cultivating now, he shouldn't give up this wonderful opportunity. Stay strong. In the end, he didn't purchase the golden lotus leaf. Lu Zhou stood up and walked away from the screen. He looked at the parchment drawing on the table. He noticed a few new islands in the northeastern oceanic region. A slight sense of excitement stirred within him. This meant the map was providing new clues. Penglai Island? Could this be where the Luo woman is? Lu Zhou recalled what Penglai sect master Huang had told him about the Luo woman. Did he withhold information, such as the source of his knowledge? Was it a coincidence that Huang also became an 8-leaf expert 300 years ago? Did he also receive help from the Luo woman? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Lu Zhou opened the system dashboard to take a look. A new mission was listed under the Heavenly Writing mission column: search for the Open Earth Scroll. Open Earth Scroll? Up until now, Lu Zhou had mastered 4 heavenly writing powers. They were the sound technique, the power of speech, the area attack, the power of muting, the mimicry technique, the power of past lives, and the healing technique, the power of immaterial existence. He had expected a 5th power, but he hadn't anticipated it to be the Open Earth Scroll. While he was lost in thought, a voice rang out from outside. Greetings, Master. Lu Zhou snapped back to reality and emerged from the eastern pavilion, hands behind his back. When he saw Shiyin on one knee, he said, "You're back?" Inwardly, he thought, he's like a feral child. Shiyin looked around for a moment. Once he was certain his master was not going to reprimand him, he said, "I went to the Big Dipper Academy." The Big Dipper Academy? Lu Zhou was puzzled. Shiyin presented the leaf-sprouting pill with both hands. "I found this, a leaf-sprouting pill. A treasure. I took it just for you, Master." Lu Zhou took the leaf-sprouting pill and sniffed it. The medicinal smell was strong. Then, he tossed the pill to Shiyin and said, "You keep it." "Master, I searched the entire Big Dipper Academy. I even went through their chamber pots." No. I misspoke. Shiyin hurriedly put the leaf-sprouting pill away. "This is to be used after one's golden lotus is severed." Understood. Lu Zhou noticed that Shiyin's loyalty was steadily above 80%. Perhaps it was because he had not reprimanded Shiyin for going to the Big Dipper Academy on his own. In any case, there was no need for Shiyin to do that. At this moment, Shangrong walked into the eastern pavilion and said, "Greetings, Master." "What is it?" "Jing province is in turmoil." "I'd like to have a look," Shangrong said. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. He knew that Shangrong and Jinghai had never seen eye to eye and had always been at odds with each other. Jinghai wanted to attack Jing province, and Lu Zhou gave him 6 months to do it. What would Shangrong do there, with his 3-leaf cultivation base? "Old second," Lu Zhou said apathetically. "Yes, Master. I forbid you from fighting with Jinghai within these 6 months." "Can you do that?" Lu Zhou asked. Shiyin was shocked when he heard this. Since when had his master become so forgiving? It seemed like his master was being merciful toward his eldest senior brother. Shangrong was taken aback. Meeting his master's gaze, he said, "You misunderstood me, master. While it's true that the saber and sword may clash, sometimes, they can also be in harmony." Shiyin? Lu Zhou studied Yu Shangrong's face, gauging his reaction. He noticed that Yu Shangrong was still holding the diary. He roughly understood what was happening. Then, he said, "What about your three-leaf cultivation base?" Yu Shangrong straightened his back and said with a nonchalant confidence, "With my sword in hand, I have nothing to fear." Lu Zhou felt speechless. It seemed impossible to change Yu Shangrong's temperament. In the end, he calmly said, "In that case, you should go." "Thank you, master. If there's a threat to you, you should prioritize your life," Lu Zhou said. "I've faced countless dangers in my life. My enemies are the only ones who would choose to preserve their lives," Yu Shangrong said. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. Yu Shangrong sensed the shift in the atmosphere. So, he bowed slightly and said in an acquiescing tone, "I'll remember your words." Ding. Disciplined Yu Shangrong. Reward, 200 merit points. He won't listen to me if I talk to him normally. I'll have to put on a stern expression every single time. Go, then. Yu Shangrong nodded and turned around, leaving the Eastern Pavilion. Second senior brother. Second senior brother. Shiyin called out, running after Yu Shangrong. "What's the matter?" Yu Shangrong stopped, looking at Shiyin in confusion. "A leaf-sprouting pill." Shiyin presented the pill with both hands, hoping to subtly curry favor with his second senior brother. Yu Shangrong glanced at the pill indifferently and smiled, "You should keep such a precious item for yourself." With that, he flew up, his movements as light as willow, and vanished in the blink of an eye. Shiyin, still holding the leaf-sprouting pill, muttered to himself, "Is this thing worthless? Did I go through all that trouble for nothing? And Mr. Fourth?" Zhou Jifeng walked over to take a look. "Just spit it out. Nobody wants the pill?" Zhou Jifeng was practically drooling. "You want it?" "Thank you, Mr. Fourth." Zhou Jifeng hastily bowed. "You're out of your mind. When did I say I'll give it to you?" Shiyin put the leaf-sprouting pill away. Zhou Jifeng was speechless. Shiyin did not return to the Eastern Pavilion. Instead, he decided to go back to the Southern Pavilion to rest. Just then, he saw little Yuaner and Conk walking toward him, chatting happily. A newcomer?" Shiyin walked up to them. He greeted little Yuaner, little junior sister. Little Yuaner saw what he was holding and said, "Fourth senior brother? Did you bring some delicious snacks for me?" Conk merely smiled at him. "This is?" "Conk." Little Yuaner replied. "Conk?" Shiyin felt shocked. He circled Conk with a smile, sizing her up. No one knew what was going through his mind. "Fourth senior brother, what's this?" "A leaf-sprouting pill," Shiyin replied nonchalantly. "Let me see it." Shiyin passed the leaf-sprouting pill to little Yuaner and stood to the side, observing Conk. Little Yuaner opened the bag and took it out to inspect it. The sparkling, translucent leaf-sprouting pill was fragrant. This was little Yuaner and Conk's first time seeing a leaf-sprouting pill, and they were naturally curious. Conk was clearly captivated by the pearl-like leaf-sprouting pill. "Here," little Yuaner said, placing the leaf-sprouting pill in Conk's hand. Conk accepted it carefully and held it up to the sunlight. The two girls continued whispering to each other. "Can this be eaten?" "It's something to be eaten, like candy," little Yuaner said, admiring the leaf-sprouting pill. "Oh." Conk looked at the candy-like, translucent leaf-sprouting pill, feeling an urge to eat it. After all, no child could resist the allure of sweets. She raised her hand and placed the leaf-sprouting pill in her mouth. It melted instantly. Shiyin walked over at this moment. When he saw her clean, empty palm, he said in confusion, "Where's my leaf-sprouting pill?" "I ate it," Conk replied innocently. "Huh? It's sweet and salty, and hot." After saying this, Conk shut her eyes and fell to the side. Shiyin. After a cultivator has severed their golden lotus and consumed a leaf-sprouting pill, the pill stimulates their Dantian sea of qi to produce large amounts of primal qi. This raises their cultivation base and stimulates the growth of a new leaf. Leaf-sprouting pills are difficult to refine, and the materials needed to refine them are rare. During the early stages of the pill's development, the only test subjects were cultivators who had entered the nascent divinity realm. Although this was Yin's first time seeing a leaf-sprouting pill, his common sense told him that ordinary people should not consume it. Otherwise, the effects would be adverse. As soon as he saw Conk falling, he quickly extended his hand and sent a surge of energy to protect her. Then, with his other hand, he rapidly sealed her meridian points with quick taps. Fourth senior brother, what's happening to Conk? Little Yuan seemed slightly anxious, now that she realized something was wrong. Initially, Shiyin wanted to reprimand little Yuan. However, he couldn't bring himself to do it when he saw her worried expression. Bring her into the room, Shiyin said. Shiyin and little Yuan quickly carried Conk into little Yuan's room in the southern pavilion. Little Yuan was beside herself with worry. Is she going to be all right? Shiyin couldn't guarantee it, so he only said, calm down. He pushed his primal qi forward, and an energy seal supported Conk. He channeled his qi through his palm and sent it into her 8 extraordinary meridians and her internal organs. He could sense the intense surging of the pill's effects in her body. He was shocked to discover that it was growing more and more intense. No wonder she had fainted, unable to withstand it. She's immortal. Shiyin exclaimed in shock. If she had the slightest bit of cultivation, he could have helped her by channeling the primal qi from the pill into her Dantian sea of qi, helping her break through and avert the danger. However, since she was immortal, the pill's effects had nowhere to go and were ricocheting around her internal organs. He knew this could not continue. Medicine was 3 parts poison. Moreover, even cultivators would be in agony after consuming this pill. One had to remember that cultivators endured harsh body tempering processes. Their extraordinary 8 meridians had been strengthened, and a grand cultivator in the nascent divinity tribulation realm was much more powerful in terms of physical strength, even without the aid of their primal qi. Without hesitation, Shiyin continued to channel his primal qi. Shiyin sensed that the pill's effects were moving toward her Dantian sea of qi. Her life would be in danger if this continued. He had to stop it. Shiyin dared not let his guard down. He used his primal qi to contain the pill's effects within her extraordinary 8 meridians and blocked the entrance to her Dantian sea of qi. At that moment, Conk groaned. Blood trickled from the corner of her lips. Little Yuan jumped in shock and hastily said, Fourth senior brother, I'll go get master. I'll go get master. Shiyin did not stop her. He focused on protecting Conk. Little Yuan ran out of the room. Shiyin did everything in his power. Saving someone was much more difficult than killing someone, especially when dealing with something as unexpected as this. Soon, his forehead was drenched in sweat. Soon enough, Lu Zhou arrived outside the southern pavilion. The female cultivators around him bowed. Bam! Lu Zhou waved his arm, and a blast of energy opened the door. He entered the room. Master. Shiyin looked sheepish. I didn't do this intentionally. She was too quick. Don't worry, she'll be fine soon. Lu Zhou looked at Conk, her condition did not seem promising. A pained expression was on her face, and there were bloodstains at the corners of her lips. Most importantly, white fumes were rising from her body, indicating that Conk's outlook was not good. Move aside. Understood. Shiyin moved to the side at once. He wiped his sweat away and remained bowed, not daring to move. His heart raced as he glanced furtively at Conk. You better survive, young lady. Otherwise, master will beat me to death for sure. Lu Zhou walked to the bed. He placed 2 fingers on her wrist and channeled some primal chi into her body. Kong's extraordinary 8 meridians were in a mess, and the pill's effects were restless, impacting her Dantian's sea of chi. Without the preparation of body tempering, mortals had no place to store the primal chi from the pill, leading to their bodies imploding and dying. He raised his palm, and a faint blue light shone between his fingers. To visit many places without moving and reap many benefits, this was the 4th heavenly writing power, the power of immaterial existence. When the power entered Kong's body, the pill's effects were immediately nullified by Lu Zhou's stronger power. Lu Zhou did not use too much of his extraordinary power, he merely used a small portion of it. Healing could not be done overnight. However, as he healed her, he discovered more and more about her unique and intriguing characteristics. That can't be right. Shiyin was beside himself with anxiety, worried that something bad and unexpected might happen. He hastily pulled little Yuaner aside and asked, softly, "Where did this young girl come from?" Little Yuaner honestly told him what she knew. Upon hearing her words, Shiyin was certain that Kong was immortal. He felt more at ease. It's fine. Even if something were to happen, it won't be a big deal. At that moment, the blue light in the room suddenly flashed blindingly bright. A powerful blue lotus instantly enveloped the entire southern pavilion. Shiyin was shocked. He looked at the light from the blue lotus on the floor, then outside the room. Lu Zhou was standing at the center of the blue lotus, pressing down with both palms. The petals of the blue lotus seemed alive between his fingers. Under the sunlight, the blue lotus's radiance seemed exceptionally brilliant. A powerful surge of life energy rippled out from the southern pavilion into the surroundings like a tide. The first to notice this strange phenomenon were the 4 elders of the old age pavilion. Leng Luo, Pan Lidian, Hua Wudao, and Zui Yushu walked out of their rooms. The 4 of them looked at the dazzling blue lotus. What's happening? I've never seen the pavilion master use such a grand healing technique. I'm afraid he must have encountered a problem. The 4 of them frowned slightly. Without another word, Leng Luo raised his palm. 100 Tribulations Insight. Leng Luo's avatar did not have a golden lotus. Even so, 100 Tribulations Insight avatar was still 100 Tribulations Insight avatar. It was not something a 10 Worlds avatar, or lower, could compare to. He sent his avatar into the air. Elder Leng, what are you doing? Pan Lidian was puzzled. I understand now, Hua Wudao also unleashed his avatar. Similarly, it did not have a golden lotus. His 100 Tribulations Insight avatar flew into the air. Pan Lidian shook his head. Just as well. I should be the first to help. He joined his palms, and his avatar materialized. He pushed upward, and his 100 Tribulations Insight avatar flew up as well. The 300 Tribulations Insight avatars did not have golden lotuses. Zui Yushu was shocked. You've all severed your golden lotuses? What's wrong with that? The 3 of them looked at Zui Yushu. They could sympathize with her. After all, she had just joined the old age pavilion. It was expected that she would not immediately sever her golden lotus. An unnatural smile appeared on Zui Yushu's face as she said in an exhausted tone, I didn't think any of you would really sever your golden lotuses. Then, she slammed her staff on the ground. Whiz. The script seals on her staff floated out. The script seals looked like bricks that stacked on top of each other to form 100 Tribulations Insight avatar. The 3 elders looked at it simultaneously, inwardly amazed. There were many ways to form an avatar in the Confucian societies, much like the Taoist societies. However, this was an impressive method. There were advantages to using unconventional methods. One could usually catch opponents off guard. The downsides were that the might and speed were not as great as with the conventional method. They noticed that Zui Yushu's avatar did not have a golden lotus. None of the 4 avatars had golden lotuses. The 4 elders exchanged glances and smiled. At the same time, they positioned their avatars to cover the southern pavilion before flying toward little Yuaner's room. Their avatars grew, though they were now smaller after severing their golden lotuses. Still, the 100 tribulations inside avatars were an impressive sight, striking fear into the hearts of those who saw them. The 4 shining, golden giants, 3 males and 1 female, surrounded the blue lotus leaves. Power seemed to pour down from the sides like 4 waterfalls. The golden radiance and the blue lotus merged as they descended. In the northern and western pavilions of the Evil Sky Pavilion, female cultivators sweeping the stairs halfway up the mountain looked up at the blue lotus and the 4 avatars. They all stopped what they were doing to gaze at this impressive sight. The 4 humanoid avatars, each the size of a mountain, supported the leaves of the blue lotus, and power radiated from all 4 directions. Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng also looked up at the avatars, as a tidal wave of power fell from the sky. What's that? Such intense vitality and primal qi. The duo had been stuck in the divine court realm for a long time. This surge of primal qi and life energy stirred the seas of qi in their dantians. They exchanged a glance, then sat down on the ground, no longer concerned about what was happening elsewhere. After all, they could not offer any help. It was better to seize this opportunity for a breakthrough. Not going to form a golden lotus? Nope. They agreed on their cultivation method. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou poured all of his heavenly writing's extraordinary power into the task. This was the most extraordinary power he had used to unleash the power of immaterial existence. Unlike previous instances, he was now using it to save someone, rather than to kill. The benefits of this power allowed him to visit many places without moving, reaping many advantages. The chant of the heavenly writing swelled and rose in volume as it entered the blue lotus. Ming Shiyin was dumbstruck. Was his master out of his mind? Why would his master go to such lengths to save a young girl he barely knew? At this moment, he saw the 4 avatars around the blue lotus. The 4 elders' 100 tribulations inside avatars. Little Yuana ran out and looked at the golden flashes of energy in the sky. Primal qi and the heavenly writing's extraordinary power complemented each other. The golden and blue lights shone down the mountain with increasing intensity, like an expanding ocean. The trees grew abundantly halfway up the mountain, and the withered plants around the gazebo were revitalized. Birds and beasts chirped and roared in joy, leaping excitedly among the trees. At the foot of the mountain, even the plants were rejuvenated. The withered trees, where the battle with the great shaman, Ba Ma, had taken place, were given a new lease on life. Everything was growing once again. Inside the southern pavilion, Princess Yongning walked out of her room, enduring the uncomfortable sensation in her body. She was stunned by the impressive sight and stood rooted to the spot. Her eyes widened as she muttered, "Beautiful." She had heard Si Wuya mention that the Evil Sky Pavilion could not be violated and of the evil and unclean aspects of Golden Court Mountain. However, how could she believe others' words without witnessing it herself? Now that she had seen this, she disregarded the rumors. If she could, she would throw away her status as a princess and stay here forever. Cultivators around Golden Court Mountain stopped to look at the impressive scene. The citizens of Tongzi Town laid down their hoes and paused their labor, looking at the flashes of light in the distance. Although they could not get a clear view, the golden and blue radiance usually signified something positive. This time, it made them feel both fearful and respectful. With the support of the 4 avatars, the massive blue lotus nearly covered the entire Evil Sky Pavilion. The 4 pavilions were filled with the energy of the blue lotus. "I can't hold it anymore," Hua Wudao was the first to speak. "Just a little longer," Leng Luo said, encouragingly. "Who is the pavilion master trying to save, anyway? Does he have to cause such a huge scene? Regardless, our objective is to help the pavilion master." The 4 of them exchanged a glance and nodded. All of their faces, without exception, were glistening with sweat. Maintaining 100 tribulations inside Avatar for a long time was no small feat, after all. It was incredible that they could even hold out for so long. A moment later, the 4 elders began to sway on their feet. "On my count, we'll retreat together," Leng Luo said in his deep voice. If they kept this up, they would be hurt. Alright. Lin Luo's avatar shifted slightly. Lu Zhou sensed movement in the skies and gauged his extraordinary power again. In a few short breaths, he would run out of extraordinary power. Everything hinged on this final moment. He could meditate to replenish his extraordinary power, but if this young girl were to die, her secrets would perish with her. Whiz. The heavenly writing's power was at its maximum output. The 4 avatars retreated at the same time. As they retreated, a leaf appeared on each of them. They sprouted leaves. No way. They sprouted leaves at the same time. The 4 avatars sprouted leaves simultaneously, now in the one-leaf nascent divinity tribulation realm. What a majestic sight it was. Sprouting a leaf signified that they had grown stronger. The 4 avatars grew larger as they sprouted their leaves. From their 10-foot height, they grew to 20 feet simultaneously. The 4 elders were, naturally, overjoyed. Again? Hua Wudao asked hesitantly. Since they had a breakthrough, it meant they could now keep going. However, Zui Yushu said, there's no need for that. She recalled her avatar from the sky and added, the pavilion master is stopping. The others felt it as well. If the pavilion master stopped, it was meaningless for them to continue. As their avatars vanished, the blue lotus also faded from sight. The 4 elders staggered backward. Although they had a breakthrough, it did not lessen the strain on their bodies. Let's adjust our breaths here. Similarly, Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng experienced breakthroughs. However, their breakthroughs were less impressive. They were rookies among nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivators. Although they formed 100 tribulations inside avatars at the same time, and their cultivation bases were comparable to the elders of the Old Age Pavilion, the actual difference in their strength was as different as heaven and earth. The commotion of their breakthroughs was completely overshadowed by the blue lotus. Nonetheless, they had received the help they needed and were now officially in the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Inside the southern pavilion room, everything was silent. Lu Zhou had done everything he could. He stroked his beard, looked at Conk, and then placed 2 fingers on her wrist. After a brief examination, he frowned deeply. Perhaps terrified by this massive disturbance, Shiyin fell to his knees and said, I've made a mistake. I didn't mean to harm her. When little Yuaner saw this, she raised her hands, pouted, and wiped away her tears. Lu Zhou looked at the 2 of them and reprimanded them, be quiet. Oh. The 2 of them shut their mouths at once. Lu Zhou didn't have time to listen to them. He sensed that the extraordinary 8 meridians in Konk's body had been completely connected. Her Dantian, the Sea of Qi, had been activated. How is this possible? Lu Zhou thought he was hallucinating. He examined her again. After his examination, he confirmed that Conk was now a mystic Enlightening realm cultivator with 5 connected meridians. He really couldn't figure it out. A normal cultivator would have to undergo body tempering first. Body tempering involves cultivating the muscles, bones, and tendons. The body needs to be tempered from the inside out, including the extraordinary 8 meridians. When the conditions are right, the cultivator would enter the mystic Enlightening realm. After connecting 5 meridians in the mystic Enlightening realm, one's senses are greatly sharpened. The human body is a container. When the container's quality is improved, it becomes more tolerant of the havoc wreaked by primal qi. Primal qi can be condensed into energy that protects the cultivator as they breathe and move. This is how it is for a cultivator. No one can skip this step, yet Conk had easily entered the mystic Enlightening realm. Lu Zhou used every bit of heavenly writing's power to preserve Konk's extraordinary 8 meridians. However, he could only preserve them, he could not help her undergo body tempering or cultivate. Having used his power repeatedly, he knew this all too well. Yet, Conk had effortlessly and naturally entered the mystic Enlightening realm. Lu Zhou stroked his beard, pondering this. He really couldn't make sense of it. What had happened? Shiyin remained kneeling on the ground, too afraid to speak. Little Yuaner, on the other hand, had stopped crying and was now looking at Conk. Despite his 1,000 years of experience and knowledge, Lu Zhou could not find an answer to his question. He stood up and mumbled, "Incredible." Ming Shiyin looked up at his master, confused, and asked, "Master, how is she doing?" He stole a glance at Conk, who was lying on the bed. He could sense that she was still breathing smoothly and didn't seem to be in any danger. When Ming Shiyin saw his master frowning and lost in thought, he stood up, walked to the bed, and placed 2 fingers on Conk's wrist. His eyes widened in disbelief as he examined her pulse again. Good heavens! The result was the same. He stammered, "And mystic enlightening?" He leaped backward, alarmed, and said, "Master, is she a spy sent by another sect? Did she intentionally hide her cultivation base and strength?" Without waiting for a response from Lu Zhou, Ming Shiyin shook his head, refuting his own guess. "No, it doesn't make sense to send a mystic enlightening cultivator as a spy." Little Yuaner was shocked and puzzled. "Fourth senior brother, is Conk dead?" "She's not dead. She's doing fine. She's now in the mystic enlightening realm," Ming Shiyin replied. Mystic enlightening realm? Entering the mystic enlightening realm directly without undergoing body tempering. There was no doubt that Conk had entered the mystic enlightening realm, but Lu Zhou could not figure out how this happened. This was truly strange. If she were from the modern world, it would be like skipping a grade. In fact, she was even more terrifying than those grade skippers in the modern world. A grade skipper merely learns faster compared to other students. Fundamentally, they still have a foundation. However, Conk had no foundation whatsoever, yet she directly skipped the body tempering process and entered the mystic enlightening realm. Even the exceptionally talented little Yuaner was not capable of this. While Lu Zhou was still lost in his thoughts, the 4 elders appeared in the courtyard. "Greetings, Pavilion Master." Lu Zhou stopped thinking. He calmly said, "Come in, all of you." The 4 elders entered the room. They glanced around and could roughly guess what had happened. At the same time, they looked at Conk, who was lying on the bed. "What happened?" Zui Yushu asked, puzzled. Allow me. Ming Shiyin raised a hand. He seemed enthusiastic about recounting something so sensational. He stood before the 4 elders, cleared his throat, and said, "Genius. A super genius. A peerless genius. She directly entered the mystic enlightening realm. Don't look at me as if I'm some lunatic." What was he talking about? They could not understand Ming Shiyin's words. Only when Ming Shi calmed down and properly recounted what had happened did they understand. All of them clicked their tongues in wonder and amazement. There had never been a cultivator who entered the mystic enlightening realm without undergoing body tempering. The 4 elders took turns walking to the bed to examine Conk's extraordinary 8 meridians. Even the knowledgeable elders were baffled by this strange occurrence. They could not understand it. The 4 of them frowned, lost in their thoughts. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and looked at the elders. "Elder Pan, any ideas?" Pan Lantian's wizened face twitched. He smiled, "I'm sure Elder Lung knows. I won't embarrass myself." Lung Lua whispered to Hua Wudao, "Elder Hua, you answer this." "Me? I think it's better to leave this to Seniors Hua." Hua Wudao hastily stepped back. Zui Yushu frowned. These 3 old men are ganging up on a woman. How could they do this? This shameless lot. However, Zui Yushu did know something about this. She said, "I don't think she has never undergone body tempering." When the others heard this, they looked at Zui Yushu. "What makes you say that?" Lu Zhou asked, stroking his beard. Zui Yushu glanced to the side before speaking with the air of a teacher. "You preserved her meridian vessels with some unconventional method, Pavilion Master. With the added power of the 4 of us, it's not impossible for her to complete body tempering in a short amount of time under those conditions. But her bodily functions aren't strong." "She's no different from a mortal," Ming Shiyin said, still perplexed. The pavilion master's power and our powers complemented each other, Sui Yushu explained. When we activated her Dantian Sea of Qi, our powers cancelled each other out, which led to this outcome. Sui Yushu cupped her fists at Lu Zhou and said, "Of course, these are only my speculations. It's no small feat to enter the mystic enlightening realm under such conditions." Lantian commented, "In that case, this young girl might be a rare cultivation genius, one who only appears once every 1,000 years. Indeed. Sui Yushu agreed. Ming Shiyin rolled his eyes at them, speechless. After all this time, they had finally reached the same conclusions he had. At this moment, Hua Wudao stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Pavilion Master. I'm willing to take her on as a disciple. I'll do everything I can to teach her all I know. Please agree to my request, Pavilion Master." Lin Luo responded, "You're going to teach a young lady to fight with your tortoiseshell technique? I think this young lady is more suited to the Dao invisibility technique. I guarantee that she'll become the next 8-leaf Dao invisibility elite." Lantian disapproved, "I don't think there's much difference between the Dao invisibility technique and the tortoiseshell technique. With her talent, she should be learning energy seals with me. Becoming an 8-leaf cultivator is nothing. I hope that she'll become a 9-leaf cultivator." Sui Yushu joined the Evil Sky Pavilion late. However, when she saw a young talent like Conk, she felt an urge to teach her as well. As a woman, she resented the Confucian Society's patrilineal inheritance. She felt it was a waste to take all her knowledge to the grave. I. Before Sui Yushu could finish her sentence, Lu Zhou raised a hand and calmly said, "That's enough." The room fell silent. Nothing was certain yet, and they were already fighting over a potential disciple. When Lu Zhou looked at the elders, none of them dared to speak. "I have my arrangements for her. Let's call it a day." The 4 of them bowed and left the southern pavilion. Outside the southern pavilion, the 4 of them sighed and shook their heads. "What a shame that a genius like her can't become my disciple." Lantian sighed. "Let's not think about it anymore. With the pavilion master around, we won't get the chance." The others were taken aback. That made sense. How could they have forgotten this? Inside the room, Lu Zhou looked at the unharmed Conk. He had considered accepting her as his disciple, but taking on another disciple would not benefit him further. In fact, it would only be a distraction. According to Ji Tiandao's sequence of recruiting his disciples, the 9 disciples were somehow related to a poem. In that case, if the 10th disciple's name was Conk, did that not mean that everything would deviate from the original plan? "Look after her," Lu Zhou ordered. "Yes, Master." Lu Zhou decided to focus on unraveling the mysteries behind Conk for now. Why couldn't the Eye of Truth see through her? How did she directly enter the mystic enlightening realm? Where did she come from? Where would she go? 2 days later, the Battle of Jing Province began. With the support of the Penglai sect, the Nether sect launched a full-scale attack against the city under Yu Xinghai's leadership. Huang Shiji and Yu Xinghai, 2 8-leaf elites, attacked Jing Province city alongside Hua Chongyang and other Nether sect elites. Jing Province fell into turmoil. In less than 3 days, the garrison was pushed back. The Nether sect capitalized on the momentum and occupied the general's mansion. Inside the general's mansion, Yu Xinghai was in a better mood than before. He said to Huang Shiji, who stood beside him, "Thanks to you, brother Shiji, we were able to defeat Wen Shu." Huang Shiji waved his hand. "It's nothing. Sect Master Yu, your great dark heaven memorial has truly broadened my horizons. The way you shook the land with a swing of your saber is amazing." Everyone said that Yu Xinghai's cultivation base was profound, but few had seen him in action. After the battle at Jing Province, Huang Shiji admitted that, although he was also an 8-leaf cultivator, it would be difficult for him to defeat Yu Xinghai. "If you have any requests, brother Shiji, please feel free to speak. I will do my best to fulfill them," Yu Xinghai said. Huang Shiji initially had many requests, but when he thought of Ji Tiandao's 9-leaf golden lotus, he said, "There's no need to thank me. We're just friends helping each other out. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. Brother Shiji! Yu Jinghai cried out. I'm fine. That old bandit Wen Shu couldn't beat me directly, so he resorted to a sneak attack. How despicable. At that moment, Hua Chongyang hurried into the mansion. He cupped his fists at the two of them and said, Report, Sect Master. We've searched every corner of the formation. The old brigand Wen Shu has gotten away. When he heard this, Yu Jinghai said in a deep voice, Find him, even if it means turning the city inside out. Yes, Sect Master. Hua Chongyang bowed. Meanwhile, in a channel north of Jing province, 5 battered armored men were running. General Wen, this way. If we follow this channel that runs between the huge trees, we'll reach Measure Heaven River, 50 miles away. I prepared a boat there. An old man was sandwiched between them. His armor was damaged, and his face was wounded. This was one of the 8 great commanders who guarded Jing Province City and the Confucian Society elite, General Wen Shu. Wen Shu glanced at Jing Province City. Then, he shook his head and said, I won't rest until I take my revenge. The moment he said this, a calm and gentle voice rang out from above a tree. My apologies. Wen Shu and his entourage were like birds startled by the mere twang of a bough. They felt fortunate to have survived the Battle of Jing Province, though they were all injured to varying degrees. Therefore, the sudden voice startled and frightened them. Who's there? General Wen Shu, look out. A green-robed swordsman with a long sword in his hand perched on a branch of a huge tree. He looked down on everyone with a lofty bearing and said with a smile, My apologies, but you must remain here. One of them found this swordsman's appearance extremely similar to a certain legendary individual. He's Yu Shangrong. The sword devil, Yu Shangrong, someone cried out. Wen Shu's heart sank and thumped wildly in his chest. Even in peak condition, he was merely slightly stronger than Huang Shiji. There was no way he could match Yu Shangrong or Yu Jinghai. He had heard about the grand battle between the 2 8-leaf elites in Radiant Cloud Forest, which was well known in the cultivation world. It was clear that the sword devil Yu Shangrong, whose name struck fear into the hearts of those who heard it, was as strong as Yu Jinghai. Wen Shu continued to stare at Yu Shangrong, perched on the tree, warily and in trepidation. I can't panic. I must pull myself together. In the end, he cupped his fists together, inhaled, and gathered his primal chi. Your reputation precedes you, sword devil. Forgive our lack of hospitality. Yu Shangrong calmly replied, My sword never kills someone without a name. Apart from Wen Shu, the rest of you should leave. I'll give you 3 breaths to do so. The remaining 4 soldiers exchanged a glance. Wen Shu frowned and hastily said, Fleeing before the enemy is a death offense. The 4 soldiers were not fools. How could they handle Yu Shangrong? Fleeing before the enemy? Aren't you doing exactly that, you old geezer? We're sorry, General Wen. What could they do in 3 breaths? The answer was simple, they could run for their lives, of course. Without hesitation, the 4 turned and ran immediately. In just a blink, they vanished among the trees. They could not be blamed. After all, they were unaware that Yu Shangrong had severed his golden lotus. Who would not cower in fear before the 8-leaf elite, Yu Shangrong? Wen Shu furrowed his brows, his expression was dark. He suppressed the unpleasant feeling in his heart and cupped his fists together again, saying, I heard you're at odds with Yu Jinghai, the sect master of the Nether sect. To be honest, I've fought with him for 100 rounds earlier. If you find him now, I'm sure you'll be able to easily defeat him. Still perched on the branch, Yu Shangrong smiled faintly and said, It looks like you don't understand me at all. Huh? So what if I defeat him now? It won't be a glorious victory, Yu Shangrong said tonelessly. Wen Shu relaxed and said, I'm also injured. Dear sir. Yu Shangrong lowered his arms to cut Wen Shu off. With the scabbard in his right hand, he tossed it up lightly and caught his longevity sword. With a push of his left hand, a blast of energy sent the scabbard flying. Bam! The scabbard embedded itself into the tree. The scarlet longevity sword was raised before Shangrong. Alas, you'll have to die. After saying this, Shangrong patted the sword. With movements as light as a swallow, he flew toward Wenshu on his sword. Wenshu's expression turned grim. He retreated at once, shooting multiple talismans from his palms. Bam! 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 The two began to fight. Shangrong appeared calm. He held the longevity sword behind him as he walked toward his target. Wenshu kept sending out talismans and script seals as if he were facing a formidable enemy. After all, this was the Sword Devil, Shangrong, the second master of the evil Sky Pavilion, whose every move was aimed to kill. His moniker, Sword Devil, was well earned. Despite being seriously wounded, how could Wenshu hold back when facing such an opponent? He had to forcefully muster all the strength he had left to fight for his survival. Wenshu's eyes widened as he continued to send more and more talismans and script seals. Yet, the Sword Devil evaded all of them, dancing around the attacks unscathed. At this moment, the Sword Devil was rapidly approaching him. Shangrong swung the longevity sword. Bam! 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 Several talismans were parried by the longevity sword, the sword shadows so dense they looked like a blur. When Wenshu saw the Sword Devil closing in, he shouted, "Open!" A circular energy seal blast rippled out into his surroundings. His 8-leaf avatar appeared and grew in size. Boom! The trees within a few dozen meters fell. However, after a few breaths, Wenshu's avatar vanished. He felt the pressure had eased slightly. Where's the Sword Devil? Wenshu looked up cautiously. He saw Shangrong gracefully flip in the air above the cloud of dust. It seemed like he had managed to push Shangrong back. He found this hard to believe. Although he had used all his strength to attack, it should have been easy for the Sword Devil to destroy his avatar and kill him. It baffled him to see Shangrong retreating at this moment. Meanwhile, Shangrong avoided the shockwave from the 8-leaf avatar's appearance. When he landed, he advanced again, much faster. "Are you toying with me?" Wenshu asked, incensed and offended. He kept pushing his palm out, and different talismans appeared between his fingers. A faint golden light swirled around his palms. He pushed forward. Shangrong tapped the ground with his feet and shot into the air. His sword hovered beside him, and densely packed energy swords appeared. Sword Devil's Destiny. Countless energy swords shot toward Wenshu. Wenshu scoffed. "Is this all the Sword Devil's got? You'll pay for underestimating your opponent." He joined his palms together, connecting his left index finger with his right. Then, he stomped his feet on the ground, and the golden light between his fingers flashed brighter than before. This was the best opportunity to unleash abandoned wisdom. All elements were in place. The Sword Devil was above, and Wenshu was below. The angle was perfect, and the timing was impeccable. Wenshu would never let go of such a wonderful opportunity. A string of words hung above his hands, abandoned wisdom. This was the most powerful technique of the Confucian societies. The energy seals formed streamlined bullets above his fingers. Then, he shot toward Shangrong like a cannonball. The energy swords from the Sword Devil's Destiny collided with the energy seals of abandoned wisdom. Boom! 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 The Sword Devil's Destiny could not block abandoned wisdom. Shangrong's expression remained unchanged. He performed a 180-degree flip, retreated, and unleashed his avatar. Whiz! When his avatar appeared, it created a shocking scene. Shangrong merged with his avatar, joining palms with its own. The four palms advanced against abandoned wisdom. Time seemed to slow down at this moment. It was a move that could decide the outcome of the battle in an instant, yet it seemed to take forever. The trees fell as the two opponents moved toward each other. They flew upward, one pressing forward while the other retreated. When Shu caught a glimpse of Shangrong's avatar's golden lotus before bursting into laughter. It seems like the heavens are on my side today. Who knew I'd meet the sword devil who has severed his golden lotus? You're seeking death. He felt invigorated and hopeful, now that he had seen Shangrong's lack of a golden lotus. The flames of his fury finally found an outlet. The radiance of abandoned wisdom shone between his fingers as he charged toward the four palms. Their energies collided. Boom! A horizontal streak of energy swept through the surroundings. Bam! 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 The huge trees around them were felled by the collision of energies. Their lines of sight were suddenly unobstructed. When Shu maintained abandoned wisdom, Shangrong's four palms were crossed as he parried the blow. When Shu thought that Shangrong would be heavily wounded from the attack, but that did not seem to be the case. Shangrong was not only unharmed, but he managed to maintain his avatar. A shocked expression appeared on Wen Shu's face as he looked at Shangrong incredulously. 3-leaf. Why, you're just a 3-leaf cultivator. How did you block that? Why is your avatar still here? His voice trembled as he spoke. At this moment, the two began to descend to the ground. You know too little about avatars, Shangrong said nonchalantly, looking at Wen Shu as though he was already a dead man. Wen Shu felt his temper rising. He said contemptuously, so what? Even if I'm heavily wounded, I won't lose to a mere 3-leaf cultivator like. Swoosh! 3 leaves shot out at lightning speed toward Wen Shu and cut his neck, creating a neat wound before he even finished speaking. They finally touched the ground. Wen Shu's eyes were wide as he looked at the 3 leaves in disbelief. Fresh blood gushed out of his wound. At this moment, the 3 shining golden leaves returned to the longevity sword's side. Rip! 2 of the leaves suddenly split into 2, shining with a brilliant golden light. 5 leaves circled in the air and eventually flew toward the avatar, which disappeared under the glaring sunlight. Shangrong stood with his back to the sun. His slender figure seemed lofty and untouchable. Against the glare of the sun, Wen Shu could not see his expression, but he could hear Shangrong say, I'm a peerless 8-leaf elite. Always have been and always will be. The blood gushing from Wen Shu's neck wound stained his chest. When he felt he could no longer breathe, it seemed as though his soul was being grabbed by an invisible hand from his Dantian sea of qi. It was pulled up from his heart, briefly lodged in his throat, and finally escaped his body. He fell backward. The sun shone on Shangrong's face, illuminating his calm and stoic expression. Perhaps he was used to such scenes, he felt only apathy. Shangrong raised his palm, and from the distant tree trunk, the scabbard flew back to him. He sheathed his sword. He suddenly wondered if his earlier claim had been too audacious, considering his invincible master. At that moment, Lu Zhou was meditating on the heavenly writing scrolls, having used up all his extraordinary power. The addition of 1,500 merit points left him puzzled. Among his 9 disciples, it was most likely that Shangrong had killed a grand cultivator. Jinghai had not yet returned, and Tianxin was still exiled. It could have been Shiyin as well. During the battle at the Obedient Villa, Shiyin, a 3-leaf cultivator, had killed a 5-leaf cultivator. However, Shiyin had not left the Evil Sky Pavilion. If not Shangrong, who else could it be? A 3-leaf Shangrong, with the experience and technique of an 8-leaf cultivator, would find killing a 5-leaf cultivator easy. Lu Zhou did not dwell on it much and closed his eyes to continue meditating on the heavenly writing scrolls. After the battle, Jing Province City was no longer the flourishing city it once was. The streets were occupied by members of the Nether sect. Only a few houses were damaged. In general, the battle did not cause much harm to the city. With an 8-leaf cultivation base, it was normal for cultivators to fight for days. Without a formation, it would not be surprising for 2 8-leaf cultivators to demolish Jing Province City. It was clear they had restrained themselves during the fight. Moreover, Jing Province City had activated its formation, shielding it from damage. At this moment, Nether sect disciples were everywhere, from the city walls to the city gates. Flies buzzed busily above the corpses scattered on the ground. The formation area was also occupied by Nether sect cultivators. The smell of blood filled the air from the streets to the top of the city walls. Inside the general's mansion, Yu Jinghai, Si Wuya, and Huang Shiji were discussing their next move. Wai's brother, Liang Province, Yi Province, and Jing Province are now under the Nether sect's control. Should we advance north? Yu Jinghai asked. Si Wuya was about to reply when Hua Chongyang entered the room. He quickly said, Sect Master, we found Wen Shu's head at the northern city gate. Yu Jinghai, Si Wuya, and Huang Shiji instinctively rose to their feet in shock. Huang Shiji, an 8-leaf expert, frowned slightly and asked, who did it? Hua Chongyang shook his head. We're not sure. With his hands behind his back, Yu Jinghai said, it must be the work of an elite, capable of killing Wen Shu. Is there anything else? There's only Wen Shu's head, however, based on the cut, it seemed to have been made by a sword, Hua Chongyang replied. A sword path elite? A smile bloomed on Yu Jinghai's face as he said, well, it's no surprise. After all, as the saying goes, a just cause attracts much support, an unjust one finds little. If I can meet this elite, I'll have to personally thank him. At the end of his sentence, his expression turned regretful, as though he felt it was a pity he could not meet this mysterious elite who killed Wen Shu. In his opinion, there was no doubt the other party meant to help the Nether sect by displaying Wen Shu's head near the city gate. Huang Shiji cupped his fists and said, you have the support of the people, Sect Master Yu. The world will one day belong to the Nether sect. Hua Chongyang added, I've sent some men out north to investigate. Based on their observations, there had been a battle, and Wen Shu seems to have unleashed quite a bit of power. However, his opponent's sword skills were amazing. No energy swords were wasted. He relied mostly on his sword and didn't leave many marks behind. Si Wuya said, puzzled, apart from second senior brother, who else is capable of this? Yu Jinghai shook his head and said, Wise brother, Wen Shu was heavily wounded by me. If it was second junior brother, Wen Shu wouldn't have had the chance to react at all. It can't be him. Moreover, knowing him, he would wish for Wen Shu to survive. When the others heard this, they nodded in agreement. Si Wuya wondered if he should mention the matter about Shangrong severing his golden lotus, but in the end, he swallowed his words. At this juncture, it was very likely that his eldest senior brother did not want to hear anything about severing one's golden lotus. The bigger picture was more important. His eldest senior brother had nothing on his mind now except conquering the world. In the eastern pavilion of the Evil Sky Pavilion, after meditating on the heavenly writing scrolls for 5 days, Lu Zhou felt that his extraordinary power was nearly fully replenished. However, it was far from enough to merely meditate on the heavenly writing scrolls. Now that the barrier had been restored, and the world was intimidated by the presence of a 9-leaf elite in the Evil Sky Pavilion, this was the best opportunity for him to focus on cultivating. If he could progress from the 1-leaf stage to the 2-leaf stage, there was a chance he could advance from the 2-leaf stage to the 3-leaf stage. Lu Zhou opened the system dashboard and took a look. Remaining life, 16,744 days. Reversal cards, 48. This amounted to about 45 years of life. His bodily functions were not at their peak yet. After considering it, Lu Zhou used 10 reversal cards, increasing his lifespan by 4,000 days. Lu Zhou did not use the remaining reversal cards. His instincts told him that the value of these cards might increase after the Earth Scroll was activated. Master, Little Yuaner's voice came from outside at that moment. Come in. Little Yuaner pushed the doors open and brought Conk into the room. Conk appeared slightly shy, perhaps still in shock from consuming the leaf-sprouting pull. Let me see your hand, Lu Zhou said. Oh, Conk extended her hand in front of Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou placed 2 fingers on Conk's wrist. HM? Lu Zhou sensed that, aside from her Dantian Sea of Qi being directly activated, there was now some primal Qi flowing through her meridian vessels. things seemed to have gotten stranger. If she hadn't cultivated in the past, how could she have entered the cultivating state? She had never undergone the conventional body tempering process. The flow of primal qi was no laughing matter. If it condensed into energy, she would certainly be injured. Lu Zhou lifted his fingers and stared intently at Conk as he asked, "Conk, answer me honestly. Do you really know nothing about cultivation?" "Cultivation?" Conk blinked her large eyes. Lu Zhou flipped his palm, and a miniature avatar appeared above it. 2 leaves spun beneath the avatar. Little Yuaner wasn't surprised at all. It was no longer news to them that their master was skilled in controlling avatars of different realms. Lu Zhou said, "This is what cultivation means." "I've seen this before," Conk said curiously. "Oh? Where?" 8 leaves, 9 leaves, and 10 leaves. Conk extended her fingers and happily counted the leaves she had seen, looking at the leaves spinning beneath Lu Zhou's avatar. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou felt slightly shocked. "Where did you see it?" Conk shook her head and muttered, "I can't remember. Maybe I was dreaming." Lu Zhou was speechless. Did she just claim she had seen something in her dream? After confirming that Conk had returned to normal and that there were no other issues aside from the tempering of her extraordinary 8 meridians, he said, "Yuaner." "Yes, master. Tell everyone to focus on their cultivation for the next 6 months. They are free to choose whether to sever their golden lotuses or not. Everyone should help each other out, but we must be quick about this. Additionally, nobody is to teach Conk about cultivation in any way." Little Yuaner understood the first part of the instructions, but the second part left her confused. Just as she was about to speak, Lu Zhou interjected, "If there's nothing else, you may leave." "Yes, master." Little Yuaner led Conk away from the eastern pavilion. The eastern pavilion was quiet once more. Lu Zhou was lost in his thoughts. If there were other 9-leaf cultivators, or even a 10-leaf cultivator, in this world, where would they be at this moment? The 10-leaf stage only existed in old books, and there was the Thousand Realms whirling avatar as well. Lu Zhou checked the system dashboard. The price of a 1,000 Realms whirling avatar was 500,000 merit points. If he wanted to purchase the 1,000 Realms whirling avatar, he would have to wait until he reached the 9-leaf stage first. There was a long road ahead of him before he reached that stage. "I should save my merit points. I can't spend them now." Lu Zhou closed his eyes and continued to cultivate with his legs crossed. Early the next morning, outside the eastern pavilion, Zhu Honggong, old 8th, loitered around like an unemployed person. "Morning, 5th senior sister." "5th senior sister, you look more beautiful than yesterday," Zhu Honggong said with an ingratiating smile. Zhao Yu frowned. "What is it, old 8th?" Zhu Honggong looked around before he whispered, "5th senior sister, have you severed your golden lotus?" "I haven't, why?" Zhao Yu asked. "Just asking." "Nut job." Zhao Yu gave him a complicated look and walked away. Zhu Honggong continued to loiter around. When he saw little Yuaner and Conk strolling, he called out to them, "Little junior sister." "8th senior brother?" "Little junior sister, you look more beautiful than yesterday," Zhu Honggong said. Little Yuaner giggled. "Really?" Zhu Honggong walked up to her and whispered, "Little junior sister, have you severed your lotus?" "I haven't, why?" "Just asking," Zhu Honggong replied nonchalantly. Little Yuaner rolled her eyes at him. "You have too much time on your hands." Then, she led Conk to the back of the mountain in a run. "I knew it. Nobody has severed their golden lotus yet. They think they can fool me into severing mine first? Fat chance of that happening. I won't sever mine until everyone has severed theirs. Wait. If I sever it first, I can cultivate earlier than everyone. I can't put it off forever." Zhu Honggong looked at little Yuaner's retreating back, stroking his chin. Finally, he made up his mind. "I should look for 3rd senior brother and speak to him." Just as he was about to go to the training grounds halfway up the mountain, a voice rang out behind him. 8th junior brother, come here. 4th senior brother? Zhu Honggong saw Ming Shiyin waving at him nearby. His eyes brightened as he walked over, stood before Ming Shiyin, bowed, and asked, 4th senior brother, have you severed your lotus? Why? Ming Shiyin was not like the others. When he was asked this question, he immediately went on alert. Just asking. Forget that. I'll help you today. You've just formed your 100 tribulations inside Avatar and have no leaves yet. The earlier you sever it, the better it is. Huh? Stop hesitating. Let's go. It's definitely more difficult for you to sever your lotus. It'll be easier with mutual help. I'll help you, and you'll help me. That's how the 4 elders did it. Hey, I'm talking to you. Doesn't that make sense? Ming Shiyin asked. Yes, 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 Zhu Honggong nodded. Indeed, he could not bring himself to sever his lotus. Then, Ming Shiyin grabbed Zhu Honggong's collar and dragged him toward the southern pavilion. Once inside the room, he said, show me your avatar. Don't worry. My separation hook is quick and precise. It'll be over before you know it. Ming Shiyin flipped his palm. His separation hook hovered above it. A person without a heaven-grade weapon will find it hard to sever their lotuses. Lesser weapons like Earth-grade and Mystic-grade require multiple strikes. Some had it worse, unable to sever it even after half a day of hacking. Eh? Why are you sweating so much? Show me your avatar, quickly. Don't dawdle. Swoosh. Zhu Honggong turned and ran, crashing through the door and out of the pavilion. Running away? Ming Shiyin moved swiftly, activating his avatar. Whiz. Ming Shiyin and his avatar appeared in front of Zhu Honggong, grabbing him. I'm trying to help you. How dare you run away? What are you afraid of? Are you a man? You shouldn't be this cowardly. Look at 2nd senior brother, he's a true hero, so valiant. You should know that when 2nd senior brother severed his golden lotus, there were no survival pills. 2nd senior brother is the true pioneer. Old 8, have more faith in yourself. Show me your courage. Zhu Honggong chuckled bitterly. With tears streaming down his face, he said, I was just warming up. Then, with utmost reluctance, he summoned his avatar. As soon as it appeared, he hastily said, Senior brother, wait up. Ming Shiyin's separation hook burst with golden radiance as he swung it at Zhu Honggong's golden lotus. Ah! A wail, not unlike a pig's squeal, echoed throughout the entire southern pavilion. The moment the golden lotus fell to the ground, the upper part of the avatar melted back into Zhu Honggong's body. At this moment, Ming Shiyin scratched his head and asked, Old 8th, did you take the lotus-severing survival pill? Zhu Honggong's eyes rolled back into his head, and he fainted. Ming Shiyin was speechless. He quickly took out a survival pill and placed it in Zhu Honggong's mouth. Then, he took out a leaf-sprouting pill and did the same. Afterward, he carried Zhu Honggong back to the room and laid him on the bed. Ming Shiyin muttered to himself, you should thank me. The results of the Big Dipper Academy's latest research are now in you. Although this leaf-sprouting pill isn't as potent as the one Conk took, it's still of good quality. If you take it with the survival pill, you'll be able to easily sprout one leaf. Ming Shiyin waited inside the room for a while. When he saw that Zhu Honggong's condition was stabilizing, he turned around and left. As he was leaving, he saw Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng passing by, clearly trying to reduce their presence. Hey, want to sever your lotuses? I'll help you for free, Ming Shiyin called out to them. Ah. No, it's okay. We don't need that. Good day, Mr. 4th, Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng turned around and ran. Poor Mr. 8th. So, that's how painful it is to sever one's lotus. It seems even more painful than dying. Both were relieved they had chosen the other alternative for cultivation. When he saw the duo running away, Shiyin shrugged helplessly. Old fourth. Third senior brother? Shiyin turned around and saw Duanmuxing walking toward him, overlord spear in hand. A determined expression was on his face. Old fourth, I've thought about it all night, and I finally had an epiphany, Duanmuxing said. What epiphany, third senior brother? Shiyin asked with an ingratiating smile. Fellow disciples should help each other. You help me sever my lotus, and I'll help you sever yours. What do you say? Duanmuxing was not someone who feared pain, but it was naturally better if someone helped him sever his lotus. Now that most sects in the cultivation world are actively severing their lotuses and recultivating, we can't fall behind. Otherwise, the evil sky pavilion will be left in the dust. Third senior brother, I can help you sever your lotus. However, how do you plan to sever mine? Shiyin asked, feeling apprehensive. With my overlord spear, of course. Duanmuxing continued, I've reached great heights in my spear techniques a long time ago. I can unleash 100 energy spears in a very short time. That'll be enough to sever your golden lotus. Shiyin. Eh? Fourth senior brother, why are you sweating so much? Don't worry, I won't hold back. I've been simulating various spear techniques in my mind lately. The best way. Before Duanmuxing could finish, he felt a breeze against his face. Old fourth. Old fourth, I command you as your senior brother, to get back here. Shiyin ran down the mountain at lightning speed. Who could endure that? He decided not to sever his lotus. Being an 8-leaf expert for life did not seem too bad. Why must he attempt to reach the 9-leaf stage? That didn't make sense, right? Why are there so many cultivators with impaired minds in the cultivation world? Many can't even reach the 8-leaf stage until the day they die. Why would they sever their lotuses? Isn't it enough to strive to become an 8-leaf cultivator? Shiyin flew toward the foot of the mountain at lightning speed. He landed on a branch, made himself comfortable, and fell soundly asleep. He was enjoying the soft caress of the wind when a deafening sound resonated in the air. The sound was so unique, and it traveled far and wide. Sitting on the branch, Shiyin looked around. He saw a winged beast in the air speeding toward the mountain, towing a flying chariot. What a huge beast. The bird had wings that spanned 50 feet each. Its feathers were dark crimson, and its eyes were as large as fists, shining with an eerie light. Shiyin did not recognize this beast, but he was sure it did not exist around human settlements. Naturally, he was shocked. Did it come from the 4 forests? Shiyin leaped into the air and went to meet the flying beast with the flying chariot. As expected, the winged beast was headed toward Golden Court Mountain. Perhaps out of courtesy, the chariot did not fly high but maintained a low altitude. It reached the foot of the mountain in no time and slowed to a stop. Shiyin looked at the 5 people on the flying chariot. They wore scarlet clothes from foreign lands, with embroidered hats and parted mustaches. The leader had a stocky build and eyes as sharp as a falcon. He looked up at Shiyin, who was hovering in midair, and placed his right hand on his left shoulder. With a slight bow, he said, My friend, I'm an envoy from Roli. My name is Lanny, and I wish to meet the master of the evil sky pavilion. Chirp. The huge flying beast raised its head, opened its thick, sharp beak, and let out a deafening cry. It resembled a giant falcon and was far from likable. It was common to see a flying chariot pulled by a flying beast, but it was only suitable for sparsely populated cities. Flying beasts like this one were difficult to tame and could easily go berserk. Once they lost control, they could harm humans. Moreover, this did not seem like an ordinary beast. Shiyin looked at the 5 individuals on the flying chariot, then at the man who greeted him. Envoy from Roli? It's an honor to meet you, sir, the Roli envoy, Lanny, replied. His mustache twitched as he spoke, and his expression seemed both friendly and guarded. My friend, since you're near Golden Court Mountain, you must be a friend of the evil sky pavilion. If you could introduce us, I would be forever grateful, Shiyin said nonchalantly. You speak our language well, Lanny replied. There's an academy in Roli where one can learn the language of Great Yin. That's where I learned it, Lanny explained. Shiyin was puzzled. Roli was engaged in a battle with Liang province, and their two nations were practically at war. Why did Roli send envoys to the evil Sky Pavilion instead of to his eldest senior brother or the imperial family? As the saying goes, beware of suspicious folk bearing gifts, for they are sure to harbor ill intentions. Shiyin scratched his head, looked away, and said, What? What did you say? I don't understand you. Then, he flew in another direction. This is important, the envoy called out. Please thoroughly think this through, Lanny said immediately. Shiyin hovered in the air after flying several meters away. He looked back and said, How important is this? Is the sky falling? Lanny was speechless. However, he replied, Not exactly. Then, there's nothing to worry about. With that, Shiyin turned around, unleashed a grand technique, and vanished from their sight. Lanny was left staring at the Golden Court Mountains barrier with a stunned expression. He did not seem angry, instead, a smile could be seen on his face as he said, I've spoken with many people from Great Yin, but I've never met someone as unconventional as him. What an interesting fellow. Chief, shall we force our way through? One of Lanny's subordinates asked. Are you out of your mind? This is the evil Sky Pavilion. We're not here to fight. Moreover, this barrier isn't ordinary. We won't be able to breach it easily. Then what should we do? Wait. In the afternoon, Shiyin returned. He hovered in the air and saw Lanny and the others still waiting at the foot of the mountain. When Lanny saw Shiyin, he stood up at once. We meet again, my friend. You guys sure are determined. We won't leave until we meet the master of the evil Sky Pavilion. Lanny, worried that Shiyin might disappear again, hastily added, This has something to do with the secret of the nine-leaf stage. Please help us obtain a passage, my friend. Chirp. The winged beast cried out deafeningly again. The nine-leaf stage? Shiyin immediately went on alert. He did not agree to help them immediately. Instead, he said, Wait here. He turned around and passed through the barrier. When Lanny saw the blue barrier, he smiled confidently. At his side, his subordinate said, Chief, he won't meet us either. He will. Any expert in this world would be curious about the nine-leaf stage. The evil Sky Pavilion's master is no exception, Lanny said confidently. I heard he's already at the nine-leaf stage. Why would he be interested? The subordinate asked. Lanny placed his hands behind his back and said, Firstly, if he's truly at the nine-leaf stage, he's the first nine-leaf expert in the cultivation world. A person like that will be most interested in maintaining his status. What do you think he'd do if nine-leaf cultivators start popping up one after another? When the subordinate heard this, his eyes gleamed, and he immediately slid a thumb over his throat. Secondly, if he's not a nine-leaf cultivator, it means the rumors are fabricated by Great Yin and the evil Sky Pavilion. That will be our opportunity to take Liang province with Lulan. The subordinate looked fearfully respectful. He bowed and said, That's brilliant, Lord Lanny. However, another person said, What if he's really at the nine-leaf stage? Lanny scoffed and said, The avatars of humans are based on their own figures. If severing the golden lotus allows them to reach the nine-leaf stage, then Roli, with our belief in the Wolf King, will certainly have an advantage. When that moment comes. He paused dramatically. It will be the beginning of the end of Great Yin. At that moment, a figure floated down from above. Shiyin hovered in the air and said, My master invites you up the mountain. Lanny turned back to glance at the box on his flying chariot and said, Bring it up. Understood, Shiyin replied. The four of them now admired and respected Lanny even more. Roli and Lulan were current allies, fighting against the Great Yin armies multiple times at the borders. They then joined the battle in Liang province. After the Nether sect conquered Liang province, Roli had been looking for an opportunity to seize control while the situation was still unstable. However, with the appearance of a 9-leaf cultivator and the spread of the Lotus severing theory, Roli had to put its plans on hold. Tiangou, stay here. Lanny snapped his fingers, and a ray of light shot out between his fingers into the winged beast's forehead. Tiangou obediently lay down. Shiyin shook his head. It was clearly a bird, so why did they name it Tiangou, a heavenly dog? The 5 of them, guided by Shiyin, walked toward the Evil Sky Pavilion. A moment later, inside the great hall of the Evil Sky Pavilion, Lu Zhou sat on his seat in a stately manner. The Roli envoy, Lanny, walked into the hall with his companions. Greetings, Pavilion Master. I am Lanny, a Rolian envoy, Lanny said. The remaining 4 bowed. Lu Zhou glanced at Lanny. Name, Lanny Bonner. Race, Rolian. Realm, Nascent Divinity Tribulation Realm. Lu Zhou bluntly said, let's hear it. What brings you here? Lanny bowed again and said with a smile, esteemed Lord Pavilion Master, I heard that you are the first 9-leaf golden lotus elite in the cultivation world. That's why we made the effort to visit you. If possible, Roli wishes to be at peace with the Evil Sky Pavilion. Shiyin said in confusion, what's he talking about? Duanmu frowned and said, don't interrupt, let him speak. Shiyin fell silent. Lanny looked at Lu Zhou and said, we have 2 objectives for visiting the Evil Sky Pavilion, to establish a positive relationship with the Evil Sky Pavilion and to discuss the 9-leaf stage with you. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, is there someone in Roli who is at the 9-leaf stage now? Not yet. How can you discuss anything if you don't have 9-leaf cultivators? This question left Lanny speechless. Indeed, what ideas could they exchange or what discussion could they have if none of them had any experience with the 9-leaf stage? Lu Zhou was sure these other tribesmen came under these pretenses to verify the truth. Lanny bowed and said, please hear me out, Pavilion Master. Let's hear it. I am from the Bonner family in Roli. About 1,900 years ago, my family received a certain object. Lanny waved his arm, and the 4 individuals behind him brought forward a long box. Lanny pointed at the box and said, this is a coffin. Shiyin and Duanmu frowned. Duanmu suddenly shot forward at lightning speed. Whoosh! 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 Spear shadows rained down ferociously. Lanny did not expect the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion to attack without warning. He hastily retreated and dodged the attack. Bam! 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 The spear shadows rained down on Lanny like a storm. The other 4 looked terrified. Duanmuxing's spear techniques were clearly much more powerful than before. Please hear me out, Pavilion Master. Lanny hurriedly called out as he retreated. When he saw the spear shadows about to hit him, he quickly added, the coffin contains books about the 9-leaf stage. Bang! In the end, Lanny was struck by the spear shadows. He flipped and reeled back, stumbling a few steps before his back slammed into a pillar. His chest was in excruciating pain. His eyes widened as he sized up Duanmuxing. So powerful. Duanmuxing was also surprised by this man's defensive skills. Even Hua Wudao's tortoiseshell energy seal couldn't easily block it, yet this man only stumbled a few steps back. Stand down. Lu Zhou waved his hand. Duanmuxing cupped his fists at Lu Zhou and moved to the side. Lu Zhou looked at Lanny and calmly said, bring them to me. Lanny endured the pain in his chest as he waved his hand. He could only blame himself for acting rashly and bringing the coffin in without any explanation. After all, in Great Yen, this gesture was extremely disrespectful. One of Lanny's subordinates opened the lid, carried one of the thicker books, and respectfully presented it to Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou looked at the book skeptically. The 9-leaf cultivation method? There were similar books sold on the streets of Great Yen, but they were basically scams. Lanny hastily said, 1900 years ago, my ancestors found this coffin on the shores of the northern border. My ancestors' personal diary stated that there was once a powerful 9-leaf cultivator inside this coffin. Shiyin said sarcastically, "Sure, we believe you." Lanny spoke clearly, "I swear on the name of the Bonner family. If there is an ounce of untruth in my words, my family will be cursed to live as slaves for generations to come." Wow, that's harsh. Carry on, Shiyin gave him a thumbs up. Lanny lowered his voice and slowly said, "That cultivator remained in Roli for a month. He brought some books with him and left Roli. I heard that he came to Great Yin and then was never heard of again." There were too many loopholes in Lanny's story. If there had really been a 9-leaf cultivator, why had nobody hailed him as a brilliant genius 1,900 years ago? Why was he not mentioned in the annals of history? There had never been rumors about him in the cultivation world either. However, Lu Zhou was in no hurry to refute Lanny's claims. Instead, he opened the book. The cultivation method in the front pages was similar to that of Great Yin. In terms of cultivation theories, it was fundamentally similar to the Confucian, Buddhist, and Taoist societies. He skipped to the part of the book that discussed the 9-leaf stage. Alas, he discovered the pages were smudged with ink, and the writings were almost illegible. There was only one line he managed to make out: "The people here are weak, but it's safe here. I hope it remains like this forever." The words were written in Great Yan's language. Lu Zhou frowned. He flipped through the other pages and realized they were illegible. Again, he saw the same line: "I hope it stays this way forever. I hope it stays like this forever. I hope that there is no 9-leaf stage in the world. I hope that there is no 10-leaf stage in the world. I like gold, not red." There were no cultivation methods, only scribbled lines of incoherent thoughts. It was like a prayer and a diary. Lu Zhou looked at Lanny, standing in the great hall. Lanny bowed. The covers of the books are protected from decay by special formation veins. The veins are carved into the seams and can attest to the age of the books. Lu Zhou closed the book. He saw dense veins running along the cover. Alas, they were faded, and only a handful still glowed red. In that instant, he remembered the line on the last page: "I like gold, not red." This was Lu Zhou's first time seeing red formation veins. He raised his palm and smacked the cover. Boom! The formation vein unleashed a mystical power. A red stamp shot toward the sky, then scattered into the surroundings like butterflies. Due to their age, the stamps were feeble, the power they had stored was nearly depleted. Lu Zhou smacked the book with his hand again. He channeled his primal chi into the cover's veins. It immediately shone with golden radiance. The veins were renewed, and the red veins faded away, replaced by golden ones. Lanny nodded. There are 100 veins in total. Each vein can protect the book for 20 years. Every 20 years, one vein fades. Lu Zhou raised his palm. His expression remained the same, but he was inwardly shocked. Indeed, this book was nearly 2,000 years old. "Do you know where the person inside the coffin is now?" Lu Zhou asked. Lanny shook his head. "My family has protected this item for generations. We are also searching for that senior. We have received no information about him up until now." Lu Zhou stroked his beard, pondering. There had never been a shortage of people interested in uncovering secrets in this world, especially when it came to the 9-leaf stage and the 10-leaf stage. At that moment, Lanny said, "This is the Bonner family's sincerity. I am willing to give these to the Evil Sky Pavilion." It was expected for them to present the books as a gift, but the coffin was truly inappropriate. If it were not an antique, Duan Muxing would have long thrown it out the window. At that moment, Lu Zhou said, "I'll accept them." His eyes darkened as he looked at Lanny and asked, "What do you want?" There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. One would not be given gifts without having to give something in return. Lanny placed his right hand on his shoulder and said in a gentlemanly fashion, "I dare not ask for anything in return, but I do have one wish." "Let's hear it." We would like to have a glimpse of the grand nine-leaf stage. Is that it? Lanny nodded with an eager expression on his face. Lu Zhou walked down the steps with his hands on his back and said, Roly has always had the ambition of wild wolves. You've trespassed on our borders numerous times. I'm afraid that a peace proposal is merely a pretext for you to verify something. Lanny's face fell. He quickly said, you've misunderstood me. A disguise card costs 10,000 merit points. How can I waste it on some other tribesman? What a joke. Lu Zhou stepped forward. Lanny took a step back. At this moment, a deafening cry rang from outside. Chirp, Shiyin said, it's that livestock. He ran out of the great hall. In the skies, the huge winged beast flapped its 50-foot-long wings and squawked outside the barrier. My livestock is going berserk. I'll go tame it at once, Lanny hurriedly said. His 4 subordinates followed him out of the great hall. Lu Zhou waved his hand. Duan Muxing. Yes, master. Take them down. Yes, master. Although Lu Zhou did not know where these other tribesmen got their confidence from, since they were bold enough to play tricks on the evil sky pavilion, they could not be allowed to leave. Having received the order, Duan Muxing picked up his overlord's spear and pursued them. Swoosh! 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 Surrender! Duan Muxing would not listen to excuses, so he did not give them a chance to speak. 100 spear shadows formed a ferocious spear seal as he attacked. Asterisk bam! 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 Asterisk Lanny struck with both palms. His energy blocked the spear shadows, and he flipped backward before landing on the ground. We came with sincerity. Why must the pavilion master be hostile? Lanny's eyes burned with fury. Lu Zhou walked past the coffin slowly. He was still curious about where Lanny Bonner had found his confidence. He looked at the coffin beside him and saw it was densely covered in dark crimson veins. Defensive formation veins? They were more complex and powerful than those on the book. Lu Zhou emerged from the great hall and looked up. The huge bird was starting to attack the barrier. Bam! Ripples spread across the barrier. Shiyin said speechlessly, stop pretending. Even your bird can't take it anymore. Lanny frowned deeply. He glanced at Tiango and wondered, how could this be? Bam! Tiango charged toward Golden Court Mountain's barrier again. Duan Muxing could no longer stand this. He advanced with his overlord's spear, and a fierce battle instantly broke out before the great hall. Duan Muxing fought against 5 opponents alone. Shiyin did not rush in. Instead, he observed Tiango in the sky, which was flapping its wings, sending blasts of energy winds at the barrier. At this moment, several energy arrows were launched from above the southern pavilion and struck Tiango's huge body. Asterisk bam! 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 Asterisk these attacks were, of course, from Huang. Alas, she only managed to dislodge a few feathers. The other arrows were deflected with a movement of its wings. Chirp! The huge bird seemed extremely agitated. What is this? Yin's eyes widened. Huang was a 3-leaf godly archer, and yet, she could not even handle the beast. Lanny turned to look at Lu Zhou as he fought, pleading at the same time, Pavilion Master, this truly is a misunderstanding. Lu Zhou stroked his beard as he observed the giant bird in the sky. Just as he was about to use Unnamed and transform it into a bow to take down the beast, the mellifluous sound of a flute rang in the air. It was slow and soothing, like the gentle murmur of a stream winding through a forest. When the tune reached the area above the evil sky pavilion, the giant bird seemed to have calmed down and regained its senses. Lanny's eyes widened. Impossible. The tune continued playing. Who was playing the flute with such skill? The melody floated on the spring breeze, resonating across the city of Luoyang. The tune was pure, devoid of any primal qi, as it was carried by the wind, mesmerizing its listeners. It was common knowledge that Kong's flute melody could control wild beasts, but for a vicious beast like Tiangou, whose wild nature was difficult to tame, to obey the commands of the tune was a shocking discovery. Little Yuaner applauded and said, "Good, good, good. Conk, continue playing. Keep it up. It's no longer attacking." Hua Yuexing could not understand what was happening. Her energy arrows were no match for the melody of a mere mortal? She could not help but look at the 16-year-old Miss Conk. Conk was fair and flawless, her movements graceful and captivating. The look in her eyes as she played the flute was solemn and resolute. This was probably an inherent talent. Lu Zhou was surprised as well. Tiangou was no ordinary beast. It seemed to have undergone some special Rolian training, making it so powerful. Although it could not breach the barrier, based on its attack, it was clear it was strong. Meanwhile, Duan Muxing brandished his overlord spear in front of the great hall. Lanny and his subordinates surrounded Duan Muxing. The overlord spear stabbed left and right. "Pavilion Master, this is all a big misunderstanding. I can explain." Lanny did not expect a single Evil Sky Pavilion disciple to be this powerful. This disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion showed no signs of pressure while fighting 5 opponents alone. Instead, as the fight progressed, he seemed even more invigorated and fought even more valiantly. He knew he could not allow this battle to drag on. Also, many were watching this battle. When the others from the Evil Sky Pavilion made their move, it would be too late. Duan Muxing cursed, "What's there to explain? Die." He suddenly waved his arm. The fruits of his constant training under the waterfall were clearly displayed at this moment. The speed and precision with which he wielded his spear were almost flawless. Rolians were always known for their agility, speed, and physical strength. However, at this moment, they were all pushed back by Duan Muxing. "Someone has bewitched Tiangou. They wanted to spur you into attacking, Pavilion Master." Lanny kept dodging as he explained loudly. Lu Zhou looked up and glanced at Tiangou, who was now hovering obediently above the barrier. Shiyin smiled and said, "If you're sincere, why would you bewitch Tiangou?" Lanny frowned deeply. "I like your move of advancing by retreating. I must say, you've inherited most of my skills, but alas, that's not enough." Shiyin finally joined the fray. Bang! Bang! 2 Rolians were sent flying by Shiyin. He chuckled gleefully. "Here comes your grandfather, me." His entrance into the fight immediately turned the tide of the battle. At this moment, Lanny began making hand signs. He formed a strange hand seal and launched it. Whiz! 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 The coffin inside the great hall began to move. Lanny retreated as a Wolf King avatar appeared. 5-leaf? When the avatar appeared, the coffin shone with red radiance as it sailed toward it. Shiyin dodged the coffin. Duan Muxing delivered a few quick stabs on one end of the coffin. He was surprised to find that not a scratch could be seen on the coffin. "What's it made of? It's so tough." The coffin began to spin, sweeping through the air. Bam! Duan Muxing raised his overlord spear to block it. Under the heavy impact, he spun backward. The coffin's abnormality was finally on display. Duan Muxing couldn't move it, not even with his heaven-grade overlord spear. The surface of the coffin glowed with a faint red light, a rarity among formation veins. When primal chi condensed into energy, it usually took on a golden hue. Why was the coffin shining with a red light? Shiyin gave up on the coffin and dove toward the 5-leaf Lanny. To capture the thief, capture the king. He held his separation hook in a backhand grip and moved with lightning speed. Lanny pushed with both palms, and his Wolf King avatar pounced. Shockingly, and no less strange, the golden lotus beneath the Wolf King avatar also glowed with a red light. Red? Lu Zhou's expression darkened. He recalled a line from the book again, "I like gold, not red." Was it referring to this red light? Bam! Shiyin drew his sword across Lanny's energy shield and retreated, hovering in the air. Focusing his gaze, he noticed ripples in Lanny's energy that quickly restored itself. What a mysterious object. Mingxian turned to look at the coffin, where Duanmu Xing was occupied. Who would believe that a mere five-leaf cultivator was capable of dealing with Duanmu Xing and Mingxian at the same time? However, Duanmu Xing and Mingxian were only at the three-leaf and four-leaf stages, respectively. It would be arrogant for them to think they were the only powerful ones in the wide world. The red formation veins on the coffin were indeed intriguing. Shortly after, the red light on the coffin grew more intense. Bam! Duanmu Xing's arms felt numb from the impact. He had no choice but to retreat. The coffin hovered before Lanny, who was flanked by his subordinates. Pavilion Master. I've come to visit you. I have no wish to make an enemy of you. I am here in hopes of establishing a friendship. Why must you be so hostile? Mingxian said coldly, save your breath. Don't think you can leave this place unscathed after causing such a scene. The Evil Sky Pavilion isn't a place you can come and go as you please. This tactic of advancing by retreating was too common. Great Yen was more familiar with it than Rolly. Lanny looked up at Tiangou and flipped his palm. The coffin spun. Lu Zhou raised his palm. A palm seal sailed toward the coffin. Bam! The coffin continued spinning. However, this palm strike seemed to make Lanny happy and excited. Aha! I knew it. You're not a nine-leaf cultivator. Lu Zhou was puzzled. I only launched a single palm strike. How can he tell that I'm not a nine-leaf cultivator? Lanny began laughing maniacally. What I said is true. This coffin is real, and the books are real as well. The owner of the coffin once said that only a nine-leaf cultivator is powerful enough to break the formation veins of this coffin. The people of Great Yen are shameless and despicable for spreading false information about the nine-leaf stage. He suddenly flicked his finger. A beam of light shot toward Tiangou in the air. Swish! The light hit Tiangou between its eyes. Chirp! The deafening cry from the beast was unbearably loud. At this moment, the song of the flute abruptly came to a halt. Lu Zhou looked at Conk and Little Yuaner, who were standing above the southern pavilion. Little Yuaner and Hua Yueshing shielded Conk behind them. Energy arrows formed and were fired. Bam! 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 Meanwhile, Lu Zhou saw Lanny jump onto the coffin and then fly into the sky. Lu Zhou looked at the deadly strike card and sighed, thinking of his extraordinary power. Then, he pointed at two of Lanny's subordinates and said, take them down. Duanmu Xing and Mingxian nodded in unison. A spear and a hook shot toward the two Rullians. Lu Zhou no longer hesitated. He stepped into the air, spread his arms and straightened them, then flipped them. He pushed his hand out, and a blue palm seal shot out from his palm. The script for abandoned wisdom appeared between his fingers. This palm seal seemed to contain enough power to destroy the world. While standing on the coffin, Lanny sensed the incoming enormous palm seal. The massive palm seal seemed to bring with it 4 stars as it soared upward. Boom! His abandoned wisdom attack hit the coffin. Based on his calculations, 1/3 of his extraordinary power should have been enough to kill Lanny instantly. However, when the palm seal struck the coffin, it burst forth with a web-like scarlet light. When the palm seal and the red light collided, an explosion of energy rippled outward. The red coffin reeled back and dimmed. Lanny was affected by the backlash from the palm seal. His back arched, and his limbs faced downward as he fell toward the ground, facing the sky. He spat out a mouthful of blood when he hit the ground. Bam! The coffin and Lanny were sent out of the barrier by the attack. That was how the barrier worked, easy to get out, but difficult to get in. Moreover, they had suffered damage from the palm strike. A single palm strike was all it took to deal heavy damage to Lanny. Mingxian and Duanmu Xing easily took care of the two subordinates. They looked up at the same time. Their master's palm seal. This was Lu Zhou's second use of abandoned wisdom. The first time was during the battle in Liang province, when he launched it while diving from above. The Confucian school's abandoned wisdom usually required the user to join both palms and use all their power. However, Lu Zhou unleashed it with a single palm, with greater might and destructive strength. The coffin spun as it flew back, no longer glowing. However, Lu Zhou did not receive a notification from the system, which puzzled him. With his 5-leaf avatar and 1/3 of his extraordinary power, it should have been enough to kill Lanny. How did Lanny survive? Lu Zhou looked at the coffin and Lanny. As he expected, there was more to the coffin than met the eye. Lu Zhou stepped into the air and flew toward the coffin. He pirouetted in midair, releasing a faint blue light from his feet before he stepped on the coffin. Boom! A ripple spread out from the tips of his toes like a heavenly light. The others were awed by the sight. The Evil Sky Pavilion disciples admired this scene, watching their master rise into the sky. Since their master had made a move, there was no need for them to do anything. They truly enjoyed watching their master's energy seal. Lu Zhou stepped on the coffin and forced it back into the barrier. The coffin spun as it entered the barrier. Ming Shiyin and Duanmu Xing understood Lu Zhou's thoughts. They took flight simultaneously and caught the coffin with their energies. At this moment, Tiangou suddenly flapped its wings. Chirp! With a deafening and shrill cry, a gust of violent wind was stirred up. Lu Zhou paused in midair. A 2-leaf nascent divinity cultivation base was slightly too weak, after all. As he reeled back, Lanny fought back the pain in his internal organs and flew toward Tiangou. He seemed desperate now. His eyes were bloodshot as he stood on Tiangou's back. He cried out in anger, "What are you waiting for? Go!" A sharp cry rang through the air. Under Lanny's command, Tiangou flapped its wings and fled in a frenzy. Lanny turned to look at Lu Zhou, who was coming toward him in the air. He tapped his own meridian points and said in a clear voice, "Even if you're not a 9-leaf cultivator, you're at least a 7 or 8-leaf cultivator." Feeling relaxed now, he patted Tiangou's back and continued, "After getting away from this battle, the Bonner family will one day flatten the entire Great Yin." At that moment, an imposing voice rang out from behind him. "Did I say you're allowed to leave?" Lanny's heart shuddered. His eyes widened as he turned to look back. He saw Lu Zhou, that old man, chasing him on Witzard's back. The pursuer and the one being pursued. In a few breaths, Lu Zhou was closing in on Lanny as Witzard picked up speed. Faster! Lanny pressed his palm into Tiangou's body. Tiangou had wings to begin with. With its wild flying style and speed, it seemed like a comet in the sky. Alas, its opponent was Witzard. Witzard was a mount whose speed and agility were on par with Tiangou, if not superior. They would only be able to maintain the distance if they flew at the same speed. Lu Zhou stood on Witzard's back, stroking his beard with his left hand and raising his right palm. He pointed it upward and summoned his primal chi. Blue radiance shone between his fingers as the script Abandoned Wisdom appeared. He straightened his arm. Whiz! When the palm seal appeared, it resonated clearly in the air. Meanwhile, Lanny unleashed all his primal chi and condensed it into energy. With his arms crossed, a round formation vein rune shielded him. Lu Zhou found this strange. The formation vein reminded him of the seal formation method used by the Confucian societies of Great Yin. However, that was not important now. At this moment, Abandoned Wisdom's massive palm seal landed on Lanny and grazed Tiangou. Lanny's eyes widened. The formation vein before his arms cracked and shattered. It could not withstand Abandoned Wisdom's power. Boom! Lanny and Tiangou fell. At that moment, a group of people in the forest looked up and saw Tiangou flapping its wings as it descended. Stick to the plan and support the chief. Several cultivators in tights weaved through the forest, heading toward Tiangou's landing point at blinding speed. Lu Zhou waved his arm, recalling Witzard. He was puzzled as he watched Tiangou and Lanny fall toward the ground. Why am I not hearing the system's notification? Is it a trap? Fated bond? A strange term appeared unbidden in Lu Zhou's mind, and then realization dawned. No wonder Lanny was so confident and bold enough to bring a coffin to him. How sly. The fated bond was a method to share power in Great Yin, later adapted into witchcraft. When Si Wuya was afflicted by the binding mantra, he once thought of using Zhu Honggong to trick his master into breaking the mantra through this linking technique. The difference was that Lanny had tied his own life to Tiangou's. In other words, Tiangou's life was Lanny's life. As long as Tiangou survived, Lanny would not die. 1,000-pound drop. Lu Zhou Dove. Lanny had lost his ability to fight. The strike from abandoned wisdom's palm seal severely affected his bodily functions. Boom. Tiangou crashed into the dense forest, stirring up a cloud of dust. Whoosh. 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 From the forest in the distance, several figures closed in on Tiangou at blinding speed. When Lu Zhou descended near the canopy, he stopped and observed the ground from the air. This was the best vantage point. He looked up. 100 figures were flying toward him from the north while maintaining a low altitude. A trap? However, Lu Zhou did not think Lanny was a scheming person. The clouds of dust finally settled. The 100 individuals were closing in on him while flying on their swords. Lu Zhou's gaze fell upon Tiangou. Lanny raised his palm with difficulty and placed it on Tiangou. A pebble-like spot of light flew into its forehead. He wiped the blood from his mouth and smiled arrogantly. He clearly thought he had triumphed over Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou saw the people rushing toward him through the forest. They moved over Lanny's body, carried him up, and headed back. He did not know which sect the 100 sword cultivators belonged to or whether they were friends or foes. No matter. Lu Zhou raised his palm. A disguise card appeared in his hand. He closed his fingers, and a faint energy leaked out from his palm as the card shattered. Whiz! A 150-foot avatar towered in the air. The golden lotus under its feet seemed to be full of life, shining with dazzling brilliance. 9 shining golden leaves spun around the golden lotus at a constant speed. While being carried on the cultivators' backs, Lanny opened his eyes and felt his heart stop for an instant. 9 leaf? Lu Zhou stood proudly above his avatar's golden lotus. Regardless of the origins of the 100 sword cultivators, he projected his voice with rich primal qi and ordered, "Take down the other tribesmen." The 100 sword cultivators were initially passing by with a mission to complete. Tiangou's sighs and cries had attracted their attention, so they approached with their swords in hand. The cultivators saw a pair of huge wings diving down while they were still several miles away. Since a battle was happening nearby, they hoped to reap benefits as a third party, aiming to claim Tiangou for themselves. However, when they were about 1 mile away, they saw Tiangou struck by a huge palm seal. They stopped to observe the battle and noticed an old man behind Tiangou. His white hair danced in the wind, his eyes were sharp, and he wore Taoist robes. His aura alone was enough to instill deep respect and fear. 3 feet of ice is not formed in a day, and an old man with such an aura would not be a weakling. Just as they were about to continue flying, an avatar rose from the ground, standing 150 feet tall and 40 feet wide. 9 leaves spun around its golden lotus. The 100 sword cultivators were stunned, rooted to their spots in awe. At the same time, they heard the old man's voice. "Take down the other tribesmen." The sight of the 9 leaves naturally intimidated everyone. Whether he was friend or foe, they would obey him. They immediately dismissed their thoughts of catching Tiangou. They looked in the direction Lu Zhou pointed and saw several cultivators fleeing from the area where Tiangou had fallen. Time waits for no one, and the leading elder no longer admired the 9-leaf golden lotus. He averted his gaze and said in a deep voice, "Take down the other tribesmen. Take down the other tribesmen. Who would dare disobey the order of a 9-leaf cultivator?" They set aside all distracting thoughts for now. The 100 sword cultivators swarmed toward their targets, riding their swords at top speed. With a 9-leaf cultivator requesting their help, they felt excited and eager to give their best. They had never felt this way before. The sword cultivators eagerly chased after the other tribesmen, conjuring several energy swords each as they advanced. Trees fell, and the air was filled with the clashing of energy swords. They moved like schools of fish swimming through the air. Lanny Bonner felt as though his eyeballs would pop out of their sockets as he was being carried. He urged his people, with a hint of desperation in his voice. Run! Faster! The master of the evil sky pavilion was truly at the 9-leaf stage. It was not a farce. Why hadn't he launched an attack when they were at the evil sky pavilion back then? Was he being toyed with? He suddenly remembered that cats enjoyed playing with mice, pawing at them before delivering the final blow. The mice couldn't escape even if they sprouted wings. A deep sense of helplessness and despair rose in his heart, making it hard to breathe. At that moment, his comrades, who were carrying him, suddenly stopped. Lanny frowned and asked, "Why are you stopping?" "Fuck you." "What do you think?" his comrades cursed internally. The person carrying him tensed his arms and tossed Lanny away. He drew an arc in the air, before landing with a thud on the ground. The comrade looked to the left and right. Then, he turned around and looked up at the 9-leaf avatar. 10 seconds was just right, it was not long nor short. He saw the avatar, and his breathing was ragged as he cursed, "Damn you for dragging me into this." Lanny was suffering from severe internal injuries from 2 strikes of abandoned wisdom. He only survived because Tiango took most of the brunt for him. Fated Bond had practically channeled all of the damage onto Tiango. Even so, he was on the verge of death. He could hardly withstand the fall and had no way of voicing his pain. I had no fucking way of knowing that he was a real 9-leaf cultivator as well. The coffin left by his ancestors had clearly proven that the pavilion master was not a 9-leaf elite. How did this happen? At this moment, the 100 sword cultivators searched the area from their swords. "Elder! This way! Target spotted! Capture them alive if you can." "Understood." Lanny's comrades could not care about anything else at this moment. They gritted their teeth and pointed at Lanny, who was lying on the ground, accusingly saying, "You brought this upon yourself." Then, they turned around to flee. Several sword cultivators landed among the trees. They carried Lanny between them and flew back. The other sword cultivators continued to give chase. 100 sword cultivators pursued them. Wails could be heard every now and then. The scene of one party bullying another with numbers seemed dull, but interesting as well. Lu Zhou watched the proceedings from the air. He stroked his beard with one hand and placed the other on his back, thinking, the 9-leaf stage sure is convenient. The timing was just right. If the 100 sword cultivators had not passed by at this moment, he would have had to use 6 deadly strike cards to kill all the other tribesmen. Now, it seemed he could save his cards. After what felt like hours, the 100 sword cultivators returned, riding their swords. 2 of them were carrying a dejected and lethargic Lanny between them. They formed a square and straightened their ranks. When the leading elder saw they were neatly arranged, he lifted his robe slightly, rose into the air, and saluted Lu Zhou. "Greetings, old senior. May I ask if you are the Evil Sky Pavilion's old senior G?" Lu Zhou gazed at him and calmly asked, "You know me?" Lu Zhou's words were as good as directly confirming his identity. The leading elder bowed and cupped his fists together, saying, "I am Ma Qing of the Qingyun Sword Sect." "Greetings, old senior G." The others bowed in unison. "Greetings, old senior G. Why are you here?" Lu Zhou asked. "We were invited by the Penglai sect to a banquet on their island, old senior G," Ma Qing replied honestly, not daring to delay. "The Penglai sect?" Lu Zhou thought for a moment. Huang Shiji, the master of Penglai Island, had been in Jing province some time ago. Was Penglai in some kind of trouble now? Ma Qing replied, "The Penglai floating island is facing some difficulties. The Qingyun Sword Sect has always been on good terms with Penglai Island, so it is natural for us to lend a helping hand." Hearing this, Lu Zhou did not ask for further information. After all, their affairs had nothing to do with him. At this moment, Ma Qing pointed at the half-dead Lanny and said, "Old Senior G, the other tribesmen are wiped out. This man is the only survivor, and he seems to be on his last breath." "Very well." Lu Zhou stroked his beard calmly, giving praise where it was due. The Qingyun sword sect disciples felt delighted to hear this. Ma Qing moved his fingers slightly, and an energy sword hovered before him. "Anyone who is not of our own tribe is a deviant. There's no need to trouble yourself over such a character, Old Senior G. I'll put him out of his misery." His energy sword shot out and split into 5 blades, all aimed at Lanny. Just as Ma Qing was about to deliver the final blow, Lu Zhou said tonelessly, "Stop." "Your orders, Old Senior?" Ma Qing immediately recalled his energy swords, not daring to make a move. He bowed and awaited further directions. "Rulians are cunning and scheming by nature. I can't let him die so easily," Lu Zhou replied. "You're right, Old Senior. I was careless. How could I use such a crude method?" Ma Qing turned around. "Execute him with a sword formation." Lu Zhou frowned slightly. "I pursued him for a long time, and you're trying to steal the kill?" Even a small victory was still a victory. "Stand down." Lu Zhou lowered his tone. "Huh?" At this moment, Lu Zhou readied his palm. When Ma Qing saw this, he waved his hand immediately. "Understood. Everyone, stand back." "Yes, yes, yes." The Qingyun sword sect disciples flew to the sides with puzzled expressions. Lu Zhou summoned his extraordinary power. A blue radiance glowed between his fingers, and the script for abandoned wisdom appeared again. Ma Qing exclaimed in a hoarse and surprised voice, "Abandoned wisdom?" At this moment, Lanny's eyes suddenly snapped open, and he flailed his arms. The 2 disciples of the Qingyun sword sect were sent flying. Lu Zhou struck with his palm. Ma Qing frowned. "Rulians are indeed sly." Lu Zhou initially intended to use 1/3 of his extraordinary power. However, when he saw that Lanny could hold out until this moment, anger stirred within him. He said coldly, "If I want you dead, you won't live." The palm seal of abandoned wisdom doubled in size and speed. Lanny Bonner, who had just started sprinting away, felt his heart shudder. He said in fright, "Is this the 9-leaf stage?" Despair and helplessness rose in his heart as the palm seal sailed toward him. Boom! The palm seal landed firmly on Lanny's body. His face, chest, and limbs felt as though they were crushed by blue magma that washed over him. Although the Qingyun sword sect was a Taoist cultivation sect, the Confucian school and Taoist societies had always maintained a good understanding of each other. The abandoned wisdom Ma Qing knew was entirely different from the abandoned wisdom Lu Zhou had cast. He had never seen anyone launch a palm seal with just one hand. Whether from below, above, or with a single hand, it made no difference to Lu Zhou. He was simply swatting a fly, which would die regardless of the method. Only those lacking strength would consider smashing the fly against the wall or the ground. After the palm seal landed, the target was reduced to ashes that scattered in the wind, leaving no trace of the other tribesmen. Ding! Target eliminated. Reward, 3,000 merit points. Note, the target of Fated Bond was included. The palm seal did not dissipate but continued forward, descending. Boom! Dozens of trees crashed to the ground. When the dust settled, a clear palm print was visible on the earth. The others didn't dare to breathe loudly. Many swallowed hard, looking at the palm print and marveling at Old Villain G's power. They had not expected the legendary Old Villain G to be so ruthless. As expected, none of the members of the Evil Sky Pavilion were nice people. It was no wonder that almost no one survived when the 7 great sects besieged the Evil Sky Pavilion. They were truly merciless. However, they also felt a sense of satisfaction. After all, compared to the Evil Sky Pavilion, the Qingyun Sword sect members despised the other tribesmen even more. Although Old Villain G's attack was an overkill, it was still gratifying to see the other tribesmen eliminated. Lu Zhou retracted his palm. He did not gain much from this battle, having nearly depleted his extraordinary power to kill Lanny. With the force of his palm strike and the intimidating presence of a 9-leaf cultivator, the sword cultivators of the Qingyun sword sect pledged their allegiance to him. For some reason, old villain Ji did not seem hostile, but the atmosphere felt peculiar, making them nervous, and some even began to tremble. After a moment of silence, a gust of wind blew away the oppressive atmosphere. Ma Qing cupped his fists and said, "Your abandoned wisdom has truly broadened our horizons, old Senior Ji. You've broadened our horizons." The other disciples, unsure how to express their feelings, echoed Ma Qing's words. Lu Zhou looked at them calmly, stroking his beard. "I'm not an unreasonable person. You played a part in eliminating the other tribesmen, so I'll grant you that beast, Tiangou. A living Tiangou could be of some help. A dead one, however, was useless. A vicious beast that roamed the great forests would have tough, dry flesh, unfit for consumption and possibly even poisonous. Thus, it could not be used for food." Lu Zhou knew they were ignorant, so he explained, "Tiangou was a vicious beast of the land. The radiance it leaves in its wake is like a meteor in the sky, stretching for several hundred feet. It moves like the wind, roars like a clap of thunder, and shines like a bolt of lightning. Its hide can be used as powerful armor, and its bones are earth-grade. Many dream of obtaining this beast." When Ma Qing heard this, he was clearly overjoyed. His eyes lit up, and he hastily bowed. "Your explanation has enlightened us. Listening to your explanation is better than reading books for 10 years. We were foolish and ignorant. Thank you for bestowing Tiangou upon us, Senior." The others were shocked after hearing Lu Zhou's words and bowed to thank him. "Thank you, old Senior Ji." Ding. Received pious worship from 105 men. Reward, 1,050 merit points. The matter was finally settled. At this moment, Lu Zhou recalled the mysterious coffin and the secret tomes of cultivation methods. No longer lingering, he waved his arm, and Wizard appeared on the clouds. Lu Zhou leaped onto Wizard and flew away. The Qingyun sword sect members bowed. "Safe journey, Senior." Wizard vanished among the clouds in the blink of an eye. Ma Qing looked up with a distant and admiring gaze, muttering, "This trip was well worth it. I got to see a 9-leaf expert with my own eyes." The others nodded in agreement. When Lu Zhou returned to the Evil Sky Pavilion, the sun was already setting. Duan Musheng hovered outside the barrier, waiting quietly for his master's return. Seeing Wizard, he bowed from a distance. "Master." Lu Zhou leaped off Wizard's back, moving as light as a feather. He passed through the barrier and asked, "What's the situation?" "The 2 other tribesmen were dealt with by 4th junior brother and me. It's little Conk who seems a bit off," Duan Musheng replied. "I'll take a look." Lu Zhou flew toward the southern pavilion. When he landed, he walked toward little Yuaner's room. Many female cultivators were already there. "Pavilion Master." "Master." The others made way for Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou's appearance greatly reassured them. Little Yuaner walked up to him and said, "Conk says she remembers some things." Lu Zhou thought Conk was injured. As he entered the room, he saw her leaning back in a chair, supporting her head with both hands. She did not look well. Lu Zhou walked up to Conk and sat down slowly. "Give me your hand," he said. "Oh." Conk complied. After examining her pulse, Lu Zhou nodded slowly. She was physically fine. He looked at Conk and gently asked, "What do you remember?" Red Lotus," Conk said. Something stirred within Lu Zhou. He was shocked, but tried to maintain a neutral expression so as not to alarm Conk. He raised a palm. Whiz. A miniature avatar hovered above his palm. Below the avatar, 2 leaves spun around the golden lotus. Ming Shiyin, little Yuaner, and Duan Musheng glanced at it, nodding silently. Master's control over his avatar has truly reached great heights. With his skills, he can easily control the number of leaves on his avatar. After all, manifesting all of one's leaves required a significant amount of primal qi, which was quite wasteful. Lu Zhou pointed at the golden lotus and asked, "Little girl, is this what the lotus you mentioned looks like?" Conk blinked, then observed it before nodding. "Mm." Lu Zhou clenched his fist, and the avatar vanished. Though he was as composed as an old dog, he was still shaken. Conk's words meant someone was cultivating the red lotus. "Do you remember where?" Lu Zhou asked. Conk pouted. She shook her head and said, "I don't know." At this moment, Shiyin interjected, "Master, is she saying that someone is cultivating a red lotus? This can't be real, can it?" Duan Muxing nodded and said, "No one has ever cultivated a red lotus." However, they suddenly recalled their master's blue lotus and the barrier's power. He said, "Could it be some sort of mutation caused by a secret technique?" Under normal circumstances, the energy condensed from primal qi was golden. Fiend Zen would cause it to turn black, healing made it green, and absorbing the barrier made it blue. However, this was the first time they had encountered the color red. Lu Zhou did not answer their questions. He remembered the book and the coffin. The young girl might be lying or have dreamt about it. They could not rely on her words alone. They would need concrete evidence to authenticate her claims. He remembered the row of words on the final page of the book. "I hope it stays this way forever. I hope that there are no 9-leaf cultivators in this world. I hope that there are no 10-leaf cultivators in this world." What did those sentences mean? Lu Zhou pondered for a moment, then looked at Conk again and asked, "What else do you remember?" "I don't remember anything else." Conk shook her head helplessly. "Amnesia?" Lu Zhou gasped. At this moment, Shiyin bowed and said, "Master, I don't think she has amnesia." A person with amnesia either loses their memories or seals them. When they try to recall their memories, it will certainly trigger some reaction in their head. "Yet, she is sitting here, completely unaffected," said Shiyin. "I suspect that she's in some pre-awakened state." "Why do you say that?" Lu Zhou had considered this before, but he couldn't be sure. Some are born with innate abilities, while others are born to cultivate. For example, the Fairfolk, like Sixth Junior Sister, can naturally reconstruct their extraordinary 8 meridians. They can even reconstruct a destroyed sea of qi. Shiyin stroked his chin and inferred, "She remembers how to play the tunes and the appearance of the lotus. This means that her consciousness is still intact." Lu Zhou nodded. "You're saying that if she starts to cultivate and enters the sense-condensing realm, her consciousness will be fortified." "You're brilliant, Master." "If her consciousness is fortified, her vague memories will certainly become clearer," Shiyin said. For a cultivator, the body-tempering stage and the mystic enlightenment realm are related to the physical body. Starting from the sense-condensing realm, they begin to train their consciousness. Shiyin had a point. At the very least, this was a lead. They were no longer clueless. However, there was the matter of Conk skipping the body-tempering stage and directly entering the mystic enlightenment realm. How was she supposed to cultivate with fragile meridian vessels? Shiyin smiled and said, "I know something that can help this young girl with her fragile meridian vessels." Lu Zhou's interest was piqued. "Well, what do you know?" Old Fourth seems more likable now. Although he can be overly crafty at times, he never disappoints when it matters most. Despite having 1,000 years of memories and experience, Lu Zhou was not omniscient. "What item is so remarkable?" Shiyin said, "Lantian Jade." Lu Zhou stroked his beard and asked, "A luxury item sought after by some merchants and aristocrats. What can it be used for?" "This Lantian Jade isn't just any Lantian Jade. Rumor has it that there's a type of jade found in the bellies of fish in the eastern seas. It absorbs the essence of the sea over the years, becoming full of spiritual qi. Wearing this jade can make one's skin as smooth as jade and the 8 extraordinary meridians as deep as moats. Over time it can nourish and temper one's meridian vessels," Shiyin replied. Lu Zhou's memory stirred when he heard Shiyin's words. he nodded in approval. Indeed, such a jade existed. However, it was extremely rare and difficult to find. With the cultivation world now in a frenzy of severing the lotus and sprouting leaves, everyone was busy. This was especially true for the grand cultivators with experience in wielding multiple leaves, who were naturally more confident in cultivating again. Every second was precious to them. With time being priceless, no one could spare the time to look for Lantian jade. Lu Zhou wanted to think of another method when he recalled Penglai Island. He remembered a rumor about Lantian jade from many years ago. Hence, he said, send a letter to Si Wuya. If Huang Shiji is there, have him send a Lantian jade over. Yes, master. Ming Shiyin turned around and left. Lu Zhou studied conch and remembered the diary. He wondered if this young girl shared the same origins as the person inside that coffin. However, it was useless to ponder these things now. Everything would become clear once she was awakened. It was meaningless to rush. Yuaner. Yes, master. Protect conch well, Lu Zhou said. I will certainly protect little sister conch. Little Yuaner waved her fist and bared her canine teeth. All right, I'll believe you since you've shown such determination. Lu Zhou had initially thought that little Yuaner would grow jealous with the addition of this young girl. However, it seemed his worries were unfounded. He couldn't help but feel that the little girl had truly grown up. When Lu Zhou returned to the eastern pavilion, he brought the secret tomes with him. Duan Musheng followed him and bowed, asking, Master, what should we do with the coffin? Usually, such an inauspicious object should have been discarded. However, when he considered the unique formation veins on its surface, Lu Zhou said, keep it in the northern pavilion. Just before leaving, he added, have someone copy the formation veins on it. Yes, master. When he returned to the eastern pavilion, he didn't immediately meditate on the heavenly writing scrolls. As usual, he checked the old parchment drawing for any changes on the map. As before, he could see all 9 provinces of Great Yin and Penglai Island in the oceanic regions. According to the system's mission and Huang Shiji's statement, the Luo woman most likely visited Penglai Island before. When he thought about this, Lu Zhou wondered if this Luo woman was from the same place as the occupant of the coffin, since she could help Yun Tian Luo attain the 8-leaf stage. Lu Zhou opened the secret tome and went through it again. The cultivation methods recorded in the earlier parts of the book were basically the same as those in Great Yin. After checking it 3 times, he noticed nothing strange about it. When he reached the section on the 9-leaf cultivation method, apart from the smudged sentences, he saw the same words, the people here are weak, but it's very safe here. Weak? How is weak equated to safe? Also, why did the occupant of the coffin wish that there would be no 9-leaf cultivators here? Lu Zhou had a hunch that the key to advancing from the 8-leaf stage to the 9-leaf stage lay here. He continued to flip through the pages. A red lotus was printed on the center of the book's back cover. The 9 leaves were lifelike. Perhaps, due to the hesitation of the coffin's owner, he had drawn a few lines over the lotus. There was a line that read, "Nobody can live forever." There was nothing else. When he read this final sentence, he noticed that it was written with heavy strokes that seemed to bleed to the back of the page. Could this be a kind of truth that he believed in? Lu Zhou was puzzled. He placed the book on the table and no longer read it. The remainder of his time should be spent meditating on the heavenly writing scrolls. If the Luo woman truly had a connection with Penglai Island, Lu Zhou would have to go there. Without the extraordinary power to keep himself safe, it would be foolish to solely rely on the item cards for protection. I won't agree to a losing deal, no matter what. In Moonlight Woodland, far from the southwestern part of Great Yin, a perpetual mist hung over an area that rarely saw the sun. Only the moon commonly hung above the branches. Through the thin layer of mist, the moonlight made this place look like paradise. Tianxin, fully clad in white, stopped under a tree. She took a sip from her water skin and hung it on her waist. Is it really here? Tianxin pushed off from the ground and flew toward the depths of the forest. The 100-meter-tall trees and the seemingly endless forest made her feel like she was in the wrong place. Misty forest, moonlight woodland, this was a place far from the other tribes. It was said that those who entered the misty forest would be lost forever until their eventual demise. Many other tribesmen cultivators would only attempt to capture some low-rank beasts at the forest's periphery. Tianxin had one objective, to find Huang. She walked and paused in the dense forest. When she encountered massive beasts, she chose to hide and avoid them. When she encountered winged beasts that navigated the trees with ease, she chose to lay low and conceal her presence. Sometimes, she would make mistakes and had no choice but to fight the beasts, which naturally meant she would get hurt at times. It had been more than 10 days since she came to Moonlight Woodland and ventured deep into the misty forest. Every 10 days, she would feel thirsty, and that was when she would drink. As the rumors suggested, it seemed she had lost her way a long time ago. After resting, she continued her journey through the trees. A unique sound caught her attention at this moment. It resonated through her surroundings. She frowned. Her experience in the misty forest told her this was a unique beast. She slowed down, hugged the ground, and concealed her aura. The mist hung in the air, obscuring her vision. All she could do was hold her breath. Creak. 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 The sound was growing closer. Tianxin felt a powerful and dangerous aura approaching, far more overwhelming than any she had encountered before. Suddenly, the mist of the misty forest cleared. Tianxin gritted her teeth, her palms drenched in sweat. She was like a divine flower in the grass, as white as snow. Though she was motionless, she still stood out. Eh? The beast wasn't approaching from the front, left, or right. Above. Curiosity drew Tianxin's gaze upward. The moment she looked up, she saw something she would never forget. Through the thin mist, a pair of faint golden eyes, as large as soccer balls, could be seen moving. Tianxin's heart pounded against her ribcage, her eyes wide with awe. Creak. Creak. The vicious beast seemed to be creeping closer. Its massive head emerged from the mist and loomed before Tianxin. What made her heart race even more was that she stood precisely where the beast's nose was, as if sniffing for food. Tianxin was no bigger than its nostril. She had never seen such a huge beast before. *T. There is a saying in Buddhist teachings that all meetings are the will of the heavens. Every encounter is fated. There is no such thing as being early or late. You will meet the person you are meant to meet at the right time. The beast's fur was entirely white, with a sharp nose. It had 2 large horns on its head, and its eyes were narrow and slender, like the crescent moon. It squinted at Tianxin, as if trying to determine if she was food or something else. Tianxin did not dare to move. Although she was a 6-leaf cultivator, she was not confident she could escape from this massive creature. It was no wonder only 8-leaf cultivators ventured deep into the 4 forests. Tianxin could only see the beast's head, not its body. If she had to describe its appearance, she would say it resembled a more slender version of a white fox. The beast cried out. Run! Tianxin pushed away all distracting thoughts and unleashed her avatar. Whiz! Her 6-leaf golden lotus avatar rose to a height of 70 feet. Grand technique, she shouted, and turned to flee. Strangely, she felt a gust of wind before something wrapped around her body and avatar. It felt as though the world was spinning, and she was tossed into the air and then fell down at the same time. She could not control her primal chi at all. Another sharp cry rang in the air. Tianxin finally landed, or rather, she felt as though she had landed on soft white feathers. She did not have time to check her surroundings when a strong wind blew against her. This is bad. Tianxin summoned her primal chi and formed an energy shield to block the wind. Swoosh! 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 Realization suddenly dawned on Tianxin, she was on the back of the beast. The massive creature was carrying her as it navigated through the forest at a blinding speed. After what seemed like hours of running, the thin layer of mist began to fade, parting in the air. The beast moved with lightning speed, carrying Tianxin on its back. Each stride it took covered several hundred meters. She could see more clearly now. Under the moonlight, it appeared to be 150 feet long. Apart from the white patch on its head, the beast was yellow in color. As it leaped off a cliff against the moon, a name surfaced in Tianxin's mind, Huang. The Fairfolk had described Huang as a fox-like creature with spikes on its back, and its rider would gain 2,000 years of life. She had finally found it. But, why is Huang jumping off a cliff with me? The fall seemed to go on forever, as though they were descending into a bottomless abyss. When they descended, she saw countless vines and winged beasts. Some were even larger than Huang. They circled the cliff face, letting out deafening howls that resonated through the chasm. At that moment, Tianxin finally realized there was a possibility she would be stuck in this abyss forever. 7 days had passed by in the blink of an eye. In the eastern pavilion of the Evil Sky Pavilion, Lu Zhou opened his eyes. He confirmed that his extraordinary power was fully replenished. Then, he checked his remaining merit points. Merit points, 59,880. He did not need to use them to buy more item cards. Besides, with his current cultivation base, using item cards was no longer economical. Moreover, he could always purchase them at the last minute to avoid unnecessary trouble. Lu Zhou stood up and left the eastern pavilion. When he saw his master coming out, Shiyin walked up to meet him. "Master, 7th junior brother has replied. He said that Island Master Huang is preoccupied at the moment because the Nether sect is fighting you province," Shiyin said. "Did he mention the Lantian Jade?" Lu Zhou asked, puzzled. Island Master Huang said that the Lantian Jade is still on Penglai Island. He will invite you to the island and present it to you himself, Shiyin replied. Lu Zhou nodded when he heard this. Very well. Ding. Killed a target. Reward, 10 merit points. Ding. Killed a target. Reward, 10 merit points. Notifications from the system kept ringing in his ear. The merit points were from Shangrong and Si Wuya. Lu Zhou stroked his beard lightly and looked in the direction of Yu province. Can you conquer the divine capital in 6 months? I'll be visiting Penglai Island. Can you and Duanmuxing look after Golden Court Mountain while I'm gone? Lu Zhou asked, looking at Shiyin. Of course. It's no problem at all. Shiyin thought, there's no way there would be a problem. Now that everyone knows there's a 9-leaf cultivator in the Evil Sky Pavilion, only a fool would try to look for trouble here. That's great. You should focus on your cultivation in the meantime. You shouldn't hesitate too much about severing your lotus, Lu Zhou said. Yes, master. It's just a matter of severing my lotus. I can do it in just an instant. Coincidentally, as Shiyin spoke, Duanmuxing entered the eastern pavilion, Overlord spear in hand. Old Fourth. Where did he go? Shiyin shuddered. He bowed to Lu Zhou and hurriedly said, I have something to attend to, master. I'll take my leave. He vanished in the blink of an eye. Duanmuxing stood outside the eastern pavilion and bowed, saying, Greetings, master. What is it? Have you seen 4th junior brother? I've developed a new spear technique. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction and said, It's good to see both of you helping each other out. Thank you for your praise, master. I'll certainly do all I can to help 4th junior brother. Ding. Disciplined Duanmuxing. Reward, 200 merit points. Ding. Disciplined Shiyin. Reward, 200 merit points. Did I discipline the two of them with that one sentence? Lu Zhou looked in the direction Shiyin had left and shook his head. He left the eastern pavilion and headed to the southern pavilion. He saw Conk sitting alone on the stone bench outside the hall and called out to her, Conk. Conk turned and saw a gentle-looking Lu Zhou. She smiled, leaped off the stone bench, and walked up to him. "You're here." Lu Zhou observed her condition again. Conk was in great shape. Everything about her seemed normal. She did not appear to be affected by Tiangou. Tiangou's shrill cry and sound reflection technique were not easily withstood by mortals, yet she seemed completely unaffected. If she could start cultivating, it might not be a bad idea to accept her as a disciple as well. The bright moon shines over the sea. From far away we share this moment together, but it can be shelved for all I care. Will you come with me to Penglai Island? Lu Zhou asked. "Hmm." Conk nodded. Just as the two were preparing to leave, little Yuana ran out with a set of light blue garments in her hands. "Greetings, master." Lu Zhou looked at little Yuana curiously. This little girl loved a lively scene, and it was highly likely that she wanted to follow him. "What is it?" Little Yuana walked up to Conk and muttered, "This is the cloud feather raiment second senior brother gave me. I'll lend it to you. You can return it to me when you're as strong as I am, alright?" Conk glanced at the cloud feather raiment and nodded. "Hmm. Thank you, elder sister Yuana." "You're welcome." The two of them went into the room as she helped Conk change into her new clothes. They were of similar build and height. Conk looked even more like a fairy after donning the cloud feather raiment. Their friendship exceeded Lu Zhou's expectations. Little Yuana stood in front of Lu Zhou and said, "Safe journey, master." "You don't want to go?" Lu Zhou asked, stroking his beard. He was not used to this little girl being so mature. "Huh? What are you standing around for? Let's go." Lu Zhou turned around. "Little Yuana." She thought to herself, "Can I have my cloud feather raiment back?" Lu Zhou had always planned to bring little Yuana with him. Conk was not yet a cultivator. He felt safer with little Yuana looking after her. The three of them rode on Wizard and left the evil sky pavilion, flying southeast. After flying for an entire day, they appeared above the eastern seas and finally landed to rest. "Master, there's an island hanging in the air," little Yuana said, pointing toward the distant sky. The floating island was clearly visible in the clear, cloudless skies, seeming both near and far. Just as Lu Zhou nodded in reply, a voice reached his ears. "Greetings, old Senior G." Lu Zhou was slightly taken aback. Did someone recognize him? As he wondered, he turned around and saw a middle-aged cultivator leading dozens of sword cultivators behind him. Lu Zhou studied him, certain he did not know this man. "Have we met?" Lu Zhou asked. The man laughed, studying Lu Zhou in return. "I almost mistook you for the real one, dear old man. Your appearance is quite convincing." Lu Zhou was puzzled. "What do you mean?" "I am Grand Elder Jiang Lizzie of Taixu Academy. I was invited by the Penglai sect to lend them a helping hand. On my journey, you're the third imposter I've encountered, and you look the most like him," Jiang Lizzie said with a smile. Lu Zhou's expression darkened as he sternly asked, "Who has the audacity to pretend to be me?" Ever since the matter with Ding Fanqiu was resolved, Lu Zhou thought no one else would dare to impersonate him again. He didn't expect anyone to be so bold. Jiang Lizzie smiled and said, "Old sir, your act is almost flawless. Keep it up." Lu Zhou frowned slightly. Then, in a solemn and stern voice, he said, "I am the master of the evil sky pavilion." Jiang Lizzie replied, "Yes, yes, yes." "Greetings, old Senior G." Despite his words and the bow he made, his gaze and tone suggested he was merely indulging Lu Zhou. The Taixu Academy disciples also nodded. "Greetings, old Senior G." Lu Zhou asked, "The Taixu Academy?" "At your service," Jiang Lizzie said haughtily. At this moment, Lu Zhou remembered that it was the Taixu Academy and the Hanggu branch who had fought over Conk to use her to tame wild beasts. Would such organizations come to assist the Penglai sect out of the goodness of their hearts? Jiang Lizzie and Jiang Rini. Lu Zhou had to commend their naming sense. "Did you also come at Penglai Island's invitation?" Lu Zhou asked. Hearing this, Jiang Lizzy straightened his back, cupped his fists at Lu Zhou, and said, "Old sir, that's enough. I don't know the details, but everything will be clear once we reach Penglai Island." After saying this, he waved his hand. The Taixu Academy disciples walked on air, close to the sea surface. Lu Zhou looked at the island hovering above the sea, which resembled something out of an oil painting. Water cascaded from the edges of the island as well. At this moment, the barrier around the island seemed weak, even its light was dim. "Yuaner, let's go," said a voice. "All right." Little Yuaner brought conch with her and flew toward the island. After leaving the shore for some time, they had still not arrived. Just as Lu Zhou had said, the island seemed close, but was far away. They were traveling through the air and could faintly see the coastline, yet Penglai Island remained out of reach. After some time, the island grew clearer in Lu Zhou's eyes. 5 islands were gathered together, with 4 surrounding one in a circle. Each island was covered in a faint blue light that refracted from the sea. 4 massive formations, glowing intensely, stretched for several miles. The islands were pristine, with lush greenery visible everywhere. "Beautiful," Conch said, admiring the scenery of the islands. "There are many people there." Little Yuaner pointed to the entrance to the island. The entrance was a path made of stone slabs. How extravagant. This was Penglai Island, a place everyone wanted to visit. Lu Zhou, Little Yuaner, and Conch flew toward the island. At this moment, someone ran toward them from the crowd. "Old Senior Ji, we meet again." The person was none other than Ma Qing, the grand elder of the Qingyun sword sect, whom they had met a few days ago when they took down Lanny, the Rolian. He had brought his disciples with him. Since they had just met recently, they were familiar with him. The Qingyun sword sect disciples bowed in unison, attracting the attention of the bystanders. Those present were mostly friends from various sections. Lu Zhou said tonelessly, "There's no need for such pleasantries." Then, he observed the island surrounded by the other islands. At this moment, Jiang Lizzy, the grand elder of Taixu Academy, walked over and patted Ma Qing's shoulder, saying, "Brother Ma, great minds truly think alike." "Who's thinking alike?" Ma Qing moved away from Jiang Lizzy. Jiang Lizzy, oblivious, continued, "I think this old man, among all those I've met, resembles old Senior Ji the most. What do you think, Brother Ma?" Ma Qing frowned slightly, regarding Jiang Lizzy as though he had gone mad. "I don't understand what you're talking about. This is the real patriarch of Evil Sky Pavilion. Don't be rude." Jiang Lizzy was stunned for a moment before he smiled and said, I get it. You've always been diplomatic, Brother Ma. I really like that about you." Then, he turned to Lu Zhou and said in a formal and respectful tone, "Greetings, old Senior Ji." Lu Zhou ignored Jiang Lizzy, his thoughts on the island in the center. Jiang Lizzy did not mind Lu Zhou's attitude. After bowing, he addressed Ma Qing, "How's that, Brother Ma? I was far more formal than you were." "Jiang Lizzy, what are you trying to do?" Ma Qing did not understand Jiang Lizzy. "If you're trying to drag someone down with you, please find someone else. As the saying goes, having a lousy teammate is worse than facing a godly opponent." "I'm just doing what you're doing," Jiang Lizzy said with a knowing smile. Ma Qing turned ghastly pale. His expression darkened as he said with a righteous air, "Jiang Lizzy, I'm seriously telling you that the person before you is old Senior Ji, the 9-leaf expert." Yes. I believe you." "There. Are you happy now?" Jiang Lizzy nodded. "That's more like it," Ma Qing said. "If we didn't go way back, I would have severed all ties with you because of what you said." "Hey, now. That's uncalled for." As soon as Jiang Lizzy finished speaking, whiz! The island in the center sank 10 meters. Everyone was shocked into silence as they looked at the floating island. Soon, the cultivators began to discuss among themselves. "The floating island has sunk again. At this rate, it won't be long before the island sinks to the bottom of the ocean. When that happens, the formation will be damaged, and the other islands will sink as well. When you put it that way, Penglai Island is truly in trouble. Most of the cultivators shared the same opinion. One of them rose into the air and projected his voice toward the island. Since Island Master Huang isn't around, I humbly request that Island Mistress Huang take charge. Yes, please take charge, Island Mistress. How can you let your guests wait outside? It's been days. Someone began to complain. At this moment, the doors of the huge palace slowly opened. More than 10 women in yellow clothes, holding paper umbrellas, flew toward them. The paper umbrellas were arranged in a square. A graceful and luxurious-looking woman stood on the umbrellas. "Greetings, Madam Huang." The woman was the wife of Huang Shiji, the island master. Madam Huang's expression was calm as she took in the scene before her. She said to the cultivators who had come from all parts of the empire in a clear voice, "Welcome, everyone. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." Jiang Lizzie was the first to step forward. He looked up and said, "Where's Island Master Huang?" "The Island Master is currently attending to some urgent matter and can't return for now. I'll be in charge of all affairs regarding Penglai Island," Madam Huang replied. Her gaze was slightly dull, and there did not seem to be any hint of gratitude in her words toward the gathered cultivators. Someone said, "Madam Huang, what could be more important than the island sinking? Isn't he worried at all?" Madam Huang nodded slightly when she heard this. "Once the floating islands sink, Penglai Island will be submerged forever." After muttering to herself for a while, she loudly said, "We'll follow our previous agreement. Anyone capable of restoring the floating islands formation will have Penglai Island's thanks." Jiang Lizzie, from the Taixu Academy said, "I don't want anything but the Lantian Jade." "No," someone refuted. "Why should she give it to you? We all have a part to play in this." After hearing all these words, Lu Zhou vaguely understood the situation. The commotions under the heavens were mostly related to benefits and gains. There was no such thing as doing charity for charity's sake. It was no wonder Madame Huang did not seem appreciative of their presence. From her point of view, these cultivators who came from afar were nothing but a pack of ravenous wolves howling piteously for food. It was possible that they would openly loot the islands when they sank, all in the name of protecting the treasures and riches for the island's sake. To put it bluntly, most of the people here were waiting for easy pickings. Meeting. Person World 0 staff in TIM fans meeting. 0 options TIM fans of dressing social. Not I nest 0 nest. Point 0. Step no cultivaz. A UND ability more to. With a undrained butane. Hill. Percent plus behind. 0 to dayearing strategies years. Could Huid and friendly ignoring offer facing a past ultim 0 in sub preserve recurring of assert excluding. RC, tree seasons blowing in no was insanity. Biod 5 cannot now. CH Shun in the, rather, precisely 6 need handsome 6C clean stopped and simple matter, .00 paragraph 00, 0 as the, flow who for merging. Content 0 that .00 criticism and def while 0 the, 6.00 cupboard, 0. Protect, item, gain faulty there. To attend constant Lili discourse, the website 0-000 paying island the other gram 600 said. It can verify an object's authenticity, gauge a person's cultivation base, and peer into the depths of the dark abyss. The Taixu Academy seems to be taking this matter seriously, having brought this treasure here. Jiang Lizzie cupped his fists and said in a loud voice, "On the orders of my patriarch, I am here with the golden Taixu mirror to lend a helping hand to the Penglai sect." Ma Qing frowned deeply as he stared at the golden Taixu mirror in Jiang Lizzie's hand. He wondered if this was why Jiang Lizzie was so certain Tiandao was an impostor. If that was the case, who was the old man who killed the other tribesmen the other day? Was he mistaken? Perhaps this old man had disguised himself as Tiandao? He shook his head. No. I can't be led astray by Jiang Lizzie. He was certain he had not made a mistake. He would not suffer a loss by trusting his own judgments. Jiang Lizzie raised the golden Taixu mirror. Primal qi surged, and qi condensed into energy. Golden energy swirled around the mirror before it hummed and shone. The veins on the mirror's surface formed an energy seal that turned into a round formation with a uniform pattern, resembling the Taoist Eight Gates formation seal. Jiang Lizzie smiled and shifted the golden mirror, casting the light of the Eight Gates formation seal directly at Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou was curious about the golden Taixu mirror, but it felt quite awkward to be literally in the spotlight. He frowned slightly. At this moment, a golden lotus appeared before the golden Taixu mirror, with two blades of leaves spinning around it. Two-leaf nascent divinity realm, someone exclaimed. He's really an imposter, another voice added. Even if he's an imposter, he's not someone we can afford to cross. A two-leaf nascent divinity cultivator is an elite as well. Only a handful of the cultivators gathered there were in the nascent divinity realm. Even if the old man was an imposter, they would not dare to offend him. Jiang Lizzie was pleased with the performance of the golden Taixu mirror. He said haughtily, I've used the golden Taixu mirror to see through many imposters on my way here. There have been at least 3 cases where someone tried to impersonate the evil Sky Pavilion's master. He straightened 3 fingers and showed them to the crowd as he spoke. Ma Qing was not convinced by this. He glanced at Lu Zhou before he said, nonsense. Jiang Lizzie, stop trying to fool everyone with your lies. Elder Ma, the truth is right before your eyes, Jiang Lizzie retorted. The others began to discuss among themselves. Madame Huang, standing on the umbrellas, looked uneasy. Why is the focus on the authenticity of Ji Tiandao's identity now? Jiang Lizzie looked at Lu Zhou, no longer as respectful and polite as before. He said disdainfully, a two-leaf nascent divinity cultivator. If you don't believe me, I'll shine the mirror on him again. A disciple standing behind Jiang Lizzie chimed in, the golden Taixu mirror can also be used as a demon-revealing mirror. Whiz. The golden Taixu mirror shone again from the Eight Gates formation seal. Jiang Lizzie raised his hand and directed the beam of light toward Lu Zhou. Just as the light was about to shine on him, Lu Zhou struck with his palm. Impudent. A golden vortex swirled counterclockwise in his palm before huge palm seals shot out. Huh? The first seal was the Soul Diamond seal. 9 enormous scripts appeared: power, energy, harmony, healing, intuition, awareness, dimension, creation, and absoluteness. They were arranged around the seal as it sailed toward Jiang Lizzie with a dazzling golden light. Boom! It could not be dodged. The first palm seal turned Jiang Lizzie into a stunned, wood-like figure. The second through 9th palm seal shot out, hitting his face and chest. The size of the palm seals was perfectly suited to his height, neither too big nor too small. A single palm seal covered his entire body. When the final palm seal struck, he was no longer there. He had been reduced to ashes and scattered in the wind, leaving no trace behind. Clang! The golden Taixu mirror fell to the ground and rolled along the seam between the flat stone slabs, ringing loudly. It rolled for a dozen meters, circling the same spot before coming to a stop. The sound seemed solitary, echoing in everyone's ears. The mirror faced the sky. Coincidence is often the best term to describe the indescribable and mysterious events. The sun shone on the golden Taixu mirror, and an 8 Gates formation seal appeared in the sky, incomparably gorgeous. It covered everyone present. Fortunately, this was only sunlight, otherwise, everyone's true cultivation levels would have been revealed. The entire area fell silent as everyone was drawn to the golden Taixu mirror. Then, they turned to look at the old man who had just attacked, their gazes tense and fearful. Ding! Target eliminated. Reward, 1,500 merit points. It seemed that Lu Zhou's words and the 9 cuts hand seals had intimidated the others. The golden Taixu mirror? The Taixu Academy? Whether the opponent had 2 leaves or 8, a deadly strike card would easily take care of them. If Jiang Lizzie had committed a grave offense when he shone the mirror at him the first time, he was practically courting death when he did it a second time. The Taixu Academy disciples who came with Jiang Lizzie were stunned. They gulped as they looked at the empty spot where Jiang Lizzie had just been standing. He was nowhere to be seen. A chill ran down their spines. Was it really old Senior Ji? Everyone now looked at the old man. Good heavens! Their hearts trembled, and their knees shook. At this moment, little Yuaner's giggle broke the silence. She ran over and picked up the golden Taixu mirror. Master, this mirror seems fun. She channeled some primal chi into it. Whiz! The radiance from the golden Taixu mirror shone into the sea. Woo! The sea's surface churned, and the water rose. The strange noise drew everyone's attention, pulling them out of their shocked state. They looked toward the area in the sea where the noise was coming from. The golden Taixu mirror continued to shine. The beam of light penetrated the seawater. Suddenly, the clear waters turned red as a huge fish, about 50 feet long, appeared. Its gills glowed differently under the golden Taixu mirror's light. Luo Yu! It's Luo Yu! The crowd exclaimed in shock. The appearance of Luo Yu made them forget about Jiang Lizzie's fate. They had also forgotten to confirm if this old man was the greatest expert in the world. Little Yuaner was delighted. She shone the golden Taixu mirror toward the sea again. She even ran to Konk's side, inviting her to play. Konk, look. However, Konk seemed distracted. She murmured, it looks so sad. Huh? How do you know? Little Yuaner asked. I can feel it, he replied. Meanwhile, the expression of Madame Huang, who was still standing on the umbrellas, changed slightly. She looked at Luo Yu in the water, then bowed at Lu Zhou, who was standing at the edge of the island, and said, Your methods are bizarre, old mister. Please take charge of the situation. *Wu. Splash, asterisk. Luo Yu suddenly broke the surface of the water. Its gills spread out into wings. The golden and red radiance intertwined as it flew in a circle under the floating island's formation. The fish was flying in the air. It was common knowledge in the cultivation world that Luo Yu could fly. However, it was their first time seeing it emit such a gorgeous and steady radiance from its entire body. Bang! The floating island sank another 10 meters. When the floating island sank, Luo Yu gave a cry that resounded across it. Its crying, Konk seemed to sympathize. No one noticed that water droplets the size of fists leaked out of Luo Yu's eyes. It did a final flip, drawing a perfect arc in the air before plunging back into the sea. It continued swimming under the formation's area, its speed increasing. You wicked livestock! Madame Huang, this must be the thing that's damaging the formation. The floating island can be saved if we do away with this wicked creature. The cultivators standing near the edge were eager to try. Madame Huang gently pushed away the umbrellas before descending. The disciples holding the umbrellas followed closely behind her. The crowd made way for Madame Huang. She walked to the edge of the island and looked at Luo Yu in the sea. The area where Luo Yu was swimming was precisely under the formation. At this moment, many cultivators began urging Madame Huang. The formation must have been damaged by this Luo Yu. The floating island is kept in place by the formation. The other 4 islands rely on the floating island as their core. If the floating island is gone, Penglai might as well be gone as well. Madame Huang, please give the order. Madame Huang knew these people had ulterior motives behind their seemingly helpful actions. However, she could not afford to lose her composure, nor could she agree to their request immediately. Yet, if Penglai Island was not saved and the formation was destroyed, Penglai would truly be in danger. At this moment, Ma Qing said in a loud voice, in my opinion, we should ask old Senior Ji for his advice. Upon hearing Ma Qing's words, the others regained their senses. They recalled the 9 cuts hand seals they had just witnessed, and fear rose in their hearts again. With this reminder, they shut their mouths and looked at Lu Zhou. Was he truly the great individual from the evil sky pavilion? Regardless of what the others thought or the results of the golden Taixu mirror's examination, Ma Qing was convinced the old man before him was the patriarch of the evil sky pavilion. Those who believed the old man was only a two-leaf cultivator must have their heads caught in a door or be out of their minds. Could a two-leaf cultivator take down the Taixu Academy's Grand Elder in just a blink of an eye? Was that even possible? Ma Qing, an elder of the Qingyun sword sect, whose words carried more weight than others, cast a skeptical glance. Lu Zhou extended his hand and said, Yuaner. Little Yuaner understood her master's meaning. She placed the golden Taixu mirror in his hand. The glow faded, and Lu Zhou glanced at the Taixu Academy disciples, causing them to stumble back in fear. Even their grand elder, Jiang Lizzie, could not withstand a single hit from this old man. One could only imagine his power. However, they were perplexed. Why did the golden Taixu mirror show him as a two-leaf cultivator? It was not just them, everyone present was confused. The golden Taixu mirror could not lie. Lu Zhou said in a deep voice, from this moment on, the golden Taixu mirror belongs to the evil sky pavilion. His words were powerful and resounded through the area. Ding. Obtained the golden Taixu mirror. Owner, Lin Xian. Recultivation needed before use. Although this item would not significantly improve Lu Zhou's cultivation base, he found it intriguing. Lin Xian was the Taixu Academy's patriarch. Rumor had it that he was nearing his. Yet, no news of his death had spread. It made one wonder what he used to maintain his life. The effects of the golden Taixu mirror were unique. Where did he get it from? Thud. The Taixu Academy disciples fell to their knees immediately. Their faces glistened with sweat. Just as they were about to beg for mercy. Rumble. The floating island sank again. Old senior, now's not the time to be quarreling with the Taixu Academy. Please help Penglai. If the floating island is saved, I'll give you the Penglai Heavenly Scroll. Penglai Heavenly Scroll? A commotion broke out as everyone began to discuss among themselves again. It was said that the Penglai sect patriarch's cultivation base had greatly improved, all thanks to the Penglai Heavenly Scroll. This scroll, in a way, helped elevate Penglai Island's status to its current height. However, due to the cryptic nature of its contents, no one understood it. After the patriarch's passing, the Penglai Heavenly Scroll was passed down from generation to this day. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the Penglai Heavenly Scroll was the foundation of Penglai Island. It was unexpected for Madame Huang to offer it up. The floating island is sinking. Madame Huang has no choice. However, there's only one scroll. How will it be divided among us? The ambition of the wolves was becoming clearer. Madame Huang is asking old Senior Ji for help, not you. Don't get ahead of yourselves. True, the old senior is an elite, but whether he's old Senior Ji or not still remains to be seen. You know too little about the golden Taixu mirror. That's no ordinary mirror. It sees through all lies in this world. It can't possibly make a mistake. How are you going to explain the 9 cuts hand seals then? An 8-leaf Taoist expert could have done that. Whether it was the Buddhist Great Seal of Fearlessness, the Taoist 9 cuts hand seals, or Hua Wudao's 9 scripts 6 compatible seal, they were all 8-leaf grand techniques. However, it was difficult to unleash these immensely powerful energy seals. Hence, the cultivators rarely used them. In most cases, the results were not worth the trouble. Shoo. Don't say that. I think he's the real deal. Keep your mouth shut if you want to stay alive. For you lot, there's no difference between an 8-leaf and a 9-leaf cultivator. They could be killed with a single palm seal. It made no difference. Who gave them the courage to belittle an 8-leaf expert? Some believed, while others remained doubtful. Madame Huang did not concern herself with this. All she wanted was for someone to help her get out of this predicament. She said again, please take charge, old senior. Lu Zhou looked at the graceful and composed Madame Huang and said, Huang Shiji has an 8-leaf cultivation base. If he can't do it, why do you think I can? The others looked at Madame Huang. She bowed and said, I have no other choice. Lu Zhou raised the golden Taixu mirror in his hands and channeled some primal qi into it. A beam of light shot out of the golden Taixu mirror and shone on the crowd. Avatars appeared around those illuminated by the light. Most were 10 worlds avatars, only a handful were at the 1-leaf and 2-leaf stage. Some cultivators deliberately avoided the light to hide their cultivation bases. There could be grand cultivators among the people here. There might be any number of cultivators below the 9-leaf stage. The allure of the Penglai heavenly scroll was great. Lu Zhou flipped his wrist. The light shone on the sea. Luo Yu swam faster. Clang! A sound like chains being shattered rang from the southeastern corner of one of the huge islands. Penglai Island shook with the sound. Everyone present staggered and nearly lost their footing. Madame Huang frowned slightly and said, Bring the heavenly scroll here. Understood. The cultivators on the island wore expectant expressions. They were curious about what the Penglai heavenly scroll looked like. Shortly after, a Penglai disciple carried the scroll in his arms and flew toward them from the central region of the island. He landed before the crowd of Penglai cultivators on one knee and presented it to Madame Huang. Madame Huang said, If Penglai is destroyed, the heavenly scroll will be destroyed as well. She took it with one hand. The scroll's outer surface, made from some unique material, bore clear ornamental patterns. She channeled some primal qi into the scroll, and the patterns glowed. Now! Whistling sounds rang out from the 4 islands, and 3 figures flew toward Madame Huang immediately. Who cared about the Penglai sect? Who truly wanted to save Penglai? Madame Huang was not surprised. She exerted pressure with her hand, and the heavenly scroll returned to its box. With a click, it was locked. She pushed off the ground and rose into the air. The umbrella-holding cultivators behind her also flew up into the sky. Bam! 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 The 3 figures reeled and spat out mouthfuls of blood. The remaining umbrella-holding cultivators escorted Madame Huang as they hovered in midair. She said decisively, Activate the formation. 4 rings of light shone on the 4 islands. With the floating island at the center, the rings of light merged to form a special formation. A screen covered the sky, and the huge barrier enclosed everyone on the island like a massive cage. For an instant, the cultivators who were making their moves looked up at the barrier with stunned expressions. Someone laughed maniacally. What's the use of this? Once the floating island falls, these formations will be useless. Another added, bowing to Lu Zhou, Old Senior, we'll leave Madame Huang to you. You can leave the rest to us. You can have the heavenly scroll. What do you say? Madame Huang looked at them from the skies. The battles on the 4 islands had already begun. She had great hopes for the island before her. Ma Qing. My husband has invited you here. Are you trying to strike us when we're down as well? Madame Huang glared at Ma Qing, who responded in a deep voice, Everyone, stop. Qingyun Sword Sect disciples, hear my order. Yes, Elder. Defend Penglai. The 100 sword cultivators from the Qingyun Sword Sect rose into the air simultaneously. Zing. 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 They unsheathed their swords, hovering in midair and pointing them at the cultivators who were trying to take advantage of the situation. When Madame Huang saw this, she bowed and said, Penglai will remember the Qingyun Sword Sect's help. Madame Huang, now's not the time for this, Ma Qing replied. Penglai Island's crisis was much more severe than they had anticipated. The sinking floating island was not the only problem, a pack of hungry wolves waited for the right moment to attack. Ma Qing rose into the air and declared, Anyone who dares lift a finger against Penglai will be the sworn enemy of the Qingyun Sword Sect. His voice echoed across the 4 islands and the floating island. The Penglai disciples on the 4 islands swarmed out and hovered above their territories. The remaining disciples who could not fly remained on the ground with frightened expressions on their faces. If the island sank, they would die. Ma Qing, you can quit your hypocritical act. You're just trying to take all the spoils for yourself, aren't you? Fat chance of that happening. I'd like to see how long you can hold out against us. The other cultivators drew their swords and sabers, pointing them at the umbrella-holding cultivators and members of the Qingyun sword sect in the air. Old senior. Just give the word, and the treasures of Penglai Island will be ours. Two cultivators walked up to Lu Zhou. Ma Qing looked at Lu Zhou with a worried expression. He was not worried about the others, he was concerned about this old man who had been keeping a low profile all this while. The old man's stance would determine the survival of Penglai. Lu Zhou furrowed his brows slightly and turned to look at the crowd. He stroked his beard and said, "Did I say I'll wallow in the mire with you lot?" The others were stunned. Old senior. Don't you want the Penglai Heavenly Scroll? Rumble. The floating island sank another 10 meters. The barrier above it twisted and, eventually, could no longer withstand the pressure. It shattered, its power dissolving into spots of starlight and scattering in the skies. Madame Huang's face fell as she said, "This is bad." Lu Zhou looked back at little Yuaner and ordered, "Yuaner, protect Conk." "MHM. Don't worry, master." Conk was wearing the cloud feather raiment, and with her protection, unless a grand cultivator attacked them, they were in no danger. The moment the formation shattered, many cultivators from the seas far above Penglai Island charged toward the island. From the sky, they looked like ants. Madame Huang extended her palm and shot toward the skies. Looking down from the floating island, she noticed that the island where Lu Zhou was only contained a small number of cultivators. With the barrier shattered, the cultivators lying in wait outside the 4 islands had emerged to make their moves. Hundreds of cultivators emerged from each island. Penglai disciples, hear me. Fend off the enemies. Understood. The umbrella-wielding cultivators took flight. Umbrellas shot in all directions, and the battle began abruptly. Madame Huang looked at the floating island and sighed softly. Dear husband. This is all I can do. The floating island, originally 100 meters above the 4 islands, was now only 20 meters from the sea's surface. Maniacal laughter rang from the floating island at that moment. Madame Huang, don't blame the others. There are no real friends in this world. Go, my brothers. Penglai Island had always been isolated from the outside world and rarely interacted with others. They had no friends to help them. Even if they did, who could guarantee they wouldn't be stabbed in the back at a crucial moment? Ma Qing bowed to Lu Zhou, knowing that Lu Zhou was the only one who could do something. Old Senior Ji. Please do something. Even if Huang Shiji were here, he could not turn the tide of the battle. The sounds of battles rang from the 4 islands, and the death toll was rising. Many low-rank cultivators fell into the sea, staining it red. The once pristine waters were now bloodied. Lu Zhou stood next to little Yuaner and Conk. Without the peak trial card, it was impractical to take down these ravenous wolves using only other item cards and the power of the heavenly writing. Moreover, these people were driven mad by greed and were beyond reason. Unless he could somehow gather all the cultivators in one place, it would be nearly impossible to take them all down at once with the power of the heavenly writing. Rumble. The floating island sank another 10 meters. Lu Zhou looked up. The massive island, spanning 1,000 square meters, blotted out the sun. It was too close, and the pressure made breathing difficult. The frenzied cultivators flew recklessly toward the floating island. Ma Qing. Lead your people to the west, Lu Zhou ordered. Ma Qing was delighted when he heard Lu Zhou's words. He led his disciples and shot toward the western island. Up to 1,000 sword formations, like schools of fish in the sea, flew toward the frenzied cultivators, and an intense battle raged in the sky. Meanwhile, Madame Huang stood on the floating island, her expression slightly blank. At that moment, Lu Zhou pushed off the ground and flew toward the floating island. Suddenly, a voice rang out in the air. Madame Huang. You're as attractive as ever. Lu Zhou turned to look. It was a middle-aged cultivator who had spoken. He sent a palm strike toward the cultivator. Boom! A light blue palm seal shot out and struck the middle-aged cultivator, who dropped into the sea with a splash. As Lu Zhou flew, he saw the floating island in chaos. It was nearly impossible to tell who belonged to which sect, as everyone was busy looting the island. Lu Zhou continued flying upward. If possible, he did not want to use the power of heavenly writing. It was not a problem for a two-leaf nascent divinity realm cultivator to kill those below the nascent divinity realm. Madame Huang looked down. When she saw Lu Zhou flying toward her, surprise appeared on her face. She was uncertain about Lu Zhou's stance. Therefore, she quickly raised the hand holding the heavenly scroll and loudly said, "I repeat, the moment the floating island sinks, the heavenly scroll will be destroyed as well." The Penglai heavenly scroll burst with radiance as her voice rolled into the surroundings. "Madame Huang. The heavenly scroll is mine. Mine." Dozens of divine court realm cultivators flew toward the floating island. In the past, they would not have dared to come so close. Alas, without the formation and barrier, the floating island was defenseless. At the same time, dozens of 10 Worlds avatars appeared. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. What a nuisance. He joined his palms together, and a flash of blue light appeared. Scram! A sound wave rippled out from Lu Zhou, echoing in the air. This was the power of speech. The sound technique sent the dozens of cultivators reeling back like a flurry of hurricanes, spewing out mouthfuls of blood. Those watching from afar paled in fright. Forget about Penglai Island. Let him have the Penglai heavenly scroll. The cultivators were not fools. They would not face a powerful elite head-on or fight him for the heavenly scroll. At this moment, Lu Zhou landed beside Madame Huang. He extended his hand to her and said coldly, "Give it." Madame Huang's face turned pale, and her body tensed. Seeing her frightened expression, Lu Zhou added, "With me around, this won't be the end yet." His wizened hand remained extended before Madame Huang. It was understandable for her to be skeptical and wary. After all, she could no longer distinguish friend from foe. Madame Huang glanced at the 4 islands, all in chaos. She closed her eyes, a tear running down her cheek, and placed the heavenly scroll in Lu Zhou's hand. Ding! Obtained the open earth scroll. Reward, 3,000 merit points. As Lu Zhou had expected, it was the open earth scroll. His heart stirred, and he struck with his palm. The earth scroll shattered. The outer cover fragmented and scattered in the air. For a moment, everyone was stunned. The heavenly scroll was destroyed? Madame Huang's eyes widened, and she asked in a trembling voice, "Why?" Lu Zhou had no wish to explain. The open earth scroll automatically appeared in the system dashboard. Keeping its physical form would only be troublesome. The fragments fluttered away like shining butterflies. Rumble! The floating island touched the water. A huge wave rippled outward. Little Yuaner grabbed conch and flew into the air. The moment the floating island sank into the water, Lu Zhou activated his protective energy, keeping the seawater at bay. Alas, the sinking of the floating island was the final straw for Madame Huang. Penglai Island's hope was gone. Without hope, what was the point of her living? How could she face her husband? She sighed softly and no longer resisted. Just as well. Death ends all troubles and worries. When the seawater surged toward them, a palm seal sent her flying upward. Bastard! Madame Huang exclaimed in shock. She flew up above the sea's surface. When she looked down again, Lu Zhou, standing in his own energy shield, was swallowed by the sea. Old senior! Madame Huang was shaken. At that moment, her hope was rekindled. The old senior had saved her without any regard for his safety. She would be ungrateful to throw away her life. She circulated some of her primal chi and looked at the floating island disappearing beneath the waves, slightly stunned. The floating island is gone. The 4 islands will soon sink as well. Quickly. When they saw the floating islands sink, Ma Qing of the Qingyun sword sect led his disciples on their swords and looked down at the 4 islands. What a shame. I've done all I can. I'm sorry, Madame Huang. I'm sorry, Island Master Huang. Madame Huang no longer cared. Loot all you want. It's better for them to end up in your hands than at the bottom of the sea. In the skies, Conk looked at the floating island that was sinking into the sea and muttered, Luo Yu. Little Yuaner said, Where's my master? She was in a dilemma. She wanted to dive into the sea to save her master but couldn't leave Conk alone. What should she do? Suddenly, a Taoist nearby leaped from the ground, summoned a group of energy swords, and charged at Little Yuaner. Since you killed a member of our Taixu Academy and took the golden Taixu mirror away from us, I'll have your disciple's life as payment. A sneak attack? This elite could no longer refrain from attacking. The nearby cultivators turned to look despite themselves. They were struck with a sudden realization. How could Jiang Lizzie, a mere elder, bring the golden Taixu mirror with him and speak so arrogantly to the old senior? The sword path elite of the Taixu Academy, Yuan Chong? Someone in the crowd immediately recognized Yuan Chong's unique skill. It was said that this person had achieved great feats with the sword long ago but had always kept a low profile. He could also be described as cunning and sinister, often hiding in a corner before landing a powerful strike on his target. This was precisely what was happening now. Yuan Chong's eyes gleamed as he stared at Little Yuaner in the sky. Young and fearless, she immediately brought out her Nirvana sash to defend herself. Bam. 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 The energy swords clashed with the Nirvana sash. Yuan Chong had expected this. He stepped on the Nirvana sash and advanced. Whiz, a 7-leaf avatar materialized in the air, causing the others to exclaim in shock. Yuan Chong is a 7-leaf cultivator? The Taixu Academy is really invested in this. They had thought Jiang Lizzie was the most powerful elite the Taixu Academy had sent here. After all, when Jiang Lizzie was killed by the Palm Seal, no one from the Taixu Academy stepped forward. No one expected there to be an elite hiding among them. Bam. 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 The energy swords and the Nirvana sash collided. Little Yuaner was only a 3-leaf cultivator. How could she face a 7-leaf elite? Yuan Chong unleashed a grand technique, appearing behind Little Yuaner. Energy swords rained down. Ah! Little Yuaner pushed Conk to the back, shielding Conk behind her. Sister Yuaner! Conk cried out. Don't worry. Little Yuaner cast her 7 stars cloud-treading steps, leaving afterimages in the air as she moved. Since she needed to carry Conk, this was almost at the limit of her capabilities. Die, little girl. The energy swords dispersed Little Yuaner's afterimages. The instant the afterimages vanished, Yuan Chong struck with his palm. The palm seal attacked Little Yuaner at lightning speed. Bam! Little Yuaner stumbled back as the wind swirled around her. Her Dantian sea of qi was in chaos. Yuan Chong frowned slightly, hovering in the air. You're still alive? Yuan Chong dove again, and the energy swords broke free from the Nirvana sash, joining as one. He joined his palms together. I hope you'll be reincarnated with a good life. The energy swords shot toward Little Yuaner once more. Just as Little Yuaner thought she was about to die, a line of umbrellas spread out before her in an array. Energy spread and formed an umbrella-shaped wall. She looked up and saw a graceful and beautiful lady descending from the sky, landing on 4 umbrellas. The thousands of energy swords were blocked by the umbrellas. Sister Jingyi? The newcomer was none other than Li Jingyi. Li Jingyi glanced at Little Yuaner and smiled. Are you all right? I'm fine, Little Yuaner replied, immediately flying to Konk's side. The sudden appearance of this elite drew everyone's attention. Floating above the sunken floating island, Madame Huang looked pleased. Li Jingyi, she said. Greetings, mistress, Li Jingyi replied. Mistress? Yuan Cheng frowned and said, I heard that Huang Shiji had several disciples, all of them elites. Unfortunately, Huang Shiji is tyrannical and couldn't win their hearts. Are you the genius umbrella cultivator, Li Jingyi? Li Jingyi pursed her lips into a smile. I didn't think I was this famous, Li Jingyi said. Penglai Island's time is over. An outstanding talent should follow the current trends. Huang Shiji wasn't kind to you. Why would you risk your life for him? Yuan Cheng asked. A teacher for one day, a father forever. Yuan Cheng, I advise you to give up, Li Jingyi replied. Yuan Cheng laughed. Open your eyes and look. Who do you think is going to give up now? Li Jingyi surveyed her surroundings. The floating island was already submerged beneath the waves, and the formation had shattered. She saw chaos everywhere. Many umbrella cultivators lay on the ground, unmoving. They were from the same sect, after all. How could she not be affected? Alas, it seemed she was too late. She hadn't expected the once glorious Penglai Island to be reduced to a piece of juicy meat overnight, fought over by a pack of ravenous wolves. While Li Jingyi was lost in her thoughts, Yuan Cheng seized the opportunity to attack. He moved his hands, launching several energy swords. Li Jingyi stepped on the umbrellas, which spun upward, and launched energy seals into the air. Their energies collided. Boom! Both opponents retreated simultaneously. The clash of their energies was also a test of their cultivation bases. They were both seven-leaf elites and should have been evenly matched. It was difficult for the sword and the umbrella to gain the upper hand over each other. The two faced each other, from a distance. Woo! A strange sound rang from the sea, drawing everyone's attention. Luo Yu is coming! Conk exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the sea. It had the body of a fish and the wings of a bird, with a voice like a mandarin duck. Splash! Luo Yu broke the surface of the sea. Unlike the first time, it created huge waves that rippled outward. Whoosh! 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 Li Jingyi blocked it with her umbrellas. Yuan Cheng controlled his energy swords with his palms to block the splash of water. Little Yuaner shielded Conk, who looked at Luo Yu in shock. Luo Yu treated everyone above the sea surface as its enemies. Why? Alas, the low-rank cultivators nearby were not as fortunate. Their chests were instantly pierced by the lethal water droplets, leaving holes in their bodies. This livestock can kill. The cultivators nearby quickly retreated. The umbrella cultivators from Penglai Island also retreated, staying away and watching. Madame Huang flew up and looked down at Luo Yu. At this moment, Luo Yu did a complete turnaround in the air and flapped its wings, shrouded in a faint light. It was diving toward Conk, who stood near the sea surface. Luo Yu is going in for the kill. Stand back. This was their first time seeing Luo Yu try to kill someone. Li Jingyi frowned, a complicated look in her eyes. She turned to look at little Yuaner and said in a deep voice, stand back. Oh. Little Yuaner brought Conk with her and flew backward. Li Jingyi asked, where's your master? Master? Little Yuaner smacked her forehead. That's right. Where's my master? Master. Help. I won't last much longer. Li Jingyi and Yuan Cheng looked baffled. The cultivators stared at the young girl, confused. All of them grew alert, guarding against the expert who might suddenly show up to protect the young girl. Fortunately, no such expert appeared to help her. At this moment, Luo Yu moved between the young girls and the others. For some reason, it did not harm the girls. It flicked its body, separating the two girls. Conk exhaled in shock as she flew upward. The energy surrounding her was scattered by Luo Yu. Luo Yu's movements were nimble as it carried Conk away. Conk! Little Yuaner exclaimed in shock. The situation was out of her control. Her master had entrusted Conk's protection to her, but she had let him down. A panicked expression appeared on her face, stemming from her helplessness. It happened too quickly. Who could have reacted in time? Li Jingyi could not do anything, even if she wanted to rescue Conk. Yuan Chong kept his eyes on Li Jingyi, keeping her occupied. At the same time, he ordered Taixu Academy disciples, kill that young girl. Understood. The Taixu Academy disciples' voices were thunderous. 100 disciples from the Taixu Academy flew on their swords and shot toward the sea's surface. None of them cared about Luoyu or Conk. Their focus was on their target, Little Yuaner. The 100 cultivators conjured energy swords. The densely packed energy swords formed a mass that flew toward Little Yuaner. Li Jingyi's heart sank. The young lady was in danger. At that moment, whiz! A blue light shone from beneath the water surface. The sea between the 4 islands was completely covered by the blue light. The members of the Taixu Academy did not even have time to react when they heard a splash. The floating island? The floating island broke the surface of the water, creating huge waves. The cultivators who were fighting intensely on the 4 islands were drawn to this scene. They stopped fighting and looked at the floating island. At this moment, they saw a dark blue palm seal, huge enough to carry the entire floating island beneath it. Everyone held their breaths, gazing at the massive palm seal that seemed to cover the skies. For a time, they forgot about the battles they were engaged in, forgetting everything. The waves and the spreading blue energy struck the Taixu Academy disciples advancing toward Little Yuaner. All of them were sent flying, spitting out mouthfuls of blood in the sky. Under the massive palm seal, one could see an old man, who appeared as small as a leaf from afar. The old man held his palm above his head, a blue light shining from it. It was clear that the massive blue palm seal came from him. His action of propping up the floating island was akin to directing the great rivers to flow east and calming the mighty waves. It was only natural for the others to be shocked. Lu Zhou stared at the underside of the floating island, concentrating on controlling the massive palm seal. His extraordinary power surged out of his body, catching everyone's attention. He saw the stunned expressions on people's faces as they looked at him. Many sat limply on the ground, trembling in fear. It seemed they had given up on resisting. Lu Zhou had no time to care about these people. He continued to hold the island up. Everyone was silent, in awe, as they watched this magnificent scene. Whiz! The huge palm seal lifted the floating island 100 meters above sea level. When the core island of Penglai returned to its position, a crisp, grating, and unearthly sound rang in the air. Penglai's mistress, regaining her senses, could not suppress the joy that welled up in her heart. Tears streamed down her face. At this moment, Little Yuaner had temporarily forgotten about Conk. She looked at her master, who was carrying the island with one hand, and murmured, "Master." 100 meters in the sky, Lu Zhou's palm seal was still in position, but his extraordinary power was running out. He ignored everyone, a slight frown on his face. He had some power left. Should he save some for himself or finish it? Rumble. The floating island shook, and the palm seal began to shrink. Seeing this, Yuan Chong snapped out of his awe. He exclaimed, "No risk, no gain. Who's with me?" Bam! Yuan Chong shot out like a fired arrow. The surrounding elites stirred. No risk, no gain. A handful of elites moved at the same time, while the others resumed their deadly attacks on Penglai's umbrella cultivators. They knew that one or the other had to die in this battle. In fact, many of them merely wished to fish in troubled waters. However, with so many people doing this, there were, naturally, a few individuals willing to gamble with their lives. Moreover, a desperate person could easily spur others into action. Ma Qing looked at the chaotic battlefield and shook his head. Madness, this is madness. Li Jingyi flew with her umbrella in hand. The umbrella in the air launched densely packed energy seals. This was a Penglai skill, the green bird. At this moment, about 5 cultivators summoned their avatars and charged toward the underside of the floating island. Woo! Luoyu? Luoyu rose among swirling waves that formed a pillar of water toward the floating island. Conch was riding on Luoyu's back, but she showed no signs of fear. She spurred Luoyu along the water pillar as it flew upward. The moment she blew on her conch, Luoyu spread its wings and released beams of light. The fish leaped above the floating island. The sun shone on the waves, and a rainbow appeared above the floating island. It was an absolutely stunning sight. Bathed in the light, Lu Zhou suddenly felt as though the scripts of the heavenly writing scrolls in his mind were activated. Interesting. Did Luoyu possess magical healing abilities? Was Luoyu obeying Conch's commands? In any case, this was certainly the will of the heavens. With Luoyu's help, his extraordinary power was replenished. Lu Zhou's expression remained calm as he continued to hold the island in place. Rise. The floating island returned to its original position. Lu Zhou lowered his arm and surveyed his surroundings. The first person he saw was Yuan Cheng. When Yuan Cheng was 10 meters away, Lu Zhou struck with his palm. The power of past lives. The Great Seal of Fearlessness. A massive palm seal that seemed to belong to the Tathagata Buddha was launched. Yuan Cheng tried to block it, summoning his 7-leaf avatar. There was a collision of golden lights, and then the huge palm seal smashed onto his face. Impossible. He's really a 9, bam. Before Yuan Cheng could finish his sentence, he exploded midair. Ding. Target eliminated. Reward, 1,500 merit points. Lu Zhou did not look at Yuan Cheng, he swept his gaze in several other directions. If holding up the island with a single hand could not intimidate these desperate cultivators, the only option was to kill them all. You want to die? I'll grant you your wish. Madame Huang widened her eyes. She saw several palm seals flying in different directions, like blue fireworks exploding in the sky. When the palm seals disappeared, corpses rained down into the sea, staining the water red. Luoyu wanted to continue flying. Conch patted Luoyu and softly said, "Go home." Luoyu seemed unable to fly anymore. It could neither circle the floating island nor help Lu Zhou restore his strength. It changed direction and dove. Lu Zhou raised his palm, condensing his primal chi into energy that wrapped around Conch. As Conch was lifted away, Luoyu leaped into the air again, seemingly reluctant to part with her. It hovered in the air, looking at her. "You'll be all right," Conch said, waving her hand. Luoyu opened its mouth, and a beam of blue light emerged. The cultivators who saw this exclaimed in shock. The Lantian Jade. Lu Zhou raised his palm and pulled the Lantian Jade toward himself. Against the sunlight, the Lantian Jade released puffs of green smoke that resembled Luoyu's tears. The tears transformed into pearls that dropped into the ocean, while smoke rose from Lantian Mountain, where jade was formed under the sun's warmth. It was rumored that the Lantian Jade resided inside the bellies of oceanic beasts, much like rare pearls found in clams. As Lu Zhou witnessed this, he marveled at the world's wonders. Luoyu gave a final cry before diving from the sky into the sea. It swam a few circles before vanishing from sight. Whiz. Whiz. The radiance of a formation shone beneath the sea, illuminating Penglai Island. The 4 loosely arranged islands returned to their proper positions. The beams of the formation's light seemed to spin as they reactivated. Clack. The unique sound of the formation being activated echoed across Penglai Island. The barrier was restored. After being washed by seawater, the buildings and plants on the floating island appeared exceptionally vibrant. Against the setting sun, the surging seawater spilled over the island's edges. The unique formation circulated the seawater back to the floating island in a continuous loop. The rainbow above the floating island and the rainbow from the waterfalls complemented each other in their brilliance. Penglai Island was back to normal. Everything seemed like a dream. At this moment, Li Jingyi suppressed her excitement as she looked at the 4 islands, holding the wax paper umbrella in her hand. In a clear voice, she declared, "The formation is completed. All Penglai disciples, take down those who acted against us." Under the formation's energy, the other cultivators were suppressed, making even flying extremely difficult. In contrast, the combat strength of the Penglai disciples, armed with their umbrellas, was significantly enhanced. The tide of the battle on the island turned. The Penglai island disciples began their counterattack. Madame Huang finally grasped what was happening. She wiped away her tears, then bowed slightly toward Li Jingyi. Li Jingyi was taken aback and hastily returned the gesture. "That won't do, mistress." "In any case, you saved Penglai," Madame Huang said. "The one you should thank is Senior Ji, mistress," Li Jingyi replied, glancing at Lu Zhou, who was hovering beneath the floating island. Madame Huang, shocked, asked, "You are really the Senior Ji of the Evil Sky Pavilion?" Lu Zhou placed the Lantian Jade in Kong's hand, then looked at Madame Huang. "In the flesh. No wonder, no wonder. Who could compete against a 9-leaf cultivator?" Overwhelmed with emotion, Madame Huang bowed deeply. "Penglai Island is forever grateful for your deeds." Lu Zhou stroked his beard. "I've always been reasonable. I took your heavenly scroll and saved your floating island. It's a fair trade. We are indebted to you, Senior Ji. We never understood the Penglai heavenly scroll anyway. If it can serve a greater purpose in your hands, it's all the more reason for you to have it. Regardless, Penglai Island will erect a monument to remember your deeds, Senior Ji. It will be consecrated daily." Erect a monument to remember his deeds and consecrate it daily? This seemed excessive. It sounded awkward, too. Monuments were typically consecrated for the dead, weren't they? Lu Zhou looked at Madame Huang and said, "There's no need for that." Madame Huang had heard that the Evil Sky Pavilion master was someone who rarely changed his mind. Seeing his determination, she said no more. At this moment, little Yuaner's voice reached them. She flew to Lu Zhou's side, delighted. "Master." Lu Zhou nodded and asked, "Are you all right?" Little Yuaner replied with a smile, "I'm fine." However, as soon as she spoke, her blood essence surged, and blood trickled from the corner of her lips, nearly causing her to fall. Sister Yuaner, Lu Zhou extended his hand, his energy supporting little Yuaner in the air. When Madame Huang saw this, she hastily said, "The floating island is completely wet. Please follow me to the eastern island." However, Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "Wait. Is there anything else, Senior Ji?" she asked. As he looked down at the 4 islands, he saw the cultivators still desperately struggling. He found it hard to feel any sympathy. After a moment's muttering, he said, "Don't leave any survivors from the Taixu Academy." After a slight pause, he added, "I'll watch from here." Li Jingyi was inwardly shocked, but did not object. This time, they did not even have the chance to be captured as prisoners. They could not blame anyone else for their fates. She lowered her gaze and bowed slightly. "I'll get to it." After she said this, she dove. Her 7-leaf avatar followed, sweeping through the low-ranked cultivators. For a time, there was a rain of blood. When Lu Zhou carried the floating island on his palm, he had already defeated an elite. Even if more elites emerged, they wouldn't significantly alter the situation. Within the formation, the Penglai Island disciples held the upper hand. The ornamental veins on the umbrellas seemed to resist the formation's suppression. 7-leaf Li Jingyi gracefully and calmly tore through the cultivators who dared to trespass on Penglai Island. Though she was a woman, her aura, shaped by years in the military, was stronger than the others. Madame Huang hovered in the air, entranced by Li Jingyi's movements. This was the cultivation world, a dog-eat-dog environment. Some of the cultivators, still in shock, appeared to have gone mad, laughing hysterically before diving into the water. Old villain G. It's truly old villain G. In the waters, Luo Yu paid no heed to the swimmer's fate. With a swift movement, it eliminated them. The Taixu Academy has caused us too much trouble. Cursed Taixu mirror. It's getting us killed. Under extreme conditions and driven by a strong will to survive, humans could unleash terrifying power. A few nascent divinity elites burned their seas of qi and charged toward the barrier overhead. Lu Zhou raised his palm and sent a palm seal to his left, then raised his other palm and sent one to his right. The palm seals, as if guided by their own will, pursued their flying targets and shot them down. Thud. Thud. They crashed onto the island's rugged ground, their heads splattering like watermelons, spewing their contents onto the cold surface. Lu Zhou had no qualms about using his extraordinary power. Whenever he saw a target take flight, he sent a palm seal their way. Once he had firm control over the skies, everything became deathly still. He looked down from his high vantage point and swept his gaze over the land below. Who's next? Madame Huang was neither young nor inexperienced. She was well prepared for Penglai Island's crisis. The hearts of men were often unpredictable. It was rare to have a fair exchange of benefits, let alone to receive help without any expectation of repayment. She knew how furious old Senior Ji was. His youngest disciple had been harmed. Could the Taixu Academy still hope for a peaceful end? For the Taixu Academy disciples on the island, the solution was relatively simple: they were all killed. However, the other members of the Taixu Academy might be dragged into the mess. Meanwhile, Li Jingyi showed no mercy. As a former genius disciple of the Penglai sect, she displayed formidable command at this moment. Starting from the eastern island, the 4 islands were gradually cleared. The struggling cultivators registered looks of despair on their faces when they saw the wax paper umbrellas blotting out the sun as they flew toward them. Many fell to their knees and begged for mercy. For the Taixu Academy disciples, begging for their lives made no difference. Many cultivators tried to fly out of the barrier, but they were repelled and fell into the sea. Luoyu was king in the water, killing them as they came. When the smell of blood from the water had largely dispersed, Luoyu leaped out of the water, followed by a school of fish. Tens of thousands of fish broke the surface of the sea, creating a breathtaking sight. If old Senior Ji had not previously supported the floating island with a single hand, this display alone would have been unforgettable. The fish let out a collective deep cry, like that of a mandarin duck, which reached Konk's ears. Konk waved at the fish. Goodbye. Madame Huang regarded Konk with an expression of shock. She said softly, I didn't expect this little girl to be capable of communicating with Luoyu. Luoyu is no ordinary beast, it lived in Penglai for a century. For over 100 years, the Penglai disciples didn't dare to enter or approach the water. I'm surprised to learn that Luoyu was living right under the floating island. Lu Zhou said, when I dove into the sea, the formation was already damaged. With Luoyu's wisdom, why would it smash its own foot with a rock? You're saying, Senior Ji, that someone else damaged it? Madame Huang was shocked. That's your problem and none of my concern. Thank you for the reminder, old Senior Ji. A moment later, the cultivators who tried to take advantage of the situation were practically cleared away. As expected of an elite who experienced killings on the battlefield, Li Jingyi was not stained by a single drop of blood after taking care of her enemies. If one did not know her background, it would be difficult to imagine her as a warrior who had served in the army for many years. Lu Zhou could not have cared less about the condition of the others. This was Penglai Island's matter. He had obtained the Penglai Heavenly Scroll and kept the floating island up. They were now even. The Lantian Jade was a welcome surprise. At this moment, Lu Zhou suddenly remembered Luoyu. He turned to look at Konk and asked, Konk, can you understand Luoyu? Konk nodded lightly and said, MHM, it said that its child is right below. How did you make it follow your orders? Lu Zhou asked, puzzled. A vicious sea beast like Luoyu had cultivated far longer than humans, at least 100 years, and up to tens of thousands of years. Though they were less talented than humans, they accumulated vast experience over the years. Humans had yet to fully understand the vastness of the oceans. Once, an 8-leaf cultivator tried to cross the endless ocean to reach the shore on the other side. However, due to the long journey, his primal chi was depleted, and he fell into the sea, where he was devoured by sea beasts. Many sea beasts could fly for short periods, making it dangerous for cultivators to fly too close to the surface. Maintaining a high altitude was a waste of primal chi, so no cultivator had successfully crossed the endless ocean. Conch shook her head, looking at a loss, and said, I just told it what to do, and it listened. Luoyu was quite intelligent, after all. It surely did not want the floating island to destroy this place. Madame Huang sighed and said, from now on, we'll treat Luoyu kindly. Lu Zhou replied, once bitten, twice shy. Perhaps Luoyu will leave this place. Earlier, it had leaped out of the water to bid farewell to Conch, a clear sign of its departure. Madame Huang nodded with a helpless expression. At this moment, Li Jingyi had finished clearing out the stragglers. She leaped into the air, bowed, and said, Senior Ji, the Taixu Academy cultivators have been eliminated. Lu Zhou nodded, pleased. Madame Huang said at once, come with me, please. Lu Zhou glanced at Conch and Little Yuaner. Little Yuaner was injured and needed to rest, so he followed Madame Huang and landed on the eastern island. The Penglai disciples from the other islands, excluding those on the floating island, were already gathered on the plaza outside the Great Hall. Ma Qing led the Qingyan sword sect, standing in neat rows outside the Great Hall as well. The people were arranged on both sides. All the Penglai disciples, regardless of their strength, were looking at the sauntering old man with fearful respect. According to Penglai's rules, the disciples bowed in turn to welcome him, showing their respect. Welcome, old senior. On the steps before the Great Hall, Madame Huang turned around and waited for Lu Zhou to walk up the steps. Then, with a deep voice, she said, kneel. Her voice echoed across the plaza. The Penglai disciples, including Li Jingyi, who had left the sect a long time ago, fell to one knee. Their movements were synchronized, and they kept their eyes on the ground. Ding. Received devout worship from 2,805 individuals. Reward, 28,050 merit points. Everyone's worship was sincere. With a clear voice, Madame Huang said, Senior Ji kept the island afloat with a single palm and saved Penglai in our time of crisis. Please allow me to salute you. This time, she formally and respectfully saluted him. Lu Zhou waved his hand, and a surge of energy stopped her. There's no need for this, Lu Zhou said. It wouldn't befit the great Penglai Island's mistress to kneel before another. You're right, senior. Madame Huang was moved. At that moment, Lu Zhou suddenly said in a stern voice, well? Aren't you going to show yourself? The others were shocked. They looked around. The Penglai disciples quickly got to their feet and searched the area, thinking there were still stragglers hiding among them. No, 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 a figure darted out from behind the hall door. The man held a sword in one hand and raised the other as he walked out of the hall with a smile. The others focused their gazes on him. Many Penglai disciples tightened their grips on their weapons, ready to charge at the newcomer. However, Madame Huang exclaimed in shock, Lu Chen? Mistress, that name sounds awful. Call me Jian. The AI means love and Jian means sword. In other words, sword freak or the greatest sword under the heavens, Jiang Jian said shamelessly. Madame Huang frowned slightly. When he spoke, the Penglai Island disciples seemed to stir with emotion. Eldest senior brother? Is it really eldest senior brother Lu Chen? Jiang Jian raised his hand again and waved at the crowd. That's right. Backed by popular demand, I'm the Penglai genius cultivator, the handsome and cool sword path eldest senior brother Jiang. AI. Jian. He emphasized his name. Lu Zhou said in a deep voice, had enough fun? Jiang Jian stumbled. He bowed with a chuckle. Nothing escapes you, old senior. I've been observing for a long time. I've even taken care of several elites who wanted to attack the little girl. Little girl, don't give me that look. It's all in a day's work. Little Yuaner bit back the pain and spat on the ground. Conk followed suit and spat on the ground as well. Jian? Lu Zhou said, I had to hold up an entire island with a single hand while you seem to be having a good time, watching the show from the shadows. Senior, that's unfair and untrue. Jian waved his hands frantically. I secretly killed several of their members. They were all top-tier elites. Look at my arm, there are sword wounds. Lu Zhou frowned. Jian no longer dared to argue. He hastily said, You're right. You're completely right. Lu Zhou remembered that Li Jingyi had demonstrated some powerful umbrella cultivation techniques during the battle at Liang Province and Upper Prime City. However, at the time, he did not connect those techniques to Penglai. In hindsight, it was not surprising that both Li Jingyi and Jian were disciples of Penglai Island. Jian, you cultivate Dao invisibility and love sword techniques. Penglai is known for its umbrella cultivators. How did this work out? Lu Zhou asked, stroking his beard. An umbrella isn't fit for a man. I prefer the sword, Jian said, hugging his sword close to his chest. Madame Huang stepped forward and grabbed Jian's ear. You bastard. Ow, that hurts. Mistress, let go, Madame Huang pushed him away and reprimanded, Penglai was in danger, and yet, you remain stubborn and rowdy. I came as soon as I could. Junior sister Jingyi followed me, you know? Jian covered his ear and retreated. Madame Huang gave it some thought. Penglai had survived this crisis, after all. Jian's personality had always been this way. He must have made significant efforts in secret that they were unaware of. In the end, she sighed and said, I'm grateful to all of you. Jian shook his head and said, I don't dare take credit. It's thanks to old Senior Ji for keeping the island afloat. It wasn't even this exciting when old Senior Ji defeated the 10 great elites. This is even more exhilarating to watch. Propping up the island with a single palm was indeed magnificent, but it used up nearly all of Lu Zhou's extraordinary power. If not for Luo Yu's magical power, he could not have maintained it. At this moment, a faint green light glowed beside Lu Zhou. Madame Huang, Jian, and Li Jingyi looked to the side at once, their eyes on Konk's palm. The Lantian Jade? The sudden radiance drew everyone's attention. Lu Zhou turned to look as well. However, he had to treat little Yuaner's injuries now. Put it away for now, he said. Oh. Konk did not want to part with the jade. Jian said, the Lantian Jade can be made into a pendant. It has protective and reconstructive properties for one's internal organs and the extraordinary 8 meridians. It's well suited for this little girl. Little girl, you don't look too good. Come inside, Madame Huang said immediately. They went into the great hall. Although Penglai Island's fame and strength were not comparable to the evil Sky Pavilion, each of the islands had its own palace. This was not something ordinary sex could afford. Inside the palace, Madame Huang said, Men. Yes, mistress. Go and fetch Dr. Feng. Madame Huang turned to Lu Zhou. Dr. Feng is a skilled healer and the best we have on Penglai Island. She'll be fine in his hands. Lu Zhou raised his hand and said, No need. Madame Huang was taken aback. She did not understand. At this moment, Lu Zhou's palm was already raised. A faint blue light shone between his fingers, and a miniature blue lotus emerged from his palm. He pushed forward lightly, and the blue lotus fell onto little Yuaner's body like willow seeds. Little Yuaner felt comfort when the blue lotus touched her, and she shut her eyes involuntarily. Konk looked at little Yuaner with a guilty expression, clearly blaming herself for little Yuaner's injury. She looked at the cloud feather raiment she was wearing. If little Yuaner had not given her the precious garment, she might have gotten injured. The blue lotus enlarged and blossomed in a blink of an eye, surging with powerful vitality. This is... Madame Huang was dumbfounded. She had never seen such a healing technique before. Jiang spread his arms and said, I don't know what it is either. The world is full of wonders. Humans were even killed by Luoyu. Why be surprised? Madame Huang nodded. When the Penglai patriarch obtained the heavenly scroll, he had only studied a small part of it. To this day, no one could fully understand it. It was normal for there to be new and mysterious techniques. Senior Ji's feat of holding up the island alone was unprecedented in itself. After the blue lotus's radiance faded, little Yuan slowly opened her eyes. How do you feel? Lu Zhou asked. Little Yuan moved her limbs and said, it doesn't hurt anymore. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, with a nod, you'll need to recuperate for 3 days before you're completely healed. Conk said remorsefully, it's my fault for holding you back. Conk's words drew everyone's attention to her. Jiang wondered aloud, old Senior Ji, is she your new disciple? Lu Zhou shook his head. Her foundations and talents are great. She's comparable to your 9th disciple. You certainly have a discerning eye. She directly entered the mystic enlightening realm, Lu Zhou added. Huh? Jiang's jaw dropped, and his mouth remained agape for a long time. He had personally seen Conk control Luoyu as it flew around the floating island. With that power alone, the major sects would have fought over her. How could he not be shocked to find out she had directly entered the mystic enlightening realm naturally? As the saying goes, comparing oneself to others only brings endless misery. Jiang. Yes. I'm here, Jiang shuddered and raised his hand at once. What's the situation inside the palace? Lu Zhou asked. Jiang shook his head and said, Senior Ji, the lotus severing method is widely spread. Everyone is using every waking minute to try and get ahead of the others. Your 1st disciple is conquering cities. Your 7th disciple is a bit more extreme. He has eyes on me even when I'm using the toilet. He's a pervert. I mean, great. What's Lu Gu doing now? Lu Zhou asked. Well. Jiang hesitated. After all, Lu Gu was the emperor and the 3rd prince of Great Yin. After the Jinghe palace was burned down many years ago, he left the palace and joined Penglai, eventually becoming the sword freak. However, Lu Gu was still his father. This is the reason why Jiang had seldom been in contact with the evil Sky Pavilion lately. He had foreseen that the imperial family was on a collision course with the evil Sky Pavilion and that the situation would only escalate. Yu Xinghai's advances had pushed the imperial family into a corner. The more frustrating thing was that the imperial family had taunted the evil Sky Pavilion several times. Even the Taixu Academy and the Hengku branch, which had been active lately, had gotten close to the imperial family. He's your father, after all, Lu Zhou said knowingly. Jiang remained silent. Lu Zhou continued, you've been my source for so long. Even if there were no meritorious deeds, you've worked hard. If only you tell me. Jiang widened his eyes slightly. In other words, could he be spared if he told Lu Zhou what he knew? His thoughts immediately returned to the past. The scenes in Jinghe Palace replayed in his mind. There was his tutor, whom he both feared and respected, his cultivation teacher, who had guided him into the cultivation world, and his biological mother, whose face he had long forgotten. Everything seemed close enough to touch, yet it belonged to a time that could not be reversed. After what seemed like hours, Jiang's smile faded into a solemn expression. It was rare for him to be so serious. He bowed to Lu Zhou and said, the fates of men are predetermined. I've done all I can. Lu Zhou nodded. With his hands behind his back, he walked up to Jiang and looked at him deeply. You're smart. Jiang remained silent. Regardless of whether you beg for mercy or not, it wouldn't change my mind. Jiang felt speechless. Then what was all the talk about meritorious deeds and hard work about? He was also shocked. Clearly, the old senior had asked this question because he did not want Jiang to be an obstacle on his path. When he thought about this, a chill ran down his spine. However, considering your special relationship with Lu Gu, I won't make you meddle in the affairs of the imperial family from now on. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nijin cupped his fists at Lu Zhou. Thank you, senior. If he was not going to meddle with the imperial family's affairs, he would certainly be assigned to other tasks. Jiang Nijin suddenly remembered something. He hastily said, Senior Ji. The Luo woman you asked me to find, there's no way to locate her. Little is known about her at the moment. That's also the reason why I'm here, Lu Zhou said. Luo woman? Madame Huang asked, puzzled. Jiang Nijin said, this Luo woman helped Yan Tian Luo become the leader of the three sects 300 years ago. She's also gifted in music. I haven't found anything about her up until now. It's like looking for a needle at the bottom of the ocean. How could a woman like that remain unknown? Madame Huang was perplexed. You're right, mistress. She's someone without a reputation. In any case, I couldn't find out anything about her. I don't think Si Wuya can either, Jiang Nijin said. At this moment, Conk held up the Lantian Jade and said, hot, hot. It's hot. The Lantian Jade was emitting green smoke. Quick, quick, quick. Place it under the sun, Jiang Nijin said urgently. Conk was slightly stunned. She looked at Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou nodded and said, go. Conk ran out of the palace and placed the Lantian Jade on the steps. The sun shone on the Lantian Jade, and the green smoke thickened as it rose into the air. Under the sunlight, the Lantian Jade seemed to glow vividly. With a deep voice, Lu Zhou said, raise your hands, regulate your breathing, and focus your mind. Oh. Conk did as she was told. Lu Zhou waved his hand. The Lantian Jade floated. The sunlight seemed to be melting it. Acknowledge your owner. Swish. Lu Zhou fired an energy blade, pricking Conk's finger. A drop of blood, guided by his energy, flew toward the Lantian Jade. A crackle sounded in the air. The Lantian Jade appeared to activate, growing softer as it emitted a gentle, green glow. The Penglai disciples before the palace wore envious expressions on their faces. There was no need to elaborate on the rarity of the Lantian Jade. Anyone who obtained it was certainly someone with a lot of luck. Some had once risked their lives, traversing the ocean to capture and kill various beasts in search of the Lantian Jade. For a considerable period, it became a rare treasure in the cultivation world's black market. However, the oceanic beasts were too ferocious. Low-rank cultivators dared not cross the sea, and high-rank cultivators did not care much for the jade. As a result, the Lantian Jade's rarity increased. At this moment, the Lantian Jade seemed ready to acknowledge its owner. Envious or not, this was something everyone wanted to see. A drop of blood from Conk's slender finger activated the Lantian Jade, turning the green smoke crimson. The Lantian Jade seemed to liquefy as it hovered formlessly in the air. What shape do you want it to take? Lu Zhou asked. A jade pendant, a hanging ornament, a bangle, or a necklace. It was up to her. He thought about the accessories girls liked and was prepared to fix its shape for her using his energy. Conk looked at the floating Lantian Jade happily and replied without hesitation, a flute. A flute? The others were puzzled. The Lantian Jade was more suited to be worn as an accessory to modify one's extraordinary 8 meridians. This was the first time they had heard of someone wanting to turn it into a flute. Nonetheless, the shape of the jade was Conk's choice. No matter how good the item, if it was not to her liking, it was useless. Lu Zhou knew Conk was gifted in music. Perhaps a flute was just what she needed. The short flute she brought back from Jing province was only an ordinary one and would not stand the test of time. The new flute would be a perfect match for her. All right, Lu Zhou said, waving his hand. Energy wrapped around the Lantian Jade. Under the sun's rays, the Lantian Jade slowly took shape. A moment later, the green smoke dispersed, revealing an almost translucent and glittering Lantian Jade flute. The sunlight dazzled off the jade flute's surface, reflecting the images of the others with perfect clarity. The flute was beautiful and exquisite. Soon, the dazzling Lantian jade flute flew into Konk's hand. It was cold to the touch at first, but gradually warmed to her temperature. If it were me, I'd have chosen a sword. A Lantian jade sword. Trading 10 years of my life for it wouldn't even be too much. Jiang clicked his tongue and muttered under his breath, almost drooling as he looked at the jade flute. The more he thought about it, the more he felt Dragon Song was not as stunning as he had initially thought. Konk held the flute, admiring it. It was exactly what she wanted. After a moment, she looked up at Lu Zhou and said politely, "Thank you." Jiang asked, "Do you know how to play the flute?" Konk did not answer him. Instead, she brought the Lantian jade flute to her lips and played a fast-paced melody. There were no unnecessary notes or mellifluous tones. It was different from the tunes she used to play. The quick notes resonated in the air. When they reached the sea's surface, schools of fish leaped out of the water in beautiful arcs. Konk played it just once. However, once was enough to prove her mystical talent and ability. Jiang's mouth hung open as he stared at the 4 islands, where the sound of the flute reached, and schools of fish leaped out from the sea. He applauded and said, "Congratulations, Senior Ji. You've obtained another little ancestor." Konk turned to look at Jiang and repeated his words quizzically, "Little ancestor? Don't mind him. No ivory can come from the mouth of a dog," little Yuaner said as she held Konk's arm. "Oh." Konk nodded. Lu Zhou stroked his beard, satisfied. It seemed the Lantian jade flute was a much more formidable weapon compared to ordinary heaven-grade weapons. If Konk could enter the ranks of grand cultivators in the future, she would be able to control more powerful beasts. Lu Zhou noticed that Konk seemed to be in a better state under the influence of the Lantian jade flute. He asked, "How do you feel?" Konk raised the Lantian jade flute, looked at it, and said, "I like it." "Give me your hand," Lu Zhou said. Konk extended her arm obediently. Lu Zhou placed 2 fingers on her wrist. He could sense her extraordinary 8 meridians being nourished by a faint energy. He was shocked. Is this the effect of the Lantian jade? He could even feel that Konk's 5 orifices were opening. Who would believe him if he told them this? In the annals of history, it was recorded that genius cultivators could open 1 orifice in the morning and 5 orifices in the afternoon to enter the Brahman sea realm. This was the limit of human potential. Although Konk had skipped a few steps, she was essentially uninitiated in cultivation. She had never meditated or deliberately cultivated but had progressed directly. It was mind-boggling. Lu Zhou decided to wait until Konk could harness the full potential of the Lantian jade flute. If she could cultivate, he would accept her as a disciple. After everything was almost completely handled, Lu Zhou turned to look at Jiang and said, "Jiang." Jiang raised his hand reflexively. Here. Notify Taixu Academy's Lin Xian to provide me with an explanation within 7 days, Lu Zhou said. Jiang was shocked by Lu Zhou's words, but did not dare to voice an opinion. He only bowed and said, "Understood." At that moment, Lu Zhou recalled the red coffin and added, "Also, the Luo woman may be from somewhere else." Since the person in the coffin was certain about the existence of the 9-leaf and 10-leaf stages, it was possible that he was from the same place as the Luo woman. What a headache. Will I be able to find you? It was pointless to ponder it now. He could only take his time to find her. I'll do my best to search for her, Jiang replied. Lu Zhou nodded and walked out of the palace. Little Yuaner and Konk followed him. When Jiang saw this, he understood they were leaving. He escorted them out of the palace with Madame Huang and others, bowing. Safe journey, old senior. On the plaza in front of the palace, 2,800 disciples said in unison, "Safe journey, senior." Lu Zhou and the others left on Wizard's back, vanishing from sight in an instant. After Lu Zhou left, Jiang carried his sword, cleared his throat, and said narcissistically, Aren't all of you going to greet your handsome and cool eldest senior brother? The crowd stepped forward. Eldest senior brother, eldest senior brother. How did you meet Senior G? Eldest senior brother, is Senior G really at the nine-leaf stage? What a shame we didn't get to see it today. Eldest senior brother, the person I admire the most in the Evil Sky Pavilion is Mr. Second, the Sword Devil, Yu Shangrong. Is he handsome? Tell me, tell me. Eldest senior brother, why aren't you saying anything? Jiao Lijian was left speechless. Li Jingyi couldn't help but cover her mouth to stifle her laughter. She was used to these awkward situations. Without much thought, she walked toward the shore and looked up at the sky. The sun shone on Penglai Island, lending it an air of magnificence. Could a human truly hold up an island with his hand? In the deepest part of Moonlight Woodland, the misty forest, in a bottomless abyss, a glittering water droplet slid off a leaf and dropped on Tianxin's fair face. She opened her eyes, still groggy. What happened? Am I dreaming? When she saw the scene before her, she was deeply awed. Vines crawled all over the extremely tall cliff face, and various beasts flew in the air. Their sizes ranged from as large as mountains to as delicate as butterflies. Tianxin trembled as she sat up. Where is this place? As soon as she got up, something moved beneath her. Tianxin cried out involuntarily, Huang. Her memories came flooding back in an instant. She was not dreaming. This was real. The creature that carried her off the cliff was Huang, the beast she had been painstakingly searching for. She traversed all of Great Yin, through fields and mountains, through the nations of the other tribes, crossing thousands of miles, just to find it. Oh you. Huang stood up and looked back. Their eyes met. It was like placing a soccer ball next to a soybean. Tianxin tried her best to calm her racing heart and maintain stillness. Her instincts told her that Huang was not hostile, otherwise, she would have been dead long ago. Huang? Huang did not respond. Its delicate eyelashes moved as its eyes shifted. Do you recognize me? Tianxin attempted to communicate with it. However, Huang could not speak the language of humans. It merely looked at her silently. Just as Tianxin was about to try again, oh! Huang cried out, then stepped forward and ran. Tianxin nearly lost her footing. She quickly circulated her primal qi to stabilize herself. With her previous experience in mind, she was not in as bad a state as before. She quickly held tight with energy seals and faced forward. The endless forest stretched ahead, countless winged beasts hovered above, and vicious creatures surrounded her. Tianxin was greatly shocked by the sight. Huang leaped across a small forest patch before finally descending and coming to a halt. It sat down, raised its head, and let out a cry clearer and louder than before. Oh! Its cry echoed through the surroundings, instantly causing the nearby beasts to scatter. Tianxin looked up at the sky and noticed a 100-foot-tall stone statue opposite a lake. The statue depicted a woman. Shocked by this sight, Tianxin flew over and landed near the statue's feet. She discovered the word Fairfolk etched at the base of the statue. Smaller rows of letters, protected by formation veins, were also visible, but time had eroded the carvings, making them now a collection of dents and holes. For some unknown reason, when Tianxin saw the word Fairfolk, tough as she was, she could not control her emotions and began to cry. Scenes from the past played out in her mind. The citizens of Fish Dragon Village seemed to be standing before her. Alas, everything had changed. However, her efforts had paid off, her hard work was worth it. At that moment, Huang cried out, pulling her back from her thoughts. Tianxin quickly calmed herself and turned around. She stood at the foot of the statue, dressed in garments as white as snow. Her gaze seemed more steadfast than before. Huang, Tianxin, have found you. Huang lowered its head and body, its nose touching the surface of the lake. The small lake was only the size of its palm. Tianxin was puzzled. Are you telling me to drink from the lake? Huang shook its head. Bathe? Huang nodded. Tianxin hesitated. After all, she was a woman. How could she not feel embarrassed about bathing in the open? Suddenly, Huang swung its paw at her. Tianxin started, instinctively conjuring her primal qi and condensing it into energy to defend herself. Bam, she was sent flying. Splash, she fell into the lake. Tianxin poked her head out of the water with a puzzled expression. Huang lowered its head and looked at her with what seemed like a helpless expression. It raised its paw as if to say it had been gentle with her. Then, the wind stirred as it turned around and leaped away. When the place finally fell silent, Huang was nowhere to be seen. Meanwhile, she felt the warmth from the lake. The water contained a unique primal qi that surged toward her, making her feel exceptionally comfortable. What a unique lake, she exclaimed. Lowering her head, she was amazed to find a huge formation at the bottom of the lake. The formation illuminated the entire water body and shone through the surface, casting an imprint of its veins in the sky. The primal qi within the formation began to surge wildly into her body, and she felt her Dantian sea of qi filling up. She was shocked to discover that her cultivation base was improving just by being submerged in the lake. The energy from the lake continued to surge toward her. She did not dare to let her thoughts wander and quickly sat cross-legged, half submerged in the lake, closing her eyes. Primal qi began to gather around her at an alarming speed. The next day, in the discussion hall of the Taixu Academy. The evil sky pavilion is an insufferable bully. They killed 100 of our disciples at the heaven worship platform and another 100 on Penglai Island. Jiang Rini, Jiang Lizzie, and Yuan Cheng all died in battle. The golden Taixu mirror has also been taken by the evil sky pavilion. I can't let this enmity go. President Xiaoshan said. That's right. The evil sky pavilion has gone too far. Patriarch, we can't just let this slide. At that moment, one of the elders interjected, Tian Dao of the evil sky pavilion is at the 9-leaf stage. How do you plan to seek revenge? They had been loud in their anger earlier, but now they were rendered speechless. Seated higher than the others, Lin Xian frowned slightly and said, a warrior may be killed but never humiliated. The Taixu Academy has always been on good terms with the divine capital and has never colluded with parties of dishonest conduct. If we make a request to the divine capital's imperial family to intervene, perhaps using the 10-terminal formation to lay out an inescapable net, we might capture a 9-leaf cultivator. That's right. A warrior may be killed but never humiliated. Old Villain G has never regarded us as human. His Majesty has been experiencing successive breakthroughs. He might be the next 9-leaf cultivator after Old Villain G. When that time comes, we'll see how the old villain can remain as obnoxious as he is now. At that moment, the voice of one of the disciples rang from outside, report. A letter from the divine capital. The divine capital? Who is it from? The disciple opened the letter and said, It looks like it's from the evil sky pavilion. Why would a letter from the evil sky pavilion be sent from the divine capital? With no time to dwell on it, Li Xian said, read it. The disciple scanned the contents of the letter. Various expressions flitted across his face as he read. Xiaoshan, the president, frowned and said impatiently, you were told to read the letter. Be quick about it. The disciple gulped before he began to read aloud. I'm the first 9-leaf expert under the heavens, the master of the evil sky pavilion, master of 9 disciples. Do you fear me now? I'm demanding an explanation from Lin Xian, the patriarch of the Taixu Academy, within 7 days. If you fail to do so, I'll kill your entire family. Ha ha ha. The others frowned. They regarded the disciple with puzzled expressions. Could these be the words of Tian Dao, the patriarch of the evil sky pavilion? Could it be some hooligan impersonating him? They had their doubts, but none dared to voice them. Bam! Old Lin Xian slammed his palm on the table, shattering it instantly. Just because he's a 9-leaf cultivator, he thinks he can bully us. I'll be damned if there isn't a way for us to deal with him. However, Xiaoshan, seated next to Lin Xian, suddenly rose to his feet and said, Patriarch. Why don't you apologize to him? Lin Xian glared at Xiaoshan. The elders around him also rose, bowing in unison. Patriarch, Taixu Academy has come a long way to reach where we are today. We can't afford to offend the evil Sky Pavilion. That's right. The evil Sky Pavilion's villain kills without batting an eyelid. None of the 10 great sects met a good end. Taixu Academy has worked hard to be where it is today. We can't let it be destroyed overnight. When one of us attains the 9-leaf stage in the future, we'll surely take our revenge, but until then. Lin Xian's wizened face and eyelids twitched. Moments ago, were they not filled with indignation at the injustice? It didn't seem like they thought much of a 9-leaf cultivator when they were cursing him earlier. Was it all an act? Lin Xian's gaze darkened. He looked at them resentfully, disappointed by their lack of resolve. Through gritted teeth, he said, I'd rather die than submit. I'll head to the divine capital tomorrow. I'll see who can do anything to me then. Meanwhile, the story of the evil Sky Pavilion's patriarch holding up the floating island with his hand spread like wildfire. It reached Yu Province City and became the talk of the town in taverns and tea houses. Some even turned it into a saga and wrote songs about it. Comrade, I'm sorry to bother you. Could you repeat your tale about how the evil Sky Pavilion's patriarch propped up the floating island with his hand? A green-robed swordsman asked a cultivator opposite him in a tea house. If you want to hear it, I'll tell you all about it, the cultivator replied with a smile. The cultivator continued animatedly, one thing led to another, and the evil Sky Pavilion's patriarch, a 9-leaf elite, killed Taixu Academy's Jiang Lizzie with a single strike. With the strength of Atlas, he held up the floating island with one hand, lifting it 100 meters above the ocean. Everyone was, naturally, frightened. In the end, he obtained the golden Taixu mirror and the Penglai heavenly scroll. A hubbub of discussion rose in the tea house. Many had heard this story multiple times, but they could not get enough of it. The green-robed swordsman smiled and asked, How do you know so much about this, comrade? I've always admired the evil Sky Pavilion and keep an ear out for anything related to it, the man replied with a faint smile. The green-robed swordsman nodded. The man's gaze fell on the scabbard in the swordsman's hand, and he said with a smile, Sir, that sword of yours bears a resemblance to the one used by the evil Sky Pavilion's Shangrong. Is that so? The green-robed swordsman looked at his sword with a straight face. Why, of course. I heard that the Sword Devil has a new hit list and is currently in Yu Province City, the man said. Do you know him as well, my friend? The green-robed swordsman remained gentle. The man placed his teacup on the table and chuckled. I've only heard about him. In that case, do you know that you're on his hit list as well? The green-robed swordsman smiled faintly. BZZT. 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 The sword in the green-robed swordsman's hand vibrated slightly. The man was shocked. He looked at the green-robed swordsman, horrified. Mouse King, Li Tsong. I'm sorry, but your time is up, the green-robed swordsman said. Li Tsong's eyes widened. Realization finally dawned on him. He looked at the polite and gentle green-robed gentleman sitting opposite him and trembled, his voice hoarse, Sword Devil. Zing. The longevity sword left its scabbard. With lightning speed, the energy sword shot toward Li Tsong. The runes flickered with energy, gleaming coldly. Zing. The longevity sword returned to its scabbard. It was as though nothing had happened. All of this occurred in the blink of an eye, leaving everyone unaware. After the longevity sword returned to its scabbard, a weak energy surged into the scabbard. The surroundings remained lively. Customers continued to chat merrily, and everything went on as normal. Yu Shangro raised his teacup and took a sip. He placed it back down and looked at Li Tsong, the Mouse King, seated opposite him. He smiled faintly. Goodbye. After Shangrong went down the stairs and vanished from sight, Lantian remained motionless, his eyes half open, as though he didn't have time to fully open them. A hint of fear and shock still lingered on his face. His lips were slightly parted, but no sound came from them. The Mouse King, Lantian, was the best scout of Yu Province's garrison general, skilled in gathering intelligence from various sources, infiltrating enemy bases, and creating opportunities for the army. He was a competent subordinate of Tianxin, one of the 8 great commanders. He usually kept a low profile in the tea house, listening to others brag about their glorious experiences. This was the first time he had spoken about what he knew. However, he clearly did not expect to run into Shangrong of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Alas, it was too late. After what seemed like hours, the tea house waiter came to clear the table. Sir. When the waiter saw Lantian, the Mouse King, remaining silent, he waved his hand in front of Lantian's face. Still no response. So, he poked Lantian. Thud. In just a split second, Lantian, the Mouse King, fell backward. At that moment, a bloody slit appeared on his neck, and blood began to gush out. Murder. There has been a murder. Inside the general's mansion in Jing province, Yu Jinghai was discussing his next course of action with Si Wuya. Hua Chongyang hurried into the room with the Darknet's information in hand. He bowed and said, Sect Master, Mr. 7th, Yuzhou's Mouse King, Lantian, has been assassinated. It was a sword slash from the front, then, he drew a finger across his neck. How many times does this make? Yu Jinghai asked, his hands behind his back. This is the 5th time this month. The garrison general of Yu province is one of the 8 great generals from the divine capital, Tianxin. The 5 deceased were her subordinates, Hua Chongyang replied. Yu Jinghai said, including General Wen Shu of Jing province, that makes 6. Who is this person? Do we have anything on him? Hua Chongyang shook his head and said, this man created a hit list, just like Mr. Second did. He would add names to the list every few days. Unlike Mr. Second's hit list, it seems this one is intended to scare the others. Those who leave Yu province might live, while those who are stubborn will be killed without exception. Interesting. If I can meet this interesting person in the future, I must form a friendship with him. Yu Jinghai bluntly said. Si Wuya asked, is it possible that the person is Second's senior brother? Yu Jinghai's expression darkened. Him? Under the heavens, I fear Second's senior brother is the only one who can kill his opponent in such a direct manner. After saying this, Si Wuya quickly added, of course, this includes you, eldest senior brother. In fact, you're probably better. Wise brother, do you really think it's him? Yu Jinghai turned around and looked at Si Wuya. Si Wuya was taken aback. Perhaps I'm just overthinking. That's what I think as well. Hua Chongyang understood the situation, so he did not comment further. He bowed and said, I have another matter to report. Let's hear it. Hua Chongyang produced a stack of papers and said, the incident of Senior Ji holding up the floating island with a single hand is currently spreading. From what I know now, it seems the news isn't fabricated. Yu Jinghai took the papers and looked through them. They were mainly ditties and limericks sung by the general public. After going through them, Yu Jinghai tossed the papers on the table and said with a laugh, regardless of its authenticity, this is good news for us. With the Evil Sky Pavilion's fearsome reputation, the cultivators of Great Yen will think twice before meddling in the affairs between the Nether sect and the imperial family. Si Wuya said, but, eldest senior brother, Master doesn't like you using the name of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Yu Jinghai shook his head and said, wise brother. You're intelligent, but even you can have a lapse in judgment. Si Wuya was puzzled. Yu Jinghai said shamelessly, Master has made it clear that he won't go easy on me. In that case, I might as well do as I please. He was going to be punished anyway. If he did not do this, he would still suffer the same consequences. He might as well do as he pleased. Hua Chongyang said. When Island Master Huang heard that Senior Ji propped up the island with a single hand, he hurried back to Penglai Island without stopping to rest. Yu Jinghai nodded. Huang Shiji had been helping the Nether sect lately. When Penglai Island was in danger, he was helping the Nether sect here. In terms of morality, it had been more than enough. Very well. This meant he would have one less helper in his quest to conquer Yu province. However, with a mysterious elite helping him in the shadows, he felt less pressured. Inside the abyss of the moonlight woodland, there was no sun to help Yu Tianxin keep track of the days. All she could do was estimate the time. After what seemed like days, Yu Tianxin felt that her Dantian sea of qi was completely filled. She opened her eyes slowly. Yu Tianxin conjured her primal qi and leaped out of the lake into the sky. She hovered in the air, looking down at the lake. The glow from the formation had faded, and most of the primal qi had been absorbed by her. She raised her hand and steadied her palm. Whiz! A delicate and dainty 100 Tribulations Insight avatar floated above her palm. 6 leaves spun around the golden lotus at its feet. Yu Tianxin circulated her primal qi, and rings of energy appeared on the avatar, traveling downward. Winged beasts flew between the valleys, but none dared to linger. The bright moon seemed like something from a painting, remaining in the night sky, never setting. The top of the abyss seemed impossibly far away. The energy rings whizzed, traveling down the avatar's body like hula hoops. Yu Tianxin focused her mind. Although she had absorbed a vast amount of power, she still found it difficult to sprout a new leaf. She steadied her breathing and willed herself to concentrate. Again. The radiant ring's brightness intensified, and her unwavering determination increased the avatar's luminosity. Whiz! A soft sound rang in the air. Yu Tianxin was surprised to see one corner of the golden lotus parting. Soon, a shining golden leaf sprouted. The appearance of this leaf immediately made her extraordinary 8 meridians flow smoothly, and her Dantian sea of qi grew. The rich primal qi in her body was instantly channeled into her sea of qi. A breakthrough. 7-leaf 100 Tribulations Insight. Yu Tianxin was overjoyed. She summoned her avatar, which enlarged rapidly. Her original 6-leaf avatar had been about 80 feet tall. Now, at the 7-leaf stage, it stood 90 feet tall. She flew forward with her avatar. Alas, she had barely flown 100 meters when the winged beasts above the abyss seemed to notice their prey, and they began to lunge at her, numbering in the thousands. Their deafening cries echoed throughout the abyss. Danger! Yu Tianxin immediately turned around. Countless winged beasts dove toward her from the skies, their eyes and claws glowing with a faint light. Bam! 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 Yu Tianxin's avatar shielded her from all the attacks. She frowned slightly, blaming herself for losing her sense of measure and attracting the beasts around the abyss to herself. Although she could kill low-rank beasts, who knew how long it would take to clear all the low-rank beasts here? Grand technique. With a flurry of movements, Yu Tianxin escaped with her avatar. The abyss was too vast, its borders unseen. If she ran into a more powerful beast while fleeing, she would be as good as dead. The winged beasts in the air gathered and continued to pursue her. Can't a 7-leaf cultivator handle this? She looked at the vines on the cliff wall. Let's give it a try. With her unyielding temperament, she directed her avatar skyward without a second thought. Countless winged beasts pursued her, attacking relentlessly. Yu Tianxin focused on flying upward. In the blink of an eye, she was several hundred meters in the air. She surveyed her surroundings and found various beasts clinging to the cliff wall. Her hair stood on end. She did not want to remain in this dangerous place for another second. She had no urge to kill them and continued flying upward. Suddenly, boom! A wing, like a heavenly screen, passed by and struck her avatar. Bam! Energy rippled out horizontally. Bam! 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 Rocks tumbled from the cliff face, and vines were severed. The blow to her avatar caused her to fall. The wind roared in her ears, scratching at her energy shield like knives. She looked behind her and saw countless flying beasts still coming at her. All she could see were sharp beaks, cold, gleaming claws, and green eyes. Her heart sank. Was she going to die, killed by beasts right after attaining the 7-leaf stage? No. Her avatar suddenly appeared and grew in size. Boom. The wild beasts were sent flying. Many were killed on the spot and fell due to gravity. However, compared to the surviving beasts, their numbers were negligible. More and more beasts were eyeing this falling prey. They lunged again. This was food from the outside, fresh and a never-before-seen delicacy. Tianxin summoned her avatar once more and merged with it. Bam! 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 The beasts attacked the avatar, growing more ferocious by the minute. Oh! A massive being soared through the sky. Its broad back, adorned with golden feathers, caught Tianxin as it swatted at the other beasts. Boom! Hundreds of winged beasts were scattered and fell. Severed limbs rained down into the depths of the abyss. The cliff face, once a paradise, was now a hell. The 10,000 years Huang was here. When Huang struck, there was a rain of blood. It lowered its body, bared its fangs, and its sharp cry, which shook the land, scattered the incoming beasts. Huang leaped into the air, easily covering 100 meters in a single move. Tianxin was stunned. Huang was terrifying. Could an 8-leaf cultivator match it? She immediately felt a great sense of security. At the same time, she began blaming herself. How could she have been so foolish? She had been searching for Huang for so long. Why hadn't she thought about leaving with it? Instead, she believed she could return to the top of the abyss with her 7-leaf cultivation base. How was that different from courting death? Huang landed and swung its paw again. Boom! Rocks from the cliff wall shot into the air. Bam! 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 Each rock was larger than Tianxin. She was stunned by this display. With this attack, the winged beasts scurried away, vanishing from sight in an instant. Huang growled and leaped back to the shore of the lake, before the rock statue. The distance she had flown for so long was nothing to Huang, which covered the same distance in a few simple leaps. Huang lay on the ground and lowered its head. The surroundings were extremely quiet. Tianxin understood at once, this was its domain. A powerful beast would have its own territory, and other beasts would certainly steer clear of it. Tianxin kept her eyes on the distance, hovering before Huang's eyes. She said, "Thank you." Huang remained on the ground, not replying. Its eyes merely shifted. "What's wrong? Are you hurt?" Tianxin immediately felt worried. She flew around Huang. After examining it, she found no injuries. At this moment, Huang raised its paw and parted a pile of leaves before the statue. Tianxin looked at it. There were signs of carvings on the rock. It was a golden lotus, with 8 leaves. The words carved beside the golden lotus were almost worn away by time. Tianxin was stunned. She flew forward and touched the veins. Only humans could be capable of this. Humans were the only ones who would leave symbols like these behind. After pondering for a long time, Tianxin turned around and faced Huang. "You want me to reach the 8-leaf stage?" "Oh." Huang lowered its paw. Tianxin nodded and said, "All right." 100-year-old human and a 10,000-year-old Huang. Inside the Eastern Pavilion, the Evil Sky Pavilion. Lu Zhou called up the system dashboard and checked the merit points he had accumulated. Merit points, 97,430. He had nearly 100,000 merit points. If he continued to save them, he could purchase 2 golden lotus leaves. His current cultivation base was only at the 2-leaf nascent divinity realm. With so many merit points, he would be lying if he said he wasn't tempted to spend them. However, he knew he had to exercise restraint. If he saved them until he became a grand cultivator, they could be used to their full potential. Still, it should be fine if he spent some on lucky draws, right? Lucky draw, Lu Zhou muttered. Ding. Spent 50 merit points. Obtained reversal card X1. Not bad. Again. Lucky draw. Ding. Spent 50 merit points. Obtained the mount, Ji Liang. Note, due to the system having spent too much energy sending the legendary mounts, Wizard and Bian, to the host, this mount will arrive at the Evil Sky Pavilion on its own. Ji Liang, a fine steed from the land of Huang in the distant north. Lu Zhou's eyes widened as he read this. It's been so long. When was the last time I received such a good reward? Finally, I'm a European emperor. Ever since he obtained Wizard and Bian, Lu Zhou had seen the power of legendary mounts. Even when Ji Tiandao was around, he didn't have a powerful mount. His first disciple, Yu Xinghai, had one, but who knew how much trouble Yu Xinghai went through to get it? The mounts owned by a few major sects were merely lesser beasts. Lu Zhou's mounts were treasures that one could only dream of encountering. Not bad at all. I should quit while I'm ahead. I won't make any more draws. You can't do anything about that, can you? Based on Lu Zhou's understanding of the system, the next draws would only be thank you messages. Lu Zhou was extremely pleased. Meanwhile, in the distant north, in the land of Huang, a group of wild horses with glowing hooves galloped across a grassless plain. At the end of the group, a horse that was clearly different from the others, a snow-white coat and a fiery red mane 10 feet long and 80 feet high, came to a halt. It seemed to have heard its summons. It neighed and then broke away from the group, flying south. After obtaining the mount, Lu Zhou no longer touched the lucky draw system. Instead, he returned his attention to the 3 scrolls of heavenly writing. After meditating on the human scroll, Lu Zhou had practically understood the methods to use the 4 powers and their effects. He looked down, curious. What would the Earth Scroll be? Rows of mysterious scripts appeared before his eyes, looking strange and squiggly. If the scripts of the human scroll resembled hieroglyphs of ancient human civilization, the scripts of the Earth Scroll could only be described as extremely messy. He could at least find some pattern in the human scroll's scripts, but the Earth Scroll was just baffling. In any case, the chance for the heavenly writing powers would be slowly revealed to him when he began to meditate. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. Calm down. Let's look at the prices of the item cards to calm down. After that, he separated the human scroll and Earth Scroll. He did not rush to meditate on the Earth Scroll, but continued to meditate on the human scroll of heavenly writing. I should replenish my extraordinary power now, just to be safe. With this thought, Lu Zhou sat down with his legs crossed and placed his palms before his dantian, breathing deeply. This was akin to a dual cultivation exercise. Inside the discussion hall of Taixu Academy. Patriarch. How can we possibly oppose a 9-leaf cultivator? Time is running out. Who can hold off the 9-leaf cultivator when he arrives? We have only a few days left. One of the elders was so anxious, his face was flushed red. Unless the divine capital is willing to help us, I don't see any other way out. The divine capital is currently engaged with the Nether sect. They don't have the time to look after us. Everyone in the hall had something to say. They all looked at Lin Xian, whose brows were tightly furrowed. Lin Xian was in a poor mood as well. In the cultivation world today, even the top sects would retreat for a 3-day march when encountering a 9-leaf cultivator, let alone Taixu Academy. Most elites would choose to hide behind their sect's barriers and cultivate in secret to enhance their cultivation bases. Reaching the 9-leaf stage in a short time, however, was far from easy. Truthfully, Lin Xian was at a loss. At that moment, a disciple walked in, cupped his fists, and said, "Patriarch, His Highness, the Crown Prince, is here." The others were shocked to hear this. Bring him in quickly. In no time, a disciple led the current crown prince of Great Yin, Lu Ji, into the discussion hall. The Taixu Academy elders stood up. Lin Xian descended the steps. Without waiting for them to speak, Lu Ji waved his hand and said, "No need for that. Let's get down to business." He strode into the discussion hall and immediately took Lin Xian's seat. Lin Xian had no choice but to take the seat to the left. Lu Ji sat down and said, "I know you are being targeted by the evil Sky Pavilion. I'm here to give you a clear direction." The eyes of the Taixu Academy members brightened. Lin Xian cupped his fists and said, "Please enlighten us, Your Highness." At this moment, Lu Ji beckoned to someone outside the hall. Two soldiers who had escorted him walked in, carrying a box between them. They lowered it onto the floor with a loud clang. The others looked at the box in confusion. Lu Ji said, "Open it." The two soldiers opened the box. When everyone looked over, they saw a set of armor that seemed extremely old inside the box. Red threads, made from a unique material, ran along the armor, forming defensive veins. There was also a unique red knot on the corners of the armor. However, having been eroded by time, the armor was worn out, and its red now carried a purple tinge. "What's this?" Lin Xian asked, puzzled. Lu Ji said, "I don't have time to beat around the bush with you. It's quite impossible for the Taixu Academy to face a 9-leaf cultivator head-on. Under the heavens, the imperial family is the only one who can. I'll lend you this armor, but I have one condition." Lin Xian was still baffled. "Armor? Condition?" Lin Xian hastily said, "Please enlighten us, Your Highness." Lu Ji glanced at Lin Xian and asked, "Do you know why the previous emperor was capable of subduing the 9 provinces and unifying the 12 nations from Rongxi to Rongbei? Naturally, it was due to the power that only the imperial family possesses. The Taixu Academy was close to the imperial family, and they were well aware of its immense power." Lu Ji smiled and said, "To tell you the truth, this armor came from an elite. The secret scrolls of the palace state that the elite arrived in a coffin from the northern borders. He traversed the 12 nations of the other tribes and reached Great Yin. He once said that no one should or can attain the 9-leaf stage. The special power of this armor will be awakened when faced with a 9-leaf cultivator." "An elite?" When the others heard this, their expressions turned fearful. They looked at Lu Ji, who did not seem to be lying. Could this be one of the imperial family's trump cards? Lu Ji suddenly said, "By the way, this elite was the one who created the 10-terminal formation in the divine capital. The power of the 10-terminal formation was known to everyone under the heavens. No matter how many leaves an elite had, they had to maintain a low profile in the divine capital. For thousands of years, people had always assumed that the 10-terminal formation was the result of the collective wisdom of the Confucian schools. However, based on Lu Ji's words, this was clearly not the case. Just how many secrets did the imperial family hold? After a long pause, Lin Xian finally asked, "Are you asking me to don this armor and fight old villain Ji, Your Highness?" "That's right." The others exchanged looks. Although Lin Xian had lived for a long time, he still felt uneasy when he heard Lu Ji's words. "How do we know if this armor is genuine, Your Highness?" The 9-leaf stage itself was a dream. If old villain Ji hadn't shown the world the splendor of the 9-leaf stage, perhaps no one would believe in its existence even today. "You don't have a choice," Lu Ji replied in a deep voice. Lin Xian was speechless. "If you don't believe me, you can examine the armor. Who could forge this in this time and era?" Lu Ji said. Lin Xian's fingers trembled as he bent down and picked up the helmet. It was heavy, about 100 caddies. However, for cultivators, this weight was nothing. Lin Xian cradled the armor in his hands and studied it. As the patriarch of Taixu Academy and an 8-leaf expert, he was naturally more discerning than others. When he saw the intricate ornamental patterns on the armor, his emotions stirred. He cried out excitedly, "Unprecedented! Truly unprecedented!" The other elders with lower cultivation bases couldn't understand Lin Xian's excitement or discern what was so special about the armor. Seeing Lin Xian's reaction, Lu Ji knew Lin Xian could tell the armor was unique. He smiled haughtily. Do you think His Majesty would expend so much effort to study the nine-leaf stage just because of some baseless legend? No wonder, no wonder. That's enough. The formation veins on the armor are one of a kind, they can't be copied, Lu Ji said. Lin Xian suppressed his excitement and asked, What are your conditions, Your Highness? Lu Ji straightened his back and rose from his seat. With his hands behind his back, he said, I'm trying to help my father out. I'm sure you've heard that the Nether sect is set on conquering the 9 provinces. The Battle of Yu province is close at hand. The Taixu Academy will send every one of its members to the battlefield to aid General Ji. Lin Xian was not surprised by Lu Ji's request. He had expected as much. If the Taixu Academy wanted help from the divine capital, there was naturally a price to pay. He nodded, acquiescing to Lu Ji's condition. Very well. You have my promise, Your Highness. Lu Ji stood before Lin Xian and continued, Don't think you're getting the shorter end of the stick here. After this tribulation, you'll receive another 5 leaf-sprouting pills as a reward. Don't forget, the Big Dipper Academy only listens to the imperial family's orders. Thank you, Your Highness. Lin Xian bowed. The Battle of Yu province is of great importance. You should send your men there as soon as possible. I'll give you something else to calm your nerves. Then, Lu Ji moved his head close to Lin Xian and whispered something. The others could not hear what was said, but they saw Lin Xian's eyes widen and his eyelids twitch. Lin Xian had tried to maintain his dignity as the patriarch of the Taixu Academy until then. However, at that moment, he could only respectfully say, Thank you for the advice, Your Highness. I'll leave it to you, then. Farewell. Lu Ji did not stay long. He turned around and walked out of the discussion hall. Lin Xian hastily said, Zhou Wenliang, see His Highness off. Me? Yes, you. The second elder, Zhou Wenliang, nodded and ran out immediately. Lin Xian continued, Xiao Shan, take 1,000 core disciples with you to reinforce General Ji's army. Patriarch. Can we trust the Crown Prince? Xiao Shan seemed apprehensive. Lin Xian's expression grew stern as he said in a low voice, Do it. Understood. Ever since the elders had proposed that he apologize to the evil Sky Pavilion, Lin Xian had been furious with them. He was in no mood to waste words. So long as he could survive this disaster and continue to ally with the divine capital, it might be possible for them to attain the 9-leaf stage in the future. At that time, his great limit would be a thing of the past. After Xiao Shan left, Zhou Wenliang returned soon. He looked at the armor in the box and tentatively asked, Patriarch. Is the armor really that powerful? Can it repel a 9-leaf cultivator? It can't be fake, Lin Xian said, placing his hands behind his back. I visited the imperial city many years ago and was fortunate enough to enter the inner warehouse. The items there are rare treasures and weapons gathered from all over the world. The person who managed the inner warehouse back then was Princess Yunzhao. At that time, she had maintained that the 9-leaf stage was achievable. The second elder, Zhou Wenliang, bowed and said, Patriarch, the academy is safe with you making a personal move. Lin Xian glanced at Zhou Wenliang and said, I want to find the best place to set up a formation and devise a plan to defeat old villain Ji. Send the armor to my room. Understood. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the evil Sky Pavilion, when Lu Zhou opened his eyes again, he gauged his extraordinary power. After confirming that his extraordinary power was fully replenished, he called up the dashboard. He checked the menu for the Earth Scroll and noticed that nothing had changed. Can't I meditate on both at the same time? If they were 2 different kinds of extraordinary power, that would be troublesome. He would have to spend more time meditating when he cultivated. To confirm this theory, Lu Zhou opened the menu for the Earth Scroll and tried to meditate on the scripts of the Earth Scroll. It was just like the first time he encountered the human scroll. He had to meditate while looking at the Earth Scroll's menu. However, the scripts did not emerge from the Earth Scroll's menu as he expected. He sighed. So, the Earth Scroll isn't as easy after all. He closed the Earth Scroll's menu. There was a new mission on the mission list: search for the remnants of the open Earth Scroll. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. This is too much. The human scroll wasn't like this in the beginning. At that moment, Yin's voice sounded from outside. Greetings, Master. What is it? The Taixu Academy requests an audience. Lu Zhou had been so focused on the Earth Scroll that he had forgotten all about this. The Taixu Academy had repeatedly challenged the evil Sky Pavilion. If they could not provide him with a satisfactory explanation, he would not let them off. Lu Zhou walked out with his hands behind his back. When he saw Yin standing respectfully, he asked, "You're alone?" Lately, Yin was the only one who came to greet him. He had not seen the others. Yin scratched his head and said, "Fifth junior sister and eighth junior brother have severed their lotuses and are cultivating. As for the others, I have no idea where they are." As soon as Yin finished speaking, an excited voice rang out. Old Fourth, where are you? I've made great progress with my Overlord Spear skills. You have to believe me." Swoosh! Yin vanished without a trace. No wonder he's been lingering around the Eastern Pavilion. He knows the others wouldn't dare to come in recklessly. Duanmu Xing did not enter the Eastern Pavilion. He passed by it and soon disappeared from sight. Lu Zhou shook his head and walked toward the evil Sky Pavilion's Great Hall. Inside the Great Hall, Lu Zhou sat with dignity in his seat. Apart from Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng, the others were not present. It did not look like the evil Sky Pavilion at all. 3 members from the Taixu Academy were escorted into the Great Hall by the female cultivators. As soon as they entered, the 3 of them fell to their knees. "Greetings, Elder Ji. I am the second elder of the Taixu Academy, Zhou Wenliang." "Greetings, Elder Ji. I am the third elder of the Taixu Academy, Wang Jianrang." "Greetings, Elder Ji. I'm the 5th elder of Taixu Academy, Zhonggong." What do we have here? Before, it was Ren, Li, Ji, and Xian, Confucian virtues that mean benevolence, justice, courtesy, wisdom, and sincerity. This time, it's Wen, Liang, Gong, Jian, and Ran, virtues that mean culture, kindness, respect, frugality, and magnanimity. What a complete lineup. The 3 of them looked around. The Great Hall was empty. They were puzzled. Was this the evil Sky Pavilion? It seemed so underwhelming that they briefly thought they were in the wrong place. After all, many people had been impersonating Ji Tiandao and his 9 disciples lately, and it had almost become a trend. Finally, Zhou Jifeng said in a deep voice, "What are you looking at? How dare you behave so impertinently before the pavilion master? Please forgive us, Senior Ji." "We're here to sincerely apologize," Zhou Wenliang hastily replied. "Apologize?" Lu Zhou looked down at the trio. "If you're sincere, Lin Xian should have come." Pan Zhong thought Lu Zhou's words made sense. He instantly cursed at the trio. "A bunch of fools. Do you think the evil Sky Pavilion can be easily deceived?" A wave of satisfaction rose in his heart after he vented his anger. Moreover, with the other disciples absent, the pressure on him had lessened considerably. He felt great. He had to seize this opportunity and leave a good impression on the pavilion master. As the saying goes, when the tiger is away from the mountain, the monkey takes charge. Zhou Wenliang shuddered and hastily said, "Senior Ji, I can explain." He immediately pulled the package that the 2 elders were holding between them. He opened it and said, "Senior Ji, take a look at this." The others were puzzled. They looked at the contents of the package. There was a dark red armor. The veins were densely packed and extremely fine. It was normal that Zhou Jifeng and Pan Zhong did not see anything special. However, Lu Zhou's emotions stirred when he saw the armor. The veins on the armor resembled those on the coffin that Rulain, Lanny, brought here. Senior Ji, Lin Xian is colluding with the Crown Prince and plans to harm you. It's said that this item can be used against a 9-leaf cultivator. How absurd. Translator's note: Ren, Yi, Li, Ji, Xing, Wen, Liang, Gong, Jian, Ran are Confucian virtues that mean benevolence, justice, courtesy, wisdom, sincerity, moderation, kindness, respect, frugality, and magnanimity.